Yo, 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 sandwich man. What's up? I'm waiting for this ad. You know, I can just click ad now, just run it. Get it over and done with. Why do I have to wait a minute? Just run the ad. There we go. Save my time. Filters, liked. We're putting infinite party. Infinite party, infinite party, infinite party, infinite party. Nah, not really. I'll give you. Let me when this ad's done, I'll give you the quick and nasty on what investing is. Because I saw your comment in the Discord, and there's definitely something I can teach you a little bit about as someone who has heavily invested in things in the past. So I'll explain what it is. Yeah, Sandwich Man's right. But let me explain, because there is a big misconception. I've got a friend who thinks like you, Jeju, that, you know, shares are essentially gambling. But there are some that is, and there are some that definitely is not. So give me a minute, and I'll tell you. I'll explain what the deal is. The devil's all angels, the devil's all angels, oh, the devil's all angels. She'll mess with your head, she'll tear you apart inside of your bed. When she is an angel, she'll make you see sense. She'll wrap you in white, put you back together again. All the devils, all angels. 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 I reckon I should put my TV like right behind me. But I've moved my camera. I've put the camera up here. Of course, you can't see the TV now, so I kind of need to put it here. Maybe I need a second camera that just looks at the TV. All angels. Ooh, that was good. Good, quick. Perfect end of the song. I quickly, just before I start, need to move the display capture. I need to move that one over. I didn't know why that one was over in the first place. That's on my YouTube. And then on the sources, on this side, I need to move the display capture back into the middle. Okay. So before we get into the first game, you've touched on a really good point. I've done this before. It'll impede your path to and from the room like that. Yes, you are right, it will. I actually do like it here, in fairness, because it means like when I'm working and stuff, I can quickly turn and look at the news. Actually, it's kind of cool. I'm a big believer and lover in, like, you know, uniquely placed screens and monitors and stuff. It's a bit of a weird thing that I'm into. I love uniquely shaped screens. There's one I'm looking at the moment called a Corsair Xeneon. I think it's something like, it looks something like this. This thing, I want this thing. It's expensive, but I like this sort of long screen. This is awesome. Yeah, I'd love a tiny CRT. I really like the what are they? What's the brand called? Sony. There's a really famous brand, and they're sort of square and sort of long like this. Yeah, Jejo, I will get to your point in a sec, because you make a really good point. There's a very sort of very basic teachable moment I can give here. There's someone who's been investing now for, like, you know, nearly 20 years. I can definitely give you a bit of a run, because I've tried this with my friend. My friend's about the same age as me for what it's worth, and he also doesn't really believe in it. It's only recently that he's starting to turn and understand that that he's missing out. I think even if he doesn't fully understand it, he sees that there's money to be made. Finally, he's figuring that out. Just go buy it for $60 and buy a skin. Yeah, I might end up doing both just for what it's worth. But the hypothetical, what is it? It's a Sony. Is Citron? What's it called? 12 D-cell batteries. I used to have one when I was young, when I was sort of 14, 15. I used to have this long, big thing that had a tiny little CRT monitor on it and then a radio connected to it. And it was powered by, I think, 8 D-cells. Well, it's quite the opposite, Juju, actually. Let me get to it. I want to spend a little bit of time on it. Give me one sec. Screen tangent interrupting water cooler investment discussion. Yes. Sony... it's CRT. It's a PV. It's a Trinitron. Yeah, it's a Trinitron. Sony Trinitron. This thing. I've always wanted one of these. They're really expensive. Sony Trinitron. It's specifically this one. This thing. Look at this thing. I love this thing. They're really expensive too because they're extremely popular. This sort of Trinitron broadcast monitor. Love this thing. I remember like watching. There's a movie called Deep. It's not Deep Impact. It's The Day After or something like the one about the blizzard and the tidal wave going through New York City, right? And there's a scene at the end where the guy's like in the weather station, they're about to die for some reason, I don't know. But he's watching the soccer on that, on something like this. And it's such a vibe. I love it. Yeah, it looks like it probably would go in a rack, but people just have them sort of on their benches, on their stuff. I used to have a rack. I still have it. It's just in the storage shed. I mean, I think you've all seen my rack before, but it's not big. Like, this isn't a big screen. This is, probably only a monitor like that big. So it's really small, expensive now though. Like, since these have become really popular, this Trinitron is probably a $2,000 monitor. So I can't afford it. There's no point, but I want this thing. I love this thing. I saw this on someone's post on their thing the other day, and this is not long. This is sort of like this. I reckon it could go down here. But it's like $400. So I really need to have a think about it. Oh, this thing comes in a purple. What? That's ridiculous. that purple sucks. The white, white's okay. The black could definitely suit me better. Okay. So Jeju, let me explain shares. I'll try and explain it really, really simple. We'll use Microsoft as an example. All right. So in the 1970s, Microsoft was formed by Bill Gates and what's his name, the other bloke. So he created this company called Microsoft. And look, we're using Microsoft as an example. I'm not using Microsoft for any kind of like factual accuracy on its history. We're just using Microsoft as an example. Everything that I'm about to explain may not necessarily have happened exactly the way it happened for Microsoft, but you could implement any company and that could have happened for that, right? Yes, Bill Gates, the founder of Microsoft. So he started in his garage, and he put like $1,000. He said maybe starting cash, maybe he put it like $1,000. So on day one, company value, right? $1,000. Right? You can start a company and just chuck some cash in it, and your company's only asset is cash. The company is worth the cash, right? That's what it's worth. It's at the absolute bare minimum, and this is important. A company is worth the assets it owns, right? If it has no debt, if it has no product, if it has nothing else, but it owns like chairs and a table, then the company's worth the values of the chairs and the table, right? And that's true for like every single company on planet Earth. If they own things, that the company is actually valued on the things, at least a little bit, right? So then he creates Windows. Let's say he creates Windows. Again, not necessarily historically accurate. They started with like PCs and computers and stuff, and then he came up with like he came up with DOS, right? So let's say let's say we skip forward 10 years, right? We skip forward 10 years, right? 10 years later, right? Now Microsoft, we'll call it MSFT because that's important. That's their stock ticker. Has products, customers, right? They have assets, right, etc. And the company now, so let's say day 10 year company is equal to $10 million, right? Let's say it's worth $10 million. Now they probably didn't get. Why do we need to know the history for this? Because it's important to understand how a company forms, to understand what a stock is, right? Because I think some of the misconception around like thinking that a stock is gambling misunderstands what a stock actually is. Like what do you actually have, right? And the comment you made, and I'm not dragging you through coals because this is really common sort of thoughts about shares, and you sort of have to know and learn about it to understand it, right? Like I don't expect it to be second nature knowledge to people, so don't worry. Like don't get me wrong. This is why I'm sort of explaining, because it's while it is basic to someone who knows it. If you don't follow businesses, if you don't follow economics, if you don't do this sort of thing on your day to day, you just don't know it. It's fine, right? So understanding how a company's history has come about can help the context of why a stock exists. So keep following along, and it'll start to make sense. So he didn't get to $10 million, for example. But bear in mind, this company's still private, so it's not a public company. But he didn't get to $10 million on his own, right? Let's say he didn't get to $10 million on his own. Let's say partway through he had to go to a bank, and he said to the bank, "Look, I need a loan of $2 million because my company's starting to expand, and I want to." What is the difference between a private and public company? I'll get to that. That is going to be part of this. And at the moment, we're a private company, so I will get to that. So he goes to the bank and he says to the bank, "Yeah, I need $2 million because I need money." And the bank says, "Look, cool, but we want some of the company. We want to give you $2 million, but we want some of the company, and we'll do that valuation based on the number of customers you got, the products that you sell, the potential growth in the future, and so we want 20%, right?" You go, "Yeah, good idea." So now the ownership, right, is equal to bank. The ownership, we'll put a colon there. Bank equals 20%, right? Gates equals 80%, right? Now, bear in mind, this is still private. So this is the important part. Private companies can still have shareholders, and this is something even like past casual observers just don't understand. You see this shit take on Reddit all the time, where they go, "Oh, it's taken private now. They're not beholden to the whims of shareholders," which is just wrong, because private companies can absolutely have shareholders. Private companies exist and go and take in private investments in exchange for a share of the companies. That happens all the time. So like Twitter, for example, Elon Musk doesn't own that 100% outright. While that company is private, he has multitudes of shareholders. He doesn't have 10 million shareholders because the company's not a publicly traded company, and that's important. I'll come to that in a sec. But he might have like 50 shareholders. He's got investors through Saudi Arabia, investors through United States banks, all sorts of different companies that are investing money. So they will have some kind of private share structure, ownership structure, that he doesn't necessarily need to tell anyone about. Like, he doesn't need to disclose it because he's not publicly traded. He doesn't have any obligation to do so. And so would Microsoft at this point, if this is the company that sort of is where it is, right? So let's go to sort of day 30, right? Let's go to day 30 years. So I don't know how many that's like 10,000 days, right? So let's say by this point, the company is now worth $1 billion, right? $1 billion. This is probably somewhere around the year 2000, 2010, maybe even a billion. It's probably worth more than that. It's probably let's say it's $10 billion. $10 billion. right? After 30 years. And something that he did was that he decided, look, we need growth, and the way to get some big growth is to go public, make our company public. So what they did is they took the 100% of shares, like Bill Gates 80%, and they took the banks 20%. Whoever, this just represents the value, the shareholders at the time, and we have to split it further. So let's say, they've got 100% of the company, and they will split it up into something like 10 billion shares of the company. 10 billion shares. Bill Gates might go, I want to have, Gates might want to have, I want to have 5 billion. I want to have 5 billion plus one share, because that means I am, the majority shareholder. The bank might agree to holding 2 billion shares, right? And the remaining shares, public, is equal to the remainder. So now this now is a publicly traded company. And they'll go and list in the United States on the S&P 500 or the NASDAQ or Dow Jones or whatever, right? And people can now buy it. They can now buy it, right? So now you can go to your share trader and go, I want to buy 1 times Microsoft share. And this is like one of those billion shares. And they go, yeah, cool, that's $90, $90 please. And now you own 1/1 billionth of Microsoft, right? Why do they want a share? Because they want an ownership of the company. And that's what that is. So a share equals share of ownership of the company. That's literally true too. It's not like, pseudo ownership or anything like that. There are different kinds of ownership. You literally do. There are different kinds of ownership, but fundamentally, that's literally what it is. They won't come to you and say, being a shareholder and an owner doesn't make you an employee, right? They're different things. So like, being an owner of Microsoft doesn't make you an employee of Microsoft. The way companies can set up shareholding structures can mean you have voting rights to make certain decisions. Because I now, as an owner of Microsoft, as an owner, I can go to meetings. I can go to shareholder meetings. I can go and vote at shareholder meetings. And the shareholder meetings might be like, we want to pay Bill Gates $6 billion to be the CEO. And you might go, what? That's stupid. He can have $600 million, and you can vote against it. And if other shareholders disagree, they can vote for it and whatever. That's exactly what it does. And so, being a shareholder can equal, you get a share of, you typically get a share, like an ownership share, minus like the liabilities. You typically don't get liabilities. Sometimes you do, but you don't normally. But is minus liabilities plus profit. So you get a share of the profit if the company wants to distribute profits. So if Microsoft says owns $5 billion in profit, and you own 1 out of 1 billion shares, you might get $5. Or is that $5 or 20 cents? Either way, you get a share of the profits, right? And do you own that shareholder position forever? You own it for as long as you want to own it. So now as a shareholder, I can, my shares will be, share value is equal to whatever someone is willing to pay for it, right? So let's say, hypothetically, $100. So on any particular day, I should expect that. Is it like an NFT? No, it's not like an NFT. No, it's not like an NFT. There are companies whose sole purpose is to manage this for other companies, like manage shares. Like Computer Share's a good example. They're a company that does share registries. In the old days, they literally used to be pieces of paper, and you'd hold a piece of paper that said, I own a share of X company. They'd print 10 million pieces of paper and give the pieces of paper to people, and that paper says you own part of it. These days, that's not the case. You tend to find some like grandma owns 3 shares of Disney, and they're on a piece of paper, and you've got to go to the company and figure out what that piece of paper is now worth because they've gone through stock splits and all sorts of different things to get to that point. So I can go and buy a share of Samsung for $1 and be an owner. You can buy a share of Samsung for whatever the current going value of a share of Samsung is. Yes, and I own a little bit of Samsung. I've got shares in all sorts of different companies. I own bits of Hybe, Samsung, SM, Kakao, all sorts of shit because I have an ETF in Korea. Yeah, I own all sorts of different things. But yeah, so like the Samsung share price. What's that? The ETF. We can come back to ETFs. Don't worry about ETFs too much. But the Samsung share price is 190,100 won. So if you have 190,000 won today, you can go and buy 1 share of Samsung. And they currently have. They don't show the outstanding here, but it's $1.2 trillion. So I'd imagine it's a lot. Let's have a look and see if Yahoo will tell us what the outstanding shares are. That's so expensive. It is. Yeah, it is. And that will give you how many it doesn't say how many are outstanding. I have to go and find out. Samsung shares outstanding. So this is just the amount available, like totally available. So they have 5,800,000 shares. This one, yeah, common shares 5,900,000,000 is the listing of amount of shares available. So you can go and spend whatever money that amount of won is and own one of those 5 billion shares, and you are now a shareholder. You own 1/5 of Samsung. That's literally how it works. That's the absolute like fundamental of being a shareholder. That's a structure that has existed for hundreds of years. You could be a shareholder of the British East India Trading Company that existed from like 1500 to 1700. You could have been a shareholder of that company. If the company is ass and loses money, you lose all your share payment. Yeah, yes, absolutely. So if Microsoft, but see, this is where like now that you understand the fundamental, that you're literally an owner, the question you ask yourself is, what's Microsoft gonna do? So like think about what Microsoft actually owns today, right? The main things that Microsoft own right now. So like Microsoft has and owns, they own cloud infrastructure. So they own Azure, right? They own Microsoft Azure, which is cloud infrastructure. They own Windows. They own Office 365. They own Xbox. They own, Blizzard, Activision. These are all like, yeah, they own Bing, Minecraft. Yeah, like these are massive companies. Halo. Yeah, Mojang. Yeah, like when you put all that together, you are a part owner of all of this because Microsoft owns it. Halo is a game, dude. I know that, but what I'm saying is Halo is a massive intellectual property, right? That earns a lot of money for Microsoft. That's kind of what I'm getting at. It is a product that they sell. It is a product that they have licensed out to Paramount to create a video. They have a live service game. They've got multiple games you can go purchase. They have it as an asset. It would have a value attached to that asset. Why did you not buy a share of Disney? I would be 100% certain I own at least a little bit of Disney. Let me have a look. I sold a lot of my shares late last year to help purchase this house, so I don't own a lot at the moment, but I do own. It depends on where Disney's listed. If Disney's listed on the Nasdaq, then I definitely own some. I can tell you of everything I own, what percentage of what I own is Disney. I will tell you. And the share thing, private information. Like, do you have to log in to somewhere weird to see what you own? Yeah, my bank. So my bank is a broker. So the company is called. This is the company that runs it. Massive company, like, owned by the biggest company in Australia called CommSec. And this is where I do all my trading. Not an illegitimate company by any stretch. Like extremely legitimate companies do this, and I log into this and I go and sell it. It will show me all my shareholdings. You'll have something in Germany. Germany's biggest one would be like, I think IBKR. I think International Brokers is a German company. Huge company. If IBKR, I actually have to check. Saxo Trading. I'm pretty sure that's German, isn't it? Saxo Bank. So that'd be IBKR. No, IBKR is American. Is Saxo Bank German? No, it's Danish. What's the biggest German bank? Deutsche Bank. Yeah, Deutsche Bank, of course. Deutsche Bank, right? You need to make a bank account just for trading. Yeah, you do. So Deutsche Bank. Okay, Deutsche Bank doesn't look like they do share trading. So like, let me have a look. What's the biggest share trading platform in Germany? I'll just let bloody AI answer this question for me. The best broker. So the biggest broker in Germany is IBKR, or like Trade Republic. There's a company called Trade Republic. Maybe you've seen their ads. I don't know. Yeah, here you go. So this company is like the big one in Germany. It's called Trade Republic. I've never heard of it, but you know, not German. And this is a company you can go and invest, right? And you buy and we won't get into like the nuances of trade yet. Like, there's not important at the moment. So all we're doing at the moment is explaining, you know, how a share works and how an ownership works. You see those ads, all right? So it is big enough that they advertise, and you see Trade Republic, right? I was looking at ETFs the other week. Didn't get too far into it, but didn't really seem worth looking into until I have a job and can contribute to the investment on a semi-regular basis. I actually agree with that. I agree with that. There are people who out there, you know, insist that you need to start investing as early as you possibly can. And while that's true, the reality is that like I did that. So I started at 18 and I had my parents gifted me shares when I turned 18. They gifted me $5,000 worth, which was really good. And then I sort of kept that $5,000 as at $5,000 until 2013, so about 5 years, which I sold them and used it to help pay for my trip to Asia. I started investing again only when I got a job, and I got a job in 2015, and started like full-time work. All of a sudden, like I had like within sort of 6 years, I had 10 times the amount that I had in 2008. So there was in hindsight, there wasn't really a lot of value in me holding on to shares while I didn't have any money to contribute. Money makes money. That's true. If you only have $100 in shares, then you'll only ever make percentages on $100, unless you're so lucky and you pick one, in which case then it is kind of gambling. So I can tell you, I should be able to tell you which company I own. If I own any Disney, I'm just trying to figure out exactly how I do this. I need to go, because I just started a new platform that helps me figure out my tax liabilities, because I do my own taxes, and it's fucking getting complicated now. I've got so many different things going on. So exposure shows the true portfolio exposure to companies, future income, multi-currency valuation, sold securities, calendar, multi-period performance, contribution analysis. No, I think exposure is the thing I want. Go to exposure, and I want to group by just group by market. Fine. It should be able to show me companies, and I should be able to tell you, hopefully, if Disney is on this list. My dad owns an infinitesimally small portion. Yeah, there you go. So you own New Jeans. Yeah, I do own a little bit of Hybe. So I own 3.52% of my investments are in Samsung at the moment, and so that'll get a lot lower over the years, because I don't want to own a lot of Korea. Like Korea's good, but it's not that good. I'm much preferable to owning American shares, because you know, big tech companies are much better. If you sell your shares, you get all the money back in your bank. Yep, absolutely. I own 0.1% of my money is in Naver. Where's Hybe? Cacao, 0.09% of is in Cacao. I own Hyundai, LG Chemical, Korea Power, LG Energy, lots of LG. Hybe, yeah, 0.05% of my money's in Hybe. Yeah. And then there'd be residuals in that because like it'd be a lot. But what if you buy a share for $100 and then it's like two? So okay, this is really good point. So we've gone through this, right, where we've said, you know, knowing in your heart what Microsoft owns. Azure, Windows, Office 365, Xbox, Blizzard, Activision, Bing, Minecraft, Halo, etc. That means this company right now is worth something in the realm of like $3 trillion, right? Like that's how much Microsoft is worth as a company. So if I own $100 worth, right, $100 worth, it's let's say it's $100 per share. Your share value will track the overall value of the company, like 1-to-1, like it's a complete match, right? So for Microsoft, for your share to go to $2 means that your share price has to go down by 98%, right? So 98% loss of Microsoft. It's I think unless you're like embedded into like corporate Australia, corporate America, corporate Western society, it's hard to understand what kind of impact a loss of Microsoft, because a 98% loss of Microsoft's share price is just Microsoft gone. It's gone, and they're not coming back from that, right? Like you don't come back from that. Company's wound up. There's going to be assets are going to be purchased by Amazon and Google and Meta, right? They're just going to be stripped, and Windows will be sold, Azure is sold, everything will be sold, right? Exactly. There's much bigger things to worry about if your Microsoft share went from $100 to $2. Like you dead set be trying to hunt roadkill on the side of the road. Like the Western economy is dead if Microsoft is gone. Now, look, I say that, and I actually do believe that. Like I'm not exaggerating, but big companies have died before. Enron was a big company. What was that bank? The bank that went in 2008, that was massive. So realistic is from 180. That is absolutely very realistic. 20% drops have happened many times. The dot-com bubble, in fairness, probably cost Microsoft 50% of its value in 2001. And in 2008, it would have lost a lot of money. In 2022, it would have lost a lot of money. But you can look at Microsoft's share price. No, because Bill Gates hasn't been involved in Microsoft for a long time. Like we said, like Bill Gates is the owner, but Bill Gates might own some of Microsoft, but he hasn't been on the board. He's not even on the board. Like he hasn't been involved in the running of Microsoft since like 2010. Like he's just not there anymore. People still associate Microsoft's successful failure with Gates, but he's just not in the company anymore. He might own a lot of the company, so he keeps his he's still an owner, and he still get an opportunity to vote, but he doesn't run the operations day to day. Tesla, let's ignore Tesla for a second, because Tesla's a different story. I pick Microsoft because Microsoft is almost like a blue chip tech company. Like it's so deeply embedded in Western culture, even non-Western culture. Like Asia is huge for Microsoft as well. That they actually do make money because they make money. Like they have products that generate a shit ton of income. Like that's, you know, like you think about, and this is where like me spending $90 on skins is just giving $90 to Microsoft. That's just what's happening. I'm giving $90 to Microsoft, right? So the comment you made saying that, you know, the shares will go away but the skins will not, it's kind of the opposite, because eventually the skins, eventually Overwatch will wind down. Like it might be 20 years, might be 30 years, but they'll wind up Overwatch because it'll go away and the skins will be gone. But I'd still be a shareholder if I didn't sell my shares, presuming Microsoft still existed at the time. In a private company, you own 100% of it. You may not. You can get shareholders in a private company. You can go. See, this is what we were talking about up here. See, this scenario was that Microsoft then went and got a 20 like a loan, a $2 million loan from the bank, and the bank was like, okay, but we want to own some of the company, and he's like, all right, you can own 20%. They agreed. And so in the private company, there are shareholders. The bank is a shareholder, but it's still a private company. They're just private shareholders. As long as you owned 51% of the company, you'd still be a decision maker. Yeah, and actually, strictly speaking, it's 50% plus one share, which is what we said here. 5 billion plus one share if they owned 10 billion, if there was 10 billion shares outstanding. So not quite 50, not quite 51%, it's like 50 point, 0.00001% or whatever, right? So who wants that? Isn't that dumb? No, not necessarily. You might need to give away some of your company in order to make money, right? If your company needs cash and capital, you may not have $2 million to build the growth you need. Oh, no, I mean, it's like, okay, hang on. So let's say there is this company called Go and they're private. They go public now. Go, for some reason, only owns 39%. Then you see Tencent come in and own 40%. What happens? They can decide and change everything? Yes, absolutely. If Tencent owns 40% of your company, they probably have multiple board seats on the board. And absolutely, they're a massive voting bloc. That's not necessarily dumb, because you've got to understand that, like, a shareholder wants to make money. So like a company, if someone goes and buys a bunch of a company, they don't want to lose their money. So even for Tencent, which is a big Chinese company, comes in and buys a 40% of your company, they want to make money. So they're not going to go and make decisions that are against their best interest. So even if they have 40% of your company, they're not going to be purposely trying to lose money. What ends up happening is you end up in disagreements on how to make money. Is that democracy? Kinda. It's paid democracy. Like, it's democracy in the sense that you buy votes. Like, you can have more votes than the next person because you own more of the companies. It's not a strict democracy in that regard, but it kind of is. So you hear all the time that companies go and have big shareholder meetings. There might be 1 million shareholders. And all the shareholders can gather together and advocate, and you might have 10 million shareholders in the public, and 79% of them want to vote for a certain thing, and that actually is enough to overrule the owner of the company who's founded the bloody thing. That happens. I don't think Mark Zuckerberg owns more than 50% of his company anymore. So in theory, he can be overridden, and sometimes that's a good thing. Some companies and some boards don't want people who have the ability to arbitrarily make every decision, out of favor of the shareholders. So in some cases, it's better for no single person to own more than 50%. How do you manage a meeting if there are like thousands of people? Oh, it's like anything, right? You just have you need to have a properly structured meeting, presenters and stuff, and very strict limits on, who and what and how can talk. You just got to set a strict agenda. But yes, this is how it works. I've never attended a shareholder meeting, by the way. Like, I've owned lots and lots of shares of companies in the past, but I've never wanted to attend. But I get letters in the mail and they say, hey, we want you to vote on this. Can you give us a proxy vote? Like, I sort of transfer my rights to someone else and they can vote on my behalf. I've never done that either. I don't want anyone to vote on my behalf. I'm not interested in transferring my liability. So Tencent would always own that 40% no matter what, unless they sell it. So simply yes. In reality, at a Tencent's level, there would be other investors, right? So Tencent would have to agree at 40%, they'd have to agree for the company to go out and seek more money and seek fundraising. What that would have to mean is that Tencent would have to accept dilution of their shareholding. So they might own the same number of shares, but there'd be more shares issued, and those shares that are issued are given to new investors. So the reality is that Tencent's percentage might go down, but they accept that for the money that the company actually earns from that fundraising. What happens if they're mid doing something in the company and one holder gains 2% more than Tencent and they get to choose? Is that issue big? Could be. Yeah, it could be. That's kind of like hostile takeovers. Like, have you ever heard of the term hostile takeover? Is when a company literally just goes and buys on the open market. That happens. They just go and buy on the open market. Just go onto their trading site and just start buying up millions of shares that are available. And what they're trying to do is they're trying to gain a big enough shareholding to be influential in voting, right? That is absolutely true. They sometimes, regulators typically regulate like disclosures on owning, so you can't just go and buy a bunch in secret and then just roll up in a big dramatic fashion and go, ha, I own now 42% of the whole company you didn't know, right? Like you by that point, you know, after sort of 5%, you probably have to disclose to the public that you've become a major shareholder. But it still does happen. But yeah, so Tencent owns 40%, but inside those 40%, they split a ton of new spots for commoners to buy a share for. Yeah, but that would mean Tencent don't own 40% anymore. So if there was 1 billion shares outstanding, but they wanted to fundraise, they might issue another 100 million shares, and just issue those 100 million. They'd be given a value that's expected of those 100 million. But you know, based on what they would think that both the fundraising and then the total value of the company at that point divided by the shares outstanding after the shares have been issued, and then issued them onto the open market and people start buying them. Yeah, say out of 100 shares they own 40, it will help fundraise for the company Tencent, and their shareholders decide to turn the 100 original shares into more. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so they might go from 100 to 150. So Tencent still own 40, but now their percentage is no longer 40%. Yes, exactly right. That's exactly right. Happens all the time. Sometimes that's good, sometimes that's bad. Companies also sometimes buy shares, their own shares, on the open market. So there might be 100 shares, of which 40 are public, and they go, we don't want 40 to be public anymore. So on the open market, they go buy 10 of them, and now they get rid of 10. So now the shares outstanding is only 90, of which the public owns 30, and the company owns 60. So their percentage actually goes up. And of course, because of that, now there are fewer shareholders, and typically if the demand is up, then the share price goes up. Fundraisers in someone comes in and donates, not donates, like actually, like they call it fundraising because they're literally like raising money, but they do so by selling parts of the company. Like no one ever gives. This is not true, but just take this in a sensible market. No one gives money to companies for free, right? That's not true. People do, but in a sensible, rational market, no one ever gives money away for free. They always want something in return, which is usually a share of the company, right? But that's not true. There are a bunch of idiots who give money away for free. So I couldn't tell you why they do that. But that does happen. I mean, charity is a different thing. We're not talking about charities, but yeah. So like, does this start to make sense? Like, this is what a share is. This is why fundamentally it's not gambling, because in theory, in a rational, sensible market, the company's value is an accurate reflection of some like multiple of the company's assets, their valuation, their products, their revenue, their profits. Right? So it's not gambling in that sense, because gambling is usually a literal chance. It's like it's black or red. But in this case, it's not. You have all the information that's available to you, all the public information, as long as it's true, which it should be. Otherwise, Microsoft has no incentive to give fake information, especially a company that big. But you have all the information available to you. So what you're doing is you're making an educated judgment on whether you believe the share price that people are paying for that share is worth it today. And it can be, it may not be. It really depends. Like, the markets are not so efficient that there's literally a true one value. For the people have different opinions on whether a company's value might be a little bit lower or a little bit higher than the standard. Yeah. Which is why share prices go up and down daily. Microsoft will be trading at some kind of value multiple above the money that it actually makes in a particular year. And the reason that is because people are buying shares today thinking that they will grow tomorrow, right? So they buy shares in advance of the money they will make next year and the year after and the year after. Because by the time they're making that money in 5 years, the share price will have gone up and it's too late to be buying in then. Yeah. So why do I see people sweating their ass out watching some weird Akala and then they try to sell at the right moment? Let me show you the clip. Yeah, I know exactly what you'll show me here. There'll be some It'll be some yeah.
Went to the computer to log into the crypto application.
This is cryptocurrency, by the way. So for starters, cryptocurrency is like, this is a different investment vehicle, and we won't do crypto. Just consider the fact that crypto is completely different from shares in its fundamentals. The mechanisms by which you trade it are very similar, right? Typically, you'll sell and buy crypto on an open market. Prices will be reflective of some kind of value that the masses think it's close to being worth. But the fundamentals behind a cryptocurrency aren't the same as the fundamentals behind a company, because crypto doesn't own anything. It doesn't typically have a product, doesn't typically have any kind of like inherent value. Sometimes they do, but they don't always have any kind of inherency in their value. But at least at a bare minimum, Microsoft has some inherent value. Like everything on this list is worth something. Azure's worth a shit ton of money. Windows, just the brand's worth a lot of money. The product's worth a lot of money. The employees are worth money because they've got lots of employees with a lot of skill. Office 365, you know, how many people use Word and Excel and shit? Like, so many people. So when you work for a company, you'll find this out very quick. It's impossible to get away from Outlook, for example. Xbox, like, you know, I own an Xbox. You know, it was nearly $1,000, that thing, but I bought it. You know, Xbox Live, or they're making money off that, Blizzard, etc., etc. Crypto, like Bitcoin, doesn't really have any of this. Bitcoin, by, you know, definition, probably has some brand value, so there's probably something there. Like if someone wanted to buy up all the Bitcoins, they'd own all the Bitcoins and then own the brand Bitcoin probably. So there'd be some value in it, but not really. I've missed Sandwich Man. So limited shares means limited supply. If there is more demand for the shares than there is supply, along with all the other valuation stuff, the price of the share goes up. Yep. People do short-term trading where they try to buy shares when they're lower priced and sell for a profit when they're higher. Most companies are going to continue going up in price over a long time. Well, careful with saying that, because that's a little bit survivorship bias. Most companies, not even most good companies necessarily do. What I would rather say, rather than most companies, as long as you're sort of suggesting that it's the market, period. Like if it's the index or the market, that's true. But if you meant most companies by the individual company, they're not necessarily, right? There are reasons companies can fail, and it doesn't necessarily mean that the company at the time wasn't good, right? So be careful about this, because like Blockbuster was considered a blue chip company, right? Before it went bust. Like, you know, there are companies that existed and then all of a sudden they didn't, just because of all sorts of different things that caused it not to go. Yeah, Kodak, yeah, great example, right? So I'd always be careful saying like most companies go up. And this is where like ETFs become really handy, because an ETF let's just talk about broad market, not like unique and exotic ETFs, but like a standard broad market ETF is typically a self-balancing and self-cleaning investment vehicle, which gives you shares in companies all across the market. So in that case, you are just following the way the market goes, and typically the market just goes up. Like it has for 100 years. It has. The S&P 500. You know, if you looked 100 years into the past, has gone up something like 10% per year, right? So if you're waiting, you'll see a general increase without having to hope to sell at the right moment. Yeah, so the flower store run by a grandma, the local bakery run by a young lady, a small repair shop run by a young man, those are private companies unless they decide to go public. Yes, absolutely they are. Yep, private, they are 100% private companies. They are the very definition of a private company, because small companies almost always are. So a company worth, let's say, $3,000 can open shares for a position, and John B can own some of the company by owning 50%. Yes. With certain caveats, like, you know, a company worth $3,000 probably doesn't have the money to list. That, you know, that they probably don't meet the rules to list on most share, because a lot of indexes are private. So like the CBOE is private, the Nasdaq's private, the Australian Stock Exchange is private. So they set rules. Some of them are regulated, some of them are not. So like the ASX probably doesn't just accept any company because they end up just with crap all over the market. So they need to retain some level of cleanliness in what companies go in. But you'll be surprised, like the lowest market cap companies on the ASX are worth jack shit. They're like worth $1 million. It's very little money in the grand scheme of things. And you could probably, if you earn $20,000 of that, all of a sudden you own 2% of a company. That's a lot. Like that's owning 2% of any company on a listed exchange is a lot. So you can do it. Like I could do it tomorrow if I wanted to. I could go, but I wouldn't because that's a dumb idea to own some, tiny little company that I know nothing about. Essentially, yes, though, keep in mind private can still be owned by multiple people if the original owners decide to. Yeah, absolutely. So if you're in a duo company and you own a company with your mate, then you each own 50%. So yeah, it's still a private company, but you're a 50% shareholder in that company. So let's say John decided to open one spot for a shareholder. Jeff comes in and buys that share. So now John and Jeff own it for 50%. Yes. If the company goes and grows up to the millions, could John and Jeff both decide that they only keep the one spot? So only Jeff and John own the company now? Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, if you can turn your company into a multi-million-dollar company without then ever need to get investment money, absolutely. Yeah, you're well within your rights to do that. You can make millions and millions of dollars and just have two people in the whole company. That's hard because, even like getting employees, some employees want equity in your company. So sometimes it's not even investors. Sometimes you pay an employee through equity to be involved. That's why some like early employees of companies end up really rich when a company goes public. This happened to Microsoft, happened to Amazon, happened to Netflix, happened to fucking McDonald's, happened to all sorts of companies. The early employees end up filthy rich because they were paid in equity and shares. My company pays me in shares as well. So I also get shares in my own company, and I now am an owner of a company I work for, at least partly. So if there is a shareholder, why do people do crypto, or in a way, what is different from crypto? So cryptocurrency is a currency. And people do currency trading. Like people go and buy, yen and hope the yen goes up against the US dollar. It's just different investment vehicles. So some people, this is where like the term gambling does. Yo, Orbs, what's up, bro? This is where the term, gambling does start to become a little more applicable to like unique and exotic investment vehicles. So if you're in cryptocurrency, for example, yeah, you kind of are just a little bit hoping that, other people buying it and believe it goes up. In some cases there are like legitimate use cases, like if Bitcoin's development team figure out a way to make transactions really quick and get it broadly accepted as a currency, then there's reason for it to potentially go up in value. They absolutely potentially might buy it. And when you're private, nobody can touch you, not even Microsoft. Yeah, unless Microsoft rolls up and goes, hey, I want your company for $10 million. In which case, if your company was only worth $1 million when Microsoft wants it for 10, you're not going to say no. You're going to go, fuck yeah, I'm giving you 10. You can have it for $10 million because I'll just go and make another company for $1 million, right? So that's why a K-pop company wants to buy an idol right away after they leave their company, because they believe the idol will make their company bigger. Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, so, for Hybe, for example, that's why it wasn't good that New Jeans left, because Hybe's share price was probably heavily dependent on the success of New Jeans. So New Jeans breaking their New Jeans being like one of Hybe's biggest IPs means that when New Jeans sort of left, then yeah, absolutely, it would mean that that investors probably think that Hybe's revenue will drop, and therefore they sell their shares thinking that it will go down. Absolutely. Team Cherry came to mind, the guys from South Australia who made Hollow Knight. Yeah, did that get bought, Team Cherry? Cryptocurrency at its most basic derives its value from being finite. There's a limit to how much Bitcoin there will ever be. Yes, and presuming that someone believes that owning a Bitcoin means someone else doesn't, and therefore that means that the supply of the available supply of Bitcoin is limited, then in theory, if the demand keeps going up, then the people willing to pay for it goes up, and therefore the price goes up. So yes. Is Bitcoin a company? No, it's not a company. there is like an open development team, but it's very complicated. I'm not really going to get into crypto in that regard, right? It's decentralized, meaning nobody controls it individually, yes, and it's running from thousands of computers. One of the reasons it was made in the first place. And if someone finds those thousands of computers and destroys them, then what? Yeah, good question. I mean, a 50% attack is what you're talking about when someone owns 50% plus one of the available computers for a cryptocurrency, means that they own the majority of the controlling computers and therefore can create the rules and make the rules. For Bitcoin, that's not likely because it's not thousands, it's multiple millions. But there was some genuine risk when like companies started investing in Bitcoin, that companies putting so much money into it could mean that it centralized it to just sort of 6, 7, or 8 companies, and those 6, 7, 8 companies could collude to do whatever they liked with it. So there was some genuine concern at the time. Yeah. If a solar flare destroys all tech on the planet, again, there's a bigger problem. Yes. And I say this to my friend, because he thinks that, Microsoft's share price could just go down from $100 to $40 overnight. And I said to him, man, like if that happens, there's so many more problems. You just don't have to worry about that. Like from a risk management perspective, if you wanted to risk manage it, there's a certain level of risk you just have to accept. That if you lose money on something like that, everyone else has too. So you're not even losing compared to your neighbor. Microsoft's so big that everyone's losing their job if Microsoft is to go, right? Yeah, just don't go all in on Microsoft. Yeah, agreed. And that's true because Microsoft's one of many companies. So that's why ETFs are really popular, because ETFs are just broad market. They just invest in everything in comparison to its level of contribution to that index, based on weight, based on either money weighting or in some cases just literally the value, the price of the share. That's the Dow Jones, it does that. But yeah, typically it's market cap weighted or something like that. So if you just buy a share of Hive for like $60, who cares if you lose money or gain? You can just say I own part of Hive. Yeah, I know I do. I own. I couldn't tell you exactly how much I owned, but I have shares in Hive, or at least part of a share in Hive. Yeah. Hive. Yeah, my 0.05% of my money is Hive. So I couldn't tell you if I even own one share. But yes, absolutely you can. And I thought about this. I thought about buying like SM Entertainment, is my way into K-pop just to own the companies until I'm a big enough investor to get invited to their fucking investment shows or whatever, right? And if you lose, yeah, it's sad, but you didn't lose that much. If it grows, then you'll be partying and can sell it when you get very old. Yeah, maybe. I mean, Hybe could go bankrupt. I'm not going to tell you, for example, that Hybe will be a company that exists forever. They could go bankrupt. They could get sold. Like, sold doesn't mean they get sold for free. Sold means that they'll get sold for some dollar per share or some cents per share, right? So, in those cases, you're not going to necessarily lose money simply, for that company being sold. But yeah, you would have $0 from $60. So that's sad. Is your ownership position gone? Yeah, well, I mean, you'll get money for the sale of Hybe. Like if Hybe were to be sold, you would earn something from that. But yes, then your ownership position is gone. Well, if Hybe is only sold for cash, Hybe could be sold for shares. So you could end up being a shareholder of a different company. That's true too. That does happen. So does this start to make sense? I thought this was going to be like 10 minutes, but it ends up being like an hour. I'm happy to spend as much time on it as you want. Also, you missed the guy that was talking in before Orbs. Well, he hasn't said anything else. You might have jumped because we're talking non-K-pop. Jeju, that's the bloke. He came on Friday and he was showing all his photos from like K-pop concerts and stuff. It was really cool. Yeah, Orbs, if you're there, you have to link your Twitter again so Jeju can have a look, because Jeju's a big K-pop fan. Also, what I mean by Team Cherry, it's owned by 2 blokes, and then there's a handful of other people that help them build the games. But yeah, they made a buttload of money as just 2 guys. Okay, yeah, it does happen. I think Walmart is like, I think there are some companies that barely have any investors. I think Walmart's one of those. Like Walmart barely has any investors, and some just make become billionaires just because they never sold out. So can you tell me why this dude in the video is doing this? Even sweat. All right, let's have a look.
The verification process was a pain in the neck, but he was lucky that he could still see a few things on his broken phone, and he was able to log in. David had a chance to get a 600% profit, but he was a man of greed, and he wanted to wait until he got to an 800% profit. He would regret that decision for the rest of his life.
Risky.
At that very moment, the police began to break down the door. David desperately tried to hold it shut, his eyes glued to the computer screen. Just as the GB coin reached its peak of 800%, the police shot him with an electric taser, and he collapsed to the floor.
And then he missed the sale, and then he missed the sale.
As his vision faded to black, he desperately tried to click the sell button, but things went south real quick. The police got inside and the computer's cable was accidentally unplugged. At that moment,
so crypto has really high liquidity and really volatile. So this guy was trying to wait. Ad started. All right, take a break. I haven't even gotten through half my beer. That's how much we're into this. Normally I've finished a beer by now. Been going for an hour. He's one of the actors that played in Squid Game. That's probably why I enjoyed Squid Game in the first place. He was trying to sell it at the very last moment at its highest price, and in failing to do so, the price since dropped, caused by people selling at that high price, and has probably lost money at the very least, lost his big ticket payday. Yes, yeah, but doesn't this mean if you own that currency, then you have to be glued on your screen the whole time? Yeah, actually, you do. If that's what you're trying to do, like time the market, then yes. Sorry, are we all back? I've got like 15 seconds to add, but I'd say most people are back. Let me explain one more thing, and this might help with a lot of this sort of thing. And then I'll explain this one thing. It should hopefully explain what's going on. All right. So most investment vehicles have trade in what's sort of like it's almost like an open auction, sort of like an open auction. And so in almost all investment vehicles, you have what's called like an order book. And the order book is a list of all the open offers and like sort of like the buys and the sells, right? Like the open offers and the open bids. And so typically what you'll have for any particular asset. And we're going to talk about like high liquidity assets. And what I mean by high liquidity is that there's a lot of trading volume. So there's a lot of buyers, there's a lot of sellers, there's a lot of bidders, there's a lot of offerers, right? There's definitely low liquidity shares in investment vehicles where there's, there might just be like two trades a day, in which case the order book is almost always empty. But if we think about something like a Microsoft, the Bitcoin, for example, the volume of trades per day is huge. So there's always people buying and selling. And it's important for that video you were watching. So a trade book might look something like offers, and you might have the top offer at, say, let's say it's $10,000, right? And then you'll have an offer at $9,000. And then an offer at $8,000, and then someone's offering like $7,500. Someone else is offering one at $6,000, and then it's sort of at $6,000. You then you've got a $5,500. So we'll leave a gap here, and we'll go back the other way. And so now so these offers are the people wanting to buy. So wanting to buy, right? This are the people wanting to sell, right? So these are the people wanting to sell, and it will be something like 5,500, might be 6,000, might be 7,500, 8,000, 9,000, right? 10,000, something like this, right? It's very, very simplistic. Yo, Thunderbirdie, what's up, man? It's a very simplistic, but you got to capture this at a point in time, because otherwise this breaks down really quick if you think about how this works in practice. So there's this in the middle here. So this blank space in the middle is where the market would describe its price, right? They would say that the actual price at that point in time is equal to $5,750. Which is the difference between the 5,500 and the 6,000 here. Let's also presume that each offer is for one share, like for one asset, right? Not like, because in reality, there'd be like 10 offers at $10,000 for 100,000 shares. There's 3 offers at $7,500 for 200,000 shares. Like, it's very complicated in this regard, but the actual price might be set at like 5,750, right? And I just make sure I got this right, because it's 5,500. Someone's gonna offer at the bids. No, I think I've done this wrong. Sorry. Hang on. 5,000. Oh no, I've done this wrong. There are buyers at 10, buyers at 9, buyers at 8, buyers at 7. Oh, sorry, sellers at 10, sellers at 9, sellers at 8, sellers at 750, sellers at 6, and people offering less. So actually, sorry, I've done this wrong. We're gonna put 5,000 in. 4,000, 3,000. Sorry, I had to go the other way. I've done this wrong. Yeah, because I thought it was looking weird. How did I do that? F12. What did I do that? Yeah, there we go. I thought this was weird. All right. So sorry. The actual price 5,250. All right. So what's happening here? So this stuff is what Shark Tank is all about. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Good, yeah, good, Thunderbirdie. I'm glad you're doing well. So this does watch up. My close experience with trading like this is probably the Steam community market. It is exactly like that. To even like Steam markets is the same, right? So what's happening here? Wanting to sell, right? Is there's like a two-sided trade war going on. There are people who are wanting to sell at really high prices, and there are people wanting to buy at lower prices. What ends up happening is people then eventually, over time, meet in the middle, right? So there'll be something like, someone wanting to buy at 5,000 and someone wanting to sell at 5,500, and eventually someone will, it's more like the market price, not actual price, market price. Someone will go, okay, I'll take it at 5,500, right? And so this person who's selling their share is taken off the order book, and we've now got a big gap of $1,000 between it. That's the spread, right? What typically happens in like a liquid market is then someone immediately goes, oh shit, someone bought at 5,500. I'm going to list mine at 5,500, right? So if someone else bought at 5,500, I'm going to sell mine at 5,000. So I'm going to buy at 5,500 because someone was willing to sell at 5,500, right? And so now all of a sudden the market price has gone up. Now it's 5,750. So the market price has gone up, right? Take this away for a sec because it's confusing. Yeah, this kind of makes sense. So now the trade's in between here at like 5,500 and 6,000, and a bidder, all of a sudden a buyer has left. You know, so now I don't want to buy at 5,500 anymore, right? So this one's going to go away, and now there's a gap, and so the seller's going, oh, the best offers are $5,000, so I'm going to list a bit lower because I want to sell mine today, and I'm going to go back to 5,500, right? Or they might go, you know what, I'm willing to accept $5,000. So I'm going to list mine at $5,000. And these two then go away, right? And now you're left with a 5,500 and a 4,000. And so that's going to fill up because you want that number to be close. Yeah. Yeah. It grows like a train. Yeah. And so this is where the price is decided. So the price of an asset is decided in this like tug of war between people wanting to buy and people wanting to sell. The demand of like people up here. Someone might one day go, you know what, I'm willing to pay all of this. I'm going to buy all of them. And they go, and all of a sudden like up to 10,000 goes away. And that means if someone's willing to spend 10,000, in theory, that makes the value at the point, the highest value any person in that market is willing to pay for it. So the value would become $10,000 because someone paid $10,000, right? So in a high liquidity environment, there's always this tug of war between like people trying to buy and sell. So in this example you gave, cryptocurrency is really highly volatile, typically because there are a lot of sellers and buyers. And for varying reasons, there can just be a big swing one way. So in his case, he was trying to buy
fainted. 4 hours later
at like 800% gain, which whatever price that was, he was trying to reach that. And for whatever reason, it sort of got there and it didn't last and it swung back the other way, right? And then it all sort of went back down, right? And that's literally this in action over a period of time. Is just the tug of war going up and down of people buying and selling for various reasons. They think it's worth more. They think it's cheap what's being offered. When you've got millions of people participating in this, it can swing very, a lot. When there are fundamentals behind a price, typically fluctuations don't occur as much unless there are external factors which can cause it. For example, tariffs, government intervention, some kind of event like, war and terrorism can cause it. Pandemic caused it, all sorts of like external events. But for things that don't have big, strong fundamentals behind them, the valuation and the offers become more, vibes based, more, gambling. Like, I think someone's willing to pay more, or, I like it. I don't like it. I'm willing to sucker someone in for money, right? And cryptocurrency can be like that. There's some, look, I'm not against crypto by any stretch. I actually think there is real value in some crypto, not all of it. Meme coins like Doge and Shiba and whatever, they're garbage. Like, I have no idea why we care about them, but people are willing to pay for them. But Bitcoin, I think, at its core is almost just, it's valuable. Being valuable because people think it's valuable, I actually think is totally valid. Like, that is a completely valid thing. People are always willing to say, oh, gold is legit and gold has actual intrinsic value. But actually, like, it kind of does, but not a lot. Like, the intrinsic value of gold is because we turn it into nice shiny rocks. We use it in electronics, but there's no way that the value of gold is based on its pure intrinsic value of its actual use, right? Like, people are buying gold because other people buy gold. So any person online, for example, who tells you that gold is somehow fundamentally different to Bitcoin, I just look like, I don't agree with that. Like, it's not that different. Like, there is some fundamental difference, but it's not so much so that the valuations can be this much different, right? Gold at its core does something, but we only, for a lot of what gold's value is, it's literally just because it's shiny and it looks pretty. That is it. Like, if that wasn't true, the only people who would purchase gold would be companies that needed to use it. That would really be it. And people would only be buying gold because they would hope companies would buy it off them at an elevated price to use it in the manufacture of products. Right? Yeah, agree. But people buy gold on this basis of a safe haven asset because they think it just retains its value. So that there is valuation in gold that is purely based on like a cultural understanding of what we think of gold, right? So Bitcoin in that regard isn't actually that a lot different because people consider Bitcoin to be like digital gold. Like that's what they think of it, right? So you know, I actually think that's valid. So like while I'm criticizing gold for that, I'm actually not saying that it's not valid. I'm actually saying I kind of agree with that. I'm totally okay with that. Can you check my upper comments? Yes, sorry, I missed a couple. I sold my cards cheaper than what the current price is. So let's say 16 cents. I sold my card for 15 cents so I can get the money right away because there are people who want to buy for 15. It's literally how it works. Exactly. You front ran the order book and you sold quick. Yes, because the liquidity and the demand was there and someone was willing to accept yours first because people will always buy the cheapest. In a mass market, people will always move to the cheapest in an efficient market. So in an inefficient market, there are always circumstances and situations where people won't be paying the cheapest. That's called arbitrage, and that's a whole different thing, which we won't talk about now. I personally don't care about 1 cent. Yeah, and for what a lot of my trades, I don't either. So I'm the same. Like I'm willing to undercut in some cases to sell quick because I don't care about, you know, cents on the dollar for some trades. Exactly. And that is actually part of this, that individuals who go into it have differing opinions on value. And even for those situations, that is also true. I'm the same as you. I don't care if it's a cent. You know, like if that translates to $1 over $5,000, why would I care about that? I don't, because like it would gain $1 in 2 weeks, like, or it would gain $1 in 20 minutes. Like I don't care, especially if I don't have to do anything. So do these people want to sell for 17 cents? Target those who want to sell for cheaper. So are those people in trouble? So the people who are targeting, you know, here at like 6,000, in some cases might just be hoping that the buyers have high enough demand that they get to 6,000 because they've bought the 5,500 already, and now we're at 6,000, and that's the only one available. And so if someone really wants to own it, they have to pay that because that's the current lowest price available. This is true for everything you buy. Like you go and buy eggs and you really want eggs, but eggs have gone up in price and the lowest you can buy them is, you know, $10 more than it was last week. Are you wanting to buy eggs? $10 is a lot, but a lot more is a lot, but maybe you really want eggs. And now you bought eggs for $10 more, and all of a sudden the person selling eggs is like, shit, someone's willing to pay $10 more for eggs this week. And so now they leave them at $10 more, right? That is true. So I understand the decrease from 16 to 15, but what makes the 15 go to 16? Yeah, there's none available at 15. That's what makes it go to 16. Because someone might go, if someone doesn't care about 1 cent on the sell, it could equally be true that someone doesn't care about 1 cent on the buy. So they go, wow, it's 16 cents, who cares, 1 cent. So they're willing to pay 16 because there's none available at 15. So that's what causes it to go up. So the card can be sold for 16 because the market price of 15, so people will buy it for that price. I don't see how it would grow from there then. Yeah, this is literally just demand. Like if demand was completely neutral and someone was like, I don't want to buy it unless it's 15 cents. And there's literally no person on planet Earth that would want to buy it unless it's 15 cents, then it will never go to 16. That's exactly right. Like that's a demand curve that is so balanced that that the price of that product can literally never just beat a ceiling, because there's either always enough being sold that you can always wait until it's 15 cents, or people just never want it for 16. That's strange, but it does happen in some cases. There are products that never go above a certain price simply because no one will ever pay for it above a certain price. That is true. There are tons of crystals way prettier than gold. Can you check my, oh yeah, I've done that. So yeah, we're good for that. If there are a lot of people in a rush to sell low value items, will decrease enough eventually for the price to climb back up. And that's the supply part of it, isn't it? So eventually we just run out. Like we run out of people being able to sell them for 15 cents. And all of a sudden the ones that are left are like, well, now I can just tell the people what I want for it. And so it goes up to 16, 17, 18, 19 because there's just not enough left. So that now the supply has beaten the demand because the supply has gone the other way, right? So now the demand is the same or it's even dropped, but the supply has dropped quicker. And now the people who own the remainder, and this is true for shares. It happens in shares too. Even for shares, you know, demand can outstrip the remaining supply of shares. That's why companies do buybacks. Companies go and buy shares in the open market specifically to reduce supply so that demand inherently goes up. And therefore the share price of the remaining shares go up. Fun fact, Juju, often cheap items on places like Steam will be sold for $500 in order to launder money. Yo, Stiggy, long time, man. Welcome back. Yes, that's true. They do that. Laundering money. We could talk about laundering money and how that works. I think we can move this, yeah? This storyline movie is just AI generated stuff. So leave the noobs to sell them for cheap and then have the amateurs keep those. And then since they own it, get to decide to raise the price up. Yeah, and people do that. People corner the market and they go and buy up all of the product specifically to sell it at an elevated price. 100% they do. You know, if there's 1,000 available for 15 cents, someone go, hey, you know what, I can spend $150, corner the market, buy them all, and now I can set whatever price I like if the demand remains high. That happens all the time. Yeah, people do that. People just go and spend the $150 and buy up all of the amount. Typically, though, in an efficient market, someone going and buying that amount would have short-term changes on the supply-demand curve. So people who have seen that will naturally put prices up because they've seen someone purchase all of them, right? So if there are some available, in order for that to be successful, you have to be confident that the supply itself won't increase. Because if the supply increases just to meet it, then you've just bought 150 and they're still worth. You've just bought $150 worth, but they're still 15 cents, and you own 1,000. So that wouldn't work for you. You might lose no money but then you could. The opposite could be true. You then just go and flood the market and people want to undercut you. So all of a sudden the price comes down. So that can backfire on you. This might be the best example. Shows the quantity. I own one. So there's none out of 189,000. Yeah. In money, this is worth $80, but you can't get money from Robux. Yeah. Yes. So I assume these Silverthorn antlers don't have more being created. So this is a limited supply. And there are no one selling them. So the actual liquidity on this is low. Is quite low. So when someone sells them, they could probably, set the demand a little higher, set the price a little higher. Yeah. Below the quantity. In here, right? The average price at 7.7 and the original price at 250. Yeah. So obviously people want them. There is bound to be a third-party website that later sell the item for real money. Such websites exist for Team Fortress 2 and Counter-Strike. Yeah, probably. Below the quantity, see more resellers. Oh, yeah, here we go. Can I do it? It doesn't work for me. Either there are none or this website doesn't work that well. Yeah, okay. It doesn't work for me. It doesn't matter. Look, I get what the point is, though. Yo, Darren T, what's up, man? Great day, young man. I see you set up. You thought you would have taken a bit longer to set up. I had the meat pie stream. No, we haven't had the meat pie stream yet. I do want to do it. You thought it might take me a bit longer. No, I actually ended up only taking a week to get it set up. I even streamed like the week I moved in, but we did an IRL stream. So yeah, it actually worked quite well. But there's been a few hiccups in the new place. You can see all the moving boxes still here. They're going to be there for a while. But yes, it is. We are in the new setup. But yeah, it's good to see you, man. I think it's been a couple of weeks. I don't know if I will end up doing a cooking stream. I was just there today at the other place. I've actually just killed the gas at the other place because I don't want to keep paying for gas. So I'm not sure I'll do a cooking stream there or not. Maybe I'll just buy a meat pie and I'll eat a meat pie on stream. Maybe we can do that. Not sure. I had bought this for $250 while they're being sold, and then it bought out and started raising its value to $250 to $8,000. Yeah. There you go. That's a classic example of probably gambling, unless you really just wanted the item and you just got lucky. But that's sometimes what people do. They do that with fucking Pokemon cards, man. Like, look, like, man, I've got graded Pokemon cards in here, and these go up and down in value. They go, sometimes I buy them because I like them, but like sometimes one day they're one thing and one day they're another price. I've got Pokemon cards, I've got graded fucking K-pop cards here. That's a minnow. Dude, sell those. No, I like them. I keep them because I like them. I don't buy Pokemon cards as an investment. Typically, I buy them because I like them. But I mean, in fairness, I only just bought that once. There's not really anything more in that value yet. Some of them I might look at selling in the future just because I don't like them as much, but anymore. But for the most part, I own them because I like them. So they just fill up my top drawer.
Holiday.
You know what you can buy for those? Yeah, probably shares Microsoft, which we were talking about before. My brother plays a railway signal game on Roblox called Dovedale. Oh yeah. Your brother's older than you, right? Yeah. I was thinking about this yesterday. I was like, I always like remember older brothers being distinctly older than me, but I have a feeling I'm older than both of you. And I don't know what to think about that. That made me feel old. It made me feel like that gif of Matt Damon turning into an old man at the end of Saving Private Ryan. He's only, I was going to say, I have a feeling I'm well older than both of you as well. I have a feeling I'm substantially older than both of you. Man, I remember like playing like Overwatch with you, Sandwich Man, reminds me of like being sort of 19, 20 at my mate's house after school and playing GameCube and like Final Fantasy, Super Smash Brothers and all that sort of stuff. And he had an older brother. And do you think you're older than me? I actually don't know. I actually do have a few people that are a little older than me in this stream. So you could be older than me. I don't know. I do have lots of people here that come and they're in their late 30s and their early 40s in some cases. I don't know, to be honest. Speaking about K-pop, this drama between Southeast Asia and Korea is quite interesting as an outsider, just sitting down with the popcorn. This is that thing, right, about the person taking the camera to the concert, like the Korean person taking the camera to the concert in Malaysia or something, and they banned it at the time, and then that person apologized, but then all these Korean Twitter people came on and started hassling, and sorry, Sandwich Man, I was saying like, and I remember my mate's brother. I'm not friends with him anymore, but I remember his brother was like 5 or 6 years older than us. And someone 5 or 6 years older, when you're that age at 18, it may as well be an entire generation above you. Like, it's just different lived experience by that point, because they're in work, they're post uni. I was 18. Might have only just started uni by that point. Well post uni, they just have a different lived experience. So it's hard to relate to them. It's a bit easier these days with the internet to relate to people, because there's a lot more things to relate to them too. We didn't have the internet as much back then. So like this is sort of 2008, 2009. The internet existed, but it was MySpace. It was barely anything of any. You're old, okay. So like for me, that's kind of what I imagined when your brother came. I was like, oh yeah, brother and older. But then I realized yesterday, I was like, oh fuck, hang on a second. I straight up am like 10 years older than him. I have to be. I have to be. I'm the old man. It's me. I'm the fucking old man. Oh god, that sucked. When you realize you're getting old, you're trying to fight it, then you got to accept. Yeah, I think like I peaked as a man who looked good at like 30, so like 5 years ago. Like I remember looking at myself. I was 15, 16 kilos lighter than what I am now. I was healthy. I was 30, so still youthful, but manly enough to look like a proper adult. I was living in Sydney. It was good. You don't remember MySpace, so then you're probably not that old. If you don't remember MySpace, I distinctly remember MySpace. Are you in your 30s or your 20s? I guess I'll put it this way. Because if you're in your late 20s, you're older than the average Twitch, but you're not older than me. So, yeah, I sort of want to get back to how I felt when I was 30, but then from 30, it just fucking went downhill. I got to there and just whooped straight down. I'm not nearly as healthy as I was then. It's crazy. You also have to remember that the world was not very connected. Yeah, and this is what I was saying before, that like the lived experience of someone was hard to relate to because you just didn't have the ability to get online and read about it all day and every day, right? Like you just couldn't. Like my mate's brother who was at work. I knew nothing about the working world other than what my parents did. You know, knew nothing about what to expect at university. Knew nothing about, you know, what he did and who he hung out with. But like for you people these days, you can go online and look at me and see what I do and talk about the things I talk about, and you know I can explain the knowledge that I've got around shares and investing and all this sort of stuff. We can talk about mutual interests because, you know, how would you have found someone who was into K-pop years ago? I knew no one who was into K-pop until like literally meeting Jeju online. That I actually think he's the first person, and that's like 12 years after I started getting into it, right? Crazy. And now it's, well, you have to also remember that the world is not very connected. Now we're splitting apart again. Yeah. Yes, it is true. Maybe this is a sign you should get into Roblox. I don't know. No, like MySpace is not European. We had European alternatives. Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah. Okay. You didn't really remember MySpace because you didn't have MySpace. All right, fair enough. I thought MySpace was a little more ubiquitous across the world. Again, I just didn't know. I didn't know Europeans back then. I knew people in Asia because I had, you know, friends in Japan and stuff, but I didn't know Europeans. I knew some of my family lived in England. They're really all I had to know of. So, you know, now I know people all over the world. I remember MySpace, but didn't quite use it because I knew the plan to take over the world. Wasn't even into the whole Facebook. I wasn't into Facebook either. I've had Facebook 3 times in my life, but I haven't had it now since about 2021. So, and I just don't even miss it in the slightest. I've got no particular interest in it at all. I had it from 2011 to like 2014, and then again from like 2018 to 2021, and neither times have been that valuable. Don't even have Facebook now. ChatGPT now is allowing you contacts, which means more than likely they're going to have social networks soon, all driven by AI, which is ridiculous. I have no idea why someone would be interested in a social network, just AI people. Like I'm not anti-AI and I'm okay with AI as a personal use tool, but I'm not going to go and look at and pretend I'm in a social media with robots. It just sounds dumb. What's this Southeast Asia versus Korea thing? Yeah, it's yeah, that was sort of the short of it I mentioned before. Basically, there was a concert. I don't remember who it was, but there was a concert where they banned professional cameras. A Korean person took a professional camera there, either not knowing or whatever. They got called out on Twitter. I think someone took a picture and said, hey, this person's got a camera. They got called out on Twitter. That Korean person apologized, but then a bunch of Korean Twitter came and defended that person, you know, and then it got into like a mixed sort of racism plus elitism fight. Then a bunch of other countries, people got involved, and now it's like a Korea versus everyone else. It's weird. I got Facebook when I turned 13, all excited. Barely used it to delete my account like 1 year later. Yeah, yes. I had it for a little bit. It was not interesting. It's no more interesting now. It actually wasn't different back then. It was still full of bullshit, still full of... I remember one time, this is the kind of thing... This exemplifies like why I didn't like Facebook, right? I don't know if I can find it, but basically someone I went to high school with, not my friend, but I was friends with him on Facebook, which is what you sort of were back then. You're friends with everyone you knew, right? But they believed, anyone here sort of been to a petrol station and, you know, put the petrol gun into from the Bowser into your tank and press the trigger to start, right? So this person, she believed, she saw a video, and the video basically showed someone taking the gun and sticking the gun into the car, pulling the trigger just for 1 liter. And they pulled it for 1 liter but the price on the Bowser didn't match the price per liter of the actual petrol. You know, she's like, oh, they're scamming us. They're all scamming us, you know. Wow, it's so obvious, you know. And like she'd put, this person had put a liter in and it came out to a price, different from the value per liter. Right. And so like there's 10 million shares on Facebook, whatever fucking amount there is, you know. And like most misinformation, there's an old adage and sort of a popular saying, which is something to the extent of lies have flown around the world before the truth has even gotten up in the morning, something like that, right? Which is, it takes a long time for someone to come and explain what's really happening. And what essentially was happening was the Bowser doesn't operate well under a particular amount of volume, because the sensors require sort of balancing in an average, and it averages out per liter to be the value per liter that it says on the board. And so if you put only a liter in, what you end up doing is like moving petrol through the pipe. The sensor for the value starts at the front of the Bowser, but the petrol that goes through the pipe could include part of the liter. There'd be part of that in the gun, part of that in your tank. And it sort of works out like that because no one just puts a fucking liter in. No one ever just puts a liter of petrol in, right? Like that's the point. Like the point here was some kind of gotcha that petrol companies were scamming. And don't get me wrong, I think petrol companies kind of are scamming, but not for that reason. I think they collude on petrol prices, but it's not that, right? And this was Facebook. Like this was what Facebook was to me. It was just people getting angry over little societal gotchas that just were irrelevant because they were either fringe cases that don't happen. They were things people just wanted to get angry about. They were just lies. They were things that if you put any level of critical thinking into them, you'd just rip it to shreds immediately. Like it just, you know, it'd be, in that example, it would just be, okay, what happens if you put 10 liters in? Show me what the price is at 10 liters, not at 1. Let's see. Like show me at 1, but then show me at 10, show me at 50. And let's see if that actually is true. And if it's not, then there's something occurring with just putting a liter in that's causing the price to not reflect correctly on the Bowser. It's probably because the Bowsers typically have a rating for price accuracy over a certain volume, which is what normal people do. But no, you can't convince thousands of people on Facebook that that's the truth, right? It just ends up being, this is why I deleted it. Like I deleted it because like, what am I gaining out of this? I'm just listening to people get suckered into crap. So yeah, that's why I deleted Facebook. And the other reason was because my mate just kept sending me the dumbest jokes, the dumbest memes. Like I just didn't like any of that. Like it was so dumb. I just like what, like fine. Like I don't dislike my friend, obviously, but his level of humor is completely different from mine. And he sends me crap that I just don't laugh at. And I just didn't want to tell him to stop. So it was easier for me to delete my Facebook account than it was to tell him to stop sending me memes. I tried for years to try and fix that, to stop that, like looking for Facebook to have a setting to stop people sending me messages and stuff. But, you know, the only thing I could do was either delete my friends, delete Facebook, and it was easy to just delete Facebook and just tell them I just didn't want it anymore. So yeah, I don't have Facebook, don't have Messenger, I have WhatsApp, but I don't use it. I only have like WhatsApp. I used WhatsApp for like a job recruiter a while back. And that was just a one-time thing. And then I used it for like real estate hunting when I was trying to buy a house. Because for some reason he wanted to send me all the details through WhatsApp. Who knows why? And then I have a LinkedIn account, but again, I don't use that either. And that's the same as Facebook. And to be honest, I'm not sure why I still have it. I might even delete my LinkedIn account. I don't really use that. I haven't got any of my jobs from it, so it's not that useful either. I don't have anything else. I guess Reddit is social media, so I do have like a stream Reddit account. Technology Connections made a great point in his latest video, in that petrol is well and truly a single-use product. Not recyclable, unlike all the materials in a battery remaining there even after it degrades in capacity. I went to a petrol station today because I'm borrowing my mum and dad's car for this move. It's the first time I've probably been to a petrol station in 2 years, and I fucking hate it. I hate it. I don't enjoy it. Man, it's such a boring slog. Why do people think that not buying like an electric car is why like having to deal with fucking petrol stations is better than just buying an EV? It just fucking it's stupid. Like seriously, how? It sucks, man. You got to stand there. You got to remember the number that you're at. You got to figure out which price to ratio of petrol to water or whatever the fucking thing they put in for the ethanol 91. It's ethanol, not water, but the premium 98 or whatever. And you got to figure out which one actually is better value, because the petrol content is the only thing that really works in your engine. Then you've got to go inside and deal with have you got an everyday rewards card? You know, it's 2 for 1 on X, blah 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 blah. And then you pay, then you pay, and you're like, do you want a receipt? No. And there's $110. Like, fuck's sake. Like, man, I fill up in a 50-liter tank. It's $108 or whatever to buy a fucking petrol. And then if you got to do that, then you got to shop around for petrol if you really want to save money. You got to save receipts if you want to save 2 cents a liter off your fucking petrol or whatever. Then you got to turn your car off in order so the thing don't blow up, because that actually does happen. You got to make sure that the fuel closed. You're at risk of getting your fuel stolen. That's actually happened to me before. When a car I owned early on actually did get the fuel siphoned out. None of this is a problem with an electric car, which is what I own at the moment, right? I charge at home. It's charging now. I can drive hundreds of kilometers. I've driven from here to Sydney. I've driven from here to north rural South Australia. I can drive it nearly anywhere of any point in a very large country, and all these people, Sandwich Man's Point, Herder the range, they just don't know. They just don't realize it's just not a fucking problem. This is a very limited item. Guess the value based on the Robux. All right, let's have a look. Okay, sounds more interesting indeed, but methinks humans create the level of interaction with each other. So I reckon the quality of humans and their social skills determines whether or not it's good. And humans on social media specifically suck. They suck. Like MySpace, but with items like backgrounds, music, and virtual furniture. MySpace had cool music. You could customize your MySpace page with like HTML and CSS. I used to do that. It was awesome. 14,970,000. You told me that the one at 14 was 80, so I assume it's like $800. Is that about right? 100 is like $1. 100 is like $1. Oof. So $15,000. $60,000. Jesus. Why? Who pays for this? This actually means someone bought this. I don't know why this isn't working for me. There's some problem with the pop-ups or whatever. Who fucking buys this though? Like, what's the point? It's not even, it doesn't even look that good. It's like a low effort, it's like a low effort asset. And I assume Roblox like earns a percentage of the money, right? Like Roblox, because there's 301 of them, like $60,000. Roblox probably earns $6,000 per sale. Fuck. I mean, it looks like it's only been bought sort of twice. In post market, but like same people who pay OnlyFans women $70 million a year, but like at least for OnlyFans women you get a picture of a real woman and maybe you get to talk to her if it's not like her manager or something. This is literally a digital asset that could just go away tomorrow if Roblox were to go offline. Like, you can't do anything with this other than maybe convince someone to give you money because they got to see it. Like, you know, at least for a woman on OnlyFans, you know, she's going to take that money and use it to improve her life, I guess, and you might get a nude out of it. Like, I'd prefer to do that. I don't, but I prefer to do that than do this. If you have a big game on this platform, you can sell DLC. I mean, I understand that. That's different, right? Like, you've generating income from something you've created, but that's not really this. Those people can buy it. Okay, I guess so. If you're making a lot of money, I guess you could. There's a whole trading section in Roblox. Trading is limiteds for limiteds by value. Okay, I mean, in that case, then maybe you're not spending your own money for this, and you just have it because Maybe you just have it, yeah, because you did that. You bought a game and you earned enough currency and you got it. I'm sure this person's very proud of the fact that they have 3,000 Roblox followers for owning the bloody wings and the boss and whatever the crap they got. That's funny. They look like dog shit though. They do. That's what I'm saying, man. This is like, there's nothing about this that's any good. I don't understand why high earners go to a market, realize the low value, and try to overblow it by 1,000%. Makes no sense, such a wide margin. By 200-300%, I understand, but by upwards of 10x is kind of crazy. I generally think that those people are hoping a sucker thinks it's worth that amount. Like, this is where people like to use the term scam, and it's kind of a scam. But if you don't do due diligence in an open market of the same information that everyone else receives, you kind of, you know, it is what it is, right? Like you're gonna get done. So someone might look at it and go, wow, that must be rare because it's high value, and therefore they purchase it thinking it's high value, because why would someone lie about its value or something to that extent? New jeans. Let's have a look. The New Jeans Bunny Bomber by Spotify. Okay, Spotify making items on Roblox. Crazy. No, this item's not currently for sale. Tradable jacket clothing 2022. Attention, this is for all the Tokkies. Let's have a look at this thing. Go on, show me. Whoa, yes, new jeans bunnies, new jeans. Just says new jeans 10 times on the jacket. That's cool. Yeah, cool. I guess so. I like K-pop merch in games. I just wish there was more of it. I wish in Overwatch I could actually buy that Le Seraphim when I never got around to doing that. Did you know SM Town and JYP is officially on Roblox? Their groups and the members even play it. It's from their debut era. I saw a picture today of couple of members of Twice playing Roblox. I did see that today, actually. It was like Nayeon, Jonghyun, and Sana playing Roblox using the trackpad on like a MacBook Pro. So they weren't. I don't think they were expected to do a lot. But I did see that. I saw that today. I don't know why, but I don't know why I saw it, but I did. Maybe worth in their home market, but not in the local market. I'd rather get some for $5 in Vietnam, take it home with me, and get it appraised for $500. I was just talking to my missus about this today, actually. We bought a watch in China for my dad. It's my dad's birthday today. And we're going to see him tomorrow. Jihyo is your buyer. Yes, she is. God, she is. That woman's amazing. I wish I could buy a Jihyo skin, put it on Diva. Geez, 10 years ago, if I said I wanted to buy my celebrity skin, that would be a very, very interesting sentence. That this is pre-skin. Okay, yeah, they just got like Roblox stuff. Man, they must make money from this. I assume Roblox pays these companies actual money. Oh, sorry, I was gonna say, it was my dad's birthday. We bought him a watch, and that watch is from China. It's like actually a Chinese brand, and that like it's significantly cheaper than it's available here, specifically because its availability is typically only available in China. But if you go to China and buy it, you can bring it back here, and it's worth more money. It's called a Seagull. Seagull is the brand of watch. Quite funny. Oh yeah, that's her handle on like Instagram and stuff. 144,000 followers. Man, I wonder if that bloke who's got the $60,000 helmet has got 3,000 followers is jealous of the fact that just some K-pop star who's played this game once for a media spot and could otherwise not care less about it has got 50,000 times, so 50 times the followers that he has got, with absolutely nothing. Is this me? Who's this? There you go. Probably. Yeah, I mean, this has obviously been created because, Roblox has paid JYP to make sure all their people have got fucking accounts, but I've never been able to get into this game. I've just never been able to, to figure out like Roblox as a as a game. It just doesn't appeal to me. I don't it's I mean, just make an account. I don't want to. I don't want to, man. I don't want to yet. I want to do it when I'm willing to play it. I even downloaded it once. I'm sure there is, man. Don't get me wrong. I'm sure there is. You've shown me plenty. I'm not even having a go at someone who is into it. I'm a lot older than the average player. That's the challenge. Like, it's hard for me these days to actually get into a long-term commitment with the game, simply just because I don't have the time. Like Overwatch, I was fortunate to get into 10 years ago when it came out, right? That like I've been able to commit to it for a long enough period of time that I understand it. You know, I can get into it easily. I'm not good, but I get the game enough to play it at a very short notice. Whereas like Roblox, I'd have to like spend time figuring it out and potentially wasting my time if I then get sort of 3-4 hours in and realize I fucking hate it, right? You have to show your ID to chat. I'm not doing that. That's fair enough. That's fair enough. I wouldn't be giving my ID to Roblox either. I heard they've siloed chat now so that you can only talk to people in your own age group, which I guess it's fine as long as those age groups are like everyone under 18 and everyone above 18. I think that's probably fine. Like, because I don't see why I don't want to talk to a 12-year-old. I just wish that was true online anyway. I don't ever want to talk to a 12-year-old online. That just feels like my brain's gonna just turn to mush. like having to listen to the opinion of a 12-year-old, which is anything you'd have if you're on like Reddit, like listening to a 12-year-old talk like they know everything about the world and being subjected to the opinion of a fucking child. Like, I can't possibly think of a worse thing to subject yourself. It has to be a crime against humanity, right? So like companies being forced to silo young people into their own chat environment, I actually think that's the perfect idea. I don't want to talk to a 12-year-old. At least knowing that someone, you know, is within 10 years of my age is better. That's good. What should I buy from here? Okay, let's have a look. Okay, it's all new jeans stuff. I don't mind this actually, the Powerpuff Girls. So what does the cutouts do? What do they do? Do you just put them somewhere in like your fake house? Though everything now is by subscription. Heard of a HP printer not working because someone's not paying for their car. Yeah, I heard that as well. I don't own a printer, so yeah, they're behind your avatar. Okay, so you put them like, they're like stickers. This is all avatar based. Okay, they remotely shut down the print. Yeah, that's. I mean, I just don't own a printer. Like, what, man? It's 2026. Why does anyone own a fucking printer? I just go to Officeworks and use the printers at Officeworks when I print like two times a decade. No, I don't own a printer. I haven't owned a printer for 15 years. I remember my parents had one up until about like 2013, 2014, and we haven't owned one since. You just don't have to print anything here in Australia. Like, the last time I had to print, my partner had to print stuff when she was doing a course because she just wanted to print it. I had to print some stuff for like my mortgage. That's it. Oh yeah, man. Mate, like, I don't even carry a bank card. I don't carry a bank card. I don't carry car keys. I don't carry my license anywhere because I've got a digital license on my phone. I've got my credit cards and my bank cards on my phone. I don't carry cash. My car keys is on my phone. Yeah, I don't need to carry anything else at all. I haven't owned a wallet in over 10 years. Last time I owned a wallet would have been when I was at university, but since I've had a job, I don't even own a wallet anymore. No, I don't need it. I just don't carry anything that needs it. If I like, the only thing now that I sometimes need to carry is my train card, my Mikey. Even they're going away this year. Like, they're going to digital as well. So for iPhones, they already are for Android, but you know, even this year I'll be able to stop carrying a Mikey. In Sydney, I didn't have to carry a train card. Melbourne's just fucking backwards, so they don't have it. It's for you and your singer. All right. Hang on. I quite like the backpack. The cutouts, the cutouts are kind of mid. They don't look that good. They look like the cutouts don't look good because they look like they're just cut out of a photo that's lacking in like light. If they figured out the lighting, the studio lighting, they'd look better, but they don't. So, I like the Danielle. I like the Danielle thinking bubble. That's cool. Wait, what are these? These are dancers? Are these dancers? The buddy cutout. This is. I've been to this concert. Where did Ords go? He was here before. He said hello. He could be telling us. He could be showing us his. This is for concert photos. Buy the dance, man. Buy the hype boy dance. Buy one of these. Find a good one that actually matches and get the hype boy dance. Yeah, look at it. Look at him go. This is him. This is John Roblox. Look at him. He sucks, man. This is what people look at. Mate, how's this game like worth $1 billion? Look at this thing. It's Temu Lego. Oh, look at it. Man, my 4-year-old daughter has Lego that looks better than this. Like, this sucks. This is what people play. Yeah, buy the light stick. What do they call this? The infinity. I've got one of these. Buy the light stick. To be fair, you can change your avatar. Yeah, I'm sure you can, but like, this is default Lego. This is default Roblox, man. He sucks. He's doing a jig though. It's a cool dance. Type boy. It's good. Get there. Go, little man. Yes. This is default rare. I mean, I'd use it because it is rare now because no one uses it. So I just use this one and just do hype boy all the time. Just be doing this in the entire game. That's good. I'll do the klaxon. Hit the klaxon. There it goes. Look at him go. Look at him go. Oh, Lord. Yes. Yeah, look at him. Look at him go. They can become humans now. Yeah, buy the light stick. Buy the twice light stick. That's what I'm asking you to get. Yeah, okay, yes. This is like the G-Hill one, right? Like they kind of made it. I mean, they look okay. This is actually starting to look. Okay, you already have these. Okay. Buy the twice cheer up varsity jacket then. Get this one. Buy the varsity jacket. Yes, get this. Get the varsity jacket. This is good. That's from no, it's not from TD, it's from Cheer Up. It's from Cheer Up, baby. This is the varsity jacket. Gotta look. No. This is good. This has been good discussion. I was gonna play a game like right at the start of the stream, but we've spent 2 hours talking about shares and Roblox. It's good. Alright. Yeah, look. Varsity jacket. Get it. Get the whole outfit, dude. Twice. Twice was good even then. Fucking love Twice. 9-year-old song. It's a 9-year-old song. Now I feel like I'm turning to dust. Jeez. Yeah, when she had bunny teeth, I know. They did her dirty. They should have kept it. Hey, get the varsity jacket. Alright, anyway. Roblox. Let's play a game. I think it's time to play a game. Let's well actually, just before we play the game, did I explain shares well, Jeju? Did I explain it? I know it's taken a couple of hours. This is what always happens when we get sidetracked by discussion, and I'm actually glad because we haven't done anything like this for a little bit. Does it make sense? Does it explain a little bit why shares is not really gambling at its at its core? Like it's it's like you can call it gambling, but it's extremely educated gambling. Like it's investing. That's why we call it investing, right? There are elements that could be gambling, but the reality is that, you know, for most significant companies on planet Earth, if you lose a significant amount of money investing in them, something has gone very wrong. Very, very wrong. Not just at that company, but in society in general. And look, that might be true. There'll be doomers out there going, well, man, have you seen society lately? True, but, you know, Microsoft transcends politics, for example. It transcends, you know, United States culture. Like, it's everywhere. Yeah, if you go to a sector without ever looking, yeah, then that's on you. Yes, I think so. I think I would agree with that. It is kind of on you. All right, we have an ad coming. That's perfect because we can get the ad going. And we were gonna do Revenge on Gold Diggers tonight, but I kind of want to do Fears to Fathom episode 3 first. So I'm gonna do, I don't know which one is the preference. Is Revenge on Gold Diggers the preference, or Fears to Fathom episode 3? Because I was gonna start this one, but I have been planning to do this for a few weeks. So maybe we do this. I also bought Road to Empress 1. I bought Road to Empress 1 the other day, which is overwhelmingly positive. I actually noticed Quali was playing this yesterday. I don't know if any of you know Quali. She's another Australian streamer. She was playing this yesterday. I didn't even realize this was a thing that people were playing on Twitch at the moment. So there you go. Do this then. All right, Revenge on Gold Diggers. We'll play this. All right, let's go. This is a drama. It's an FMV, but it's not a Guna one. It's a firm drama. So I'm hoping it's gonna be good. Yes, ads. Get the game started. Ads are over already? Already? Hopefully this is a good game. I'm looking forward to it. Should be good fun. A bit of a story. All right, I'll give it a set. It's still 2 minutes of ads on the thing, so. Master mode. Oof. This is good. It's got widescreen support. Quite loud, isn't it? Is that better? Settings are very limited. That's fine. I don't know if I want to do master mode. I typically like going through the story and just flopping around. Sound good? All right, that's good. We'll give it a couple more minutes. See how this goes. I'm hoping for good things. Funny, it is a funny name. I know. I wouldn't, if I was creating a game that was a drama, I probably wouldn't call it this. It's a bit of an interesting choice of name, but fair enough. Let's see. All right, we're back. Let's go.
2020年广东方言捞女
This is still a bit loud. Oh, hang on. This doesn't have. Where are my subtitles? Where are my subtitles? Yeah, I should. No, I shouldn't. There we go. Actually, just before I stop, I need a borderless window, don't I? This one, borderless. Need this. There we go. Hang on. That is not borderless because I can still see my thing. And I probably want to make it a bit bigger. Yeah, that works. But why? Is that going to work or is that going to be weird? No, it's not. All right, that's good. It's borderless windowed. All right. Subtitles aren't working. There we go. All right. A little buggy, but we're good.
2014年，撈學被給引爆知識付費，撈女教主年入1.5億。某男生為滿足女友日常開銷，爆肝代練且但2年。
We have a problem. The subtitles aren't working. Let's restart. Let's restart. Might just be bug. But we have issues with the just play it. Don't worry about compatibility mode. Let's try again.
2020年，广东方言捞女注释新增指代通过情感操控榨取男性金钱的女性。情感女王曾引爆舆论，判断男人爱不爱你，就看他为你花钱。
2018年毒气案震惊全国，闪婚41天索要1000万，终逼其夫坠亡。
Maybe we'll go to here.
2024年，撈學被給引爆知識付費，
So you can see most of the
女教主
subs.
年入1.5億。某男生為滿足女友日常開銷，爆肝代練借單2年，累計轉賬70萬，被稱為正常戀愛。
2月，某電競選手被告是對方欠交20萬元，女友還開始前邀請他男主調查技術讓男。2024年2月，杭州汪某被曝同时
25歲男子2年內向网恋女友
2年间让男友查办了生前最新的男友。
Scammed 200,000
當
on
金錢變
Monday.
成愛的計量單位，為愛衝鋒
I
的
think
真
they're
心追
using
捕
some
身邊。
AI
在這場
in
真
this.
心與謊言交織的遊戲中，我們真的能全身而退。
Okay. Okay. Is this alright, or do you want it to be a bit bigger? Yeah, before we keep going, you'll understand what a gold digger is, right? I know this is a bit of an American term, I think, but you understand what a gold digger is? Yes, okay, good.
唐小天，如果人生可以重来，宁愿从来都不认识我。小梁，
I'm just let him go. I'm just gonna let him go. I'm not gonna. Nah. Come on. There's swipe left to save him. No, I wanna. No, okay, I can't. Yes, minor. Yes.
老板，你怎么来了？
Yes. They live out in rural Australia.
我发现你最近总是魂不守舍，而且工作状态也差了很多。如果不是今天晚上我跟
Bro,
上
we
你，
just straight like
明
had
天
to
咱俩一起上热
save
搜。
our
我
employee.
的一切去爱他，他要什么我都给他。你说的我完全能理解，你不会明白的。其实曾经的我也和你一样。啊？
In an undeveloped corner of the city. Okay.
快1个月，月姐，没有空调。
没关系，我相信总有一天我会租到更好的房子。
傻小子，那你可要好好努力了，要不带女朋友回来，
70
连
a
个住的
month.
地方都没有啊。
It's not too bad actually. This would be 700 a month in Sydney. If she loves me, I'm sure she won't mind. I'll work hard for sure. Let's go.
我会努力的。
努力有用的话，我就不会来收租了。看你出来报道，带你去看好地方啊，走。
我一定会在这座城市扎根的。这里真美啊，还有天台。
I wonder if they did continuity planning, if that building was actually there 10 years ago. I have a feeling these... Where is he?
你好，我叫吴宇伦，刚刚毕业，主修服装设计。我可以
Was that... Do you reckon that was Tianjin?
办公软件，还能够协
I've
助
been to Tianjin, but I don't remember the circular building.
打板，还能够跟工厂对接工艺面料流程，希望能得到这4。
Can you see the subtitles, by the way?
回去等通知吧。
I know, it's good, isn't it? It's good. You can see it. You can see it up there, the little 60. I don't know if you can see that up in the top corner. You probably can't. But it is running a solid 60. The game's getting realistic. Subtitles are good. Okay, good. Because they are a bit small on my screen, but I'm just hoping they come up well in the actual stream. If you're running a lower quality, I don't think they'd come out that well.
不错，不过我们公司一般不会接受没有经验的新人。你有过什么实习经历吗？
I'm gonna lie, because you should lie. You should always lie. No.
有啊，老板，你真的撒谎了吗？刚一说出口我就后悔了。所以说面试的时候要懂得包装自己。
Nice.
但那会儿我还是一个清澈纯真的毕业生，哪懂什么技巧和技术？
Yeah, so far so good actually. Like it's really good that the decisions are really having different stories.
真诚和善良。如果不是这样的话，我现在可能就是另外一个人生。
I'm actually glad that the game hasn't started in any way, shape, or form Guna at all. There's no Guna involved at all. It's
我
good.
只在学校
A
跟我的
good
导师做过
solid
实际助
drama.
理，没有过任何实习。但是我踏实努力，肯做肯学。我什么职位都可以做，并且
The voiceovers don't sync to the voices still, but yeah, well, I've had to come to accept this.
工资不是问题吧？但是我们招聘的是采购助理，不是设计助理，你知道吗？我知道，老板，什么部门我都可以做的，只要能留在这家服装公司工作就可以。好，我就喜欢你这样真诚的年轻人。
Well, that's it. I can just walk into like a job and say, I'm just willing to do it. I'm gonna go and become a CEO. I'm gonna go and grovel for a CEO position. I can do it, I
当
promise.
时我的工资很低，想在这个城市扎根，我必须要比所有人都努力。
Count.
所以我白天在服装公司什么活都抢着干，晚上同事们都去海边散步约会，我继续兼职送外卖。我想要在城市中留下来，每个月能多赚点钱，让爸妈过上好日子。 让他们为我骄傲。我相信天道酬勤，付出一定会有回报。
I don't feel like the company does delivery. This is another job.
外卖不让进。
我之前来过这儿，
不让进。
可是我再不送就超时了，这么不讲理，我来不及了。
别理他，你先过。
Why does she?
大家都是打工的，
She's
让
pretty.
在架子上让我们
She's pretty. She's pretty and she looks like she's like 30. It's great.
从那次他帮我解围
This
之
is
后，
what it's about, man.
我每次送外卖到附近，总能不经意的遇见他，像是有着某种奇妙的缘分。
I'm also
我开始
getting
期待接
drunker.
到送去那里的订单，期待看到她，不仅是因为她漂亮，
This is great.
更是因为她的笑容有活力，
Normal people.
能治愈被工作压垮的我。我好几次都想和她打招呼，认识她，并对她说谢谢，但我又有点害怕，害怕她根本不屑于和一个普普通通的我说话。
What a question. Honestly, real. I would be totally alright with some diversity in size as well.
你
For
好，
once, you know.
0411。
Yeah.
这是我的吗？
Yeah, menu.
谢谢啊。
你好。就是我们
有什么事吗？
Introduce yourself. Introduce. Be
我
bold.
们就是太有缘分了。
I have a boyfriend.
就是
Oh,
我给你送
baby,
外卖。
where you going? Oh my
这么
god.
巧呢？你不说我都
Jeju's
没注意
been
到。
brave tonight. Let's go. I want to hear that language from you more often, man. Do you watch live streams?
我叫陈欣欣，是个主播。刚刚和朋友合租了这里。
Yeah, she's my
准备创业
colleague.
如果没事的话，可以来我直播间玩啊。
Where's the stream, bro? Let's go.
走啦，
She's a
我会给
streamer.
你5星好
10
评
years ago?
记得来玩啊。
What, in like 2014, I guess? When was this game made? 2014, 2015? Is the time? Is it a 2024 game? Yeah, this game's good at the moment. This is way better than some of the other ones.
进入直播间。
This is way more dynamic than the goon bait shit that we were playing. But he's getting suckered in by like an OnlyFans girl here
没有
though.
为他刷过礼物，花过钱，
Good, good.
但他还是对我很友善，表现得很热情和认真。
Now watch her filter mess up and it's a 40-year-old man. Jeju's on fire tonight.
喂，妈，
Jeju's on fire.
轮儿啊，
Now he's gonna spend his life savings.
钱自己留着就行。一个人在外边赚点钱不容易。
Just watch
哎
her
妈，你
filter
放心
fail.
吧，我挺好的。就是最近
That's
有
good,
点忙
man.
忙也要记得按时吃饭啊。还有啊，以后钱你就自己攒着吧。租房、吃饭、谈恋爱都要花钱。爸妈还想
She
你
wants
早
him.
点成
Yeah,
家。
she wants him
趁
to
我们
find a
还有力
woman.
气，可以帮你带带孩子。
妈，我知道了。好了好了，那我先忙了。
Parents aren't gonna be around forever, bro. Oh no, getting rid of his parents for the girl.
哎呀，这不是我刚学这个歌吗？等到下次我写好了，唱给宝宝们听，
Bro,
好不
who's
好？
Faye? Faye sucks. This girl
等等，
rules.
有人要跟
Damn,
我连麦。
son. We need to do the tie game.
Hello，
嗨，小姐姐，连上了，我们要不要 PK 一局啊？
Who's
谁
this
输了
bloke?
谁就做俯卧撑。
The chat's realistic. It is a little too realistic, isn't it?
好，
Actually, hanging shit on a woman on a stream is rare.
大家有什么上什么，众筹一波。我们有小礼物的丢丢小礼物，有大礼物的丢丢大礼物。我们现在把这个
He
血
doesn't
糖
need to
计
say
算30
anything.
秒加成，我们一起压过去好不好？大家
Don't do it,
帮
bro,
我
don't do
写
it.
写赢了，我给大家唱歌。
Don't do it. Surely she doesn't need it.
哎呀，不要这个样子呀，完不成公司的
Don't do it. Oh no. Oh no. This is it, man. This is it. This is the crux. This gets people in.
这样吧，我们每个人给我过过任务，只要完成了公司的任
Gift
务，
off. Does this
保住
exist
工
in
作，欣欣给你们
Twitch?
表演
Should
什么
do
都
this.
可以，可以吗？
看来他真的很需要我的支持。
Oh no. Oh bro. Oh bro. Contribute a little, bro. Just a little bit. Just a little
谢谢
bit.
你啊，斑毛哥哥。哎，我跟你说啊，我超级喜欢猫的，我家里就有一只猫，
Yeah, she
它
even
叫
has,
胖
she
胖，
even has her hair up,
Anyway,
you know, cat
它
ears.
是一
That's
只
cool.
小圆猫。
姐姐，你快输喽，准备做俯卧撑喽。
宝宝们，他们对面瞧不起我们，我们把血条压过去。
Push-ups. Okay, they're talking about actual push-ups. That's all it is. It reeled in like a fresh caught fish. No,
谢
yeah,
谢大
don't do
卫
it.
哥哥的礼
No,
物。
don't do
大
it.
卫
Who
哥
did
哥
that?
你好厉害啊，比心。
That's not him, right? That's not him, right?
谢谢大老爷哥哥，
What?
大老爷哥哥你真厉害，爱你。
What?
弟
Level
弟，
500
是你该做
Sigma.
俯卧撑了哦。
Absolute hyper simp. Super Saiyan simp.
一个，两个，哎，怎么做2下就下线了？
This is like the Dragon Ball Z Super Simp Primal Instinct. Take the top off. Shake that
啊，真的
ass.
投爱他跳舞啊
Classic
可是我没有爱
Twitch
他人家看
chat.
着受不了啊。
We watched sat on our bed. Some prominent person. Whoa. Time for the goon bait. This guy's roped in hook, line, and sinker. Hook, line, and sinker. No, someone else is watching, so now he's gonna get jealous and spend his earnings not knowing the guy is actually her boyfriend. Yeah, it was completely bait. It was completely set up, 100%. Throw the phone away. Yeah, no, I don't like it anymore. He doesn't like it. She's sold out. Yep, reasonable. She sold out. Yeah, he needs to get on a freaker. Yep.
笨猫哥哥，你是不是生气了？我其实平时不是像直播间这样的，但是如果我不这样的话，我就完不成公司的任务。我不知道你相不相信我，但我只是不想让你误会我。对不起啊，叫你失望了。
Well, yeah. If he's getting the private messages, could be the game. Could be the game. Geez, she's playing a good game though. If she knows who to target for like the hyper sim. Be straight, play cool. Yeah, let's play cool, bro. Oh, I have to listen? Hang on. Wait, that profile picture, don't I recognize you from somewhere? Wait, you're the delivery guy. I remembered you. Oh wow, we actually can like choose how to talk. This is really good. This is way better than those Korean games that just like rattle through the chat. Aren't we about the same age? Must be a tough job doing deliveries. You're spoiling me with all these donations. You really don't have to. Say you're rich. I am not rich. Tell her it's only temporary. Be honest. I'll be honest. I'm pretty new to town and don't have much name though. I'm juggling 2 jobs to change that. Oof. When I'm beat from work, I just lie down and tune your stream. It's the best time of day. Oof. Oof. Talking about inches. Wait, so these like those over-obsessed Japanese girl in the Akiba who eat the money out of Japanese men. They've got so much things to say right now. Deadly game, the long game. I don't understand, like, she didn't know who this was and he's left the stream in a huff, but she's gone and private messaged him after. And she didn't quite remember who this was. Should I do that? Should I like reach out to people who have only ever just been to the stream once and be like, hey man, sorry, that's not what my streams are like. Come back next time. Should I do that? I don't feel like I should do that. That seems strange. Seems overly neady. I saw a Chinese girl live streaming. She was taking her clothes off like every 3 seconds and wore something else and screaming to the camera trying to sell clothes. It is actually really strange, like Chinese culture of streaming. Like my missus occasionally sees some. She doesn't like watch them in any way, in any way, but like they come up in her red note or whatever she's watching, and they're literally just like freaking around, and they're just selling shit like so quick. Like buy this beer, buy this beer, and like. I don't understand. What is that? Like, that's not sales. People paying, like the company's paying for this. It's crazy. She smells the riches hidden deep down. A true gold digger. She sees the riches inside the mountain, but he's not rich though. It's crazy. Silly cat, you're a real treasure. 2 jobs, huh? She's got guts, ambition, and the to work hard, guys. So you always succeed. Oof. Chinese people taking fruits off someone else's property and then they're like, get sick and they blame it on the owner. For what it's worth, when I was in Korea last year. The year before last, I saw a Chinese streamer doing that. Like they had the whole thing set up and were doing that. They were flicking the, here's the dress I bought at where was I? Where was I in Korea? In that market area. Where's that market suburb in Seoul? You're in the market suburb. I forgot which one. It's the famous, like, popular tourist one that isn't as good as it was 10 years ago when I was there. Very touristy now. But she was there in the side street, key light, camera, bam, blah, 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 like in Korea. Interesting. They banned Paul for millennia. They've been Paul for millennia, so maybe a case of missing out. Maybe. I mean, maybe. I know that, like, you know, the hustle is real, right? Like, they do the grind and they've got to do that sort of thing. But, you know, Americans do it right. Like, you know, everyone sort of does it. But it's just, I just thought it was interesting. I didn't have really much judgment beyond, oh yeah, like, I'm actually seeing that in real life, like a proper live stream, at the site in the market, flogging the merch. Yeah. I know one. I'll send you the dates. Guess my health's in your hands. Man, they're dating. Let's go. Ask her out. She likes you. You haven't tuned in for 10 days out dating? No one didn't reply. Rest of okay, Popeye sometime. Man, she's like grooming her chat. Like, that's interesting. Surely, you know, she's an attractive woman, so surely she gets like a reasonable crowd, right? Praise her and make a suggestion, critique. No, say she's pretty, obviously. Man, don't ever tell a woman that, like, don't, like, if you're not dating a woman and you haven't been with her for years, don't critique her clothing. When you're her husband and you've been together for like 12 years and, you know, you care what she thinks her appearance will be in public, then you can tell her the truth. But she looks good in everything when you're dating early on. Even if she rolls up in an actual potato bag. Let's go down here. There's also the thing that tourists go to cherry blossom, shake the leaves. Yeah, I didn't see any of that sort of thing, but yeah, I mean, Americans even do that. Yes, yeah, I don't know what they need to do. Does this blue badge next to my name look interesting? I actually can't see it. Oh, here it is. The Bungie Foundation ally. Yeah, it looks alright. He hasn't confessed yet, so not dating. I mean, yeah, this is in China, maybe they're not, but like, he literally should just ask her out. This is the point. This is the thing about, you know, sort of Asian stories, China, Japan, Korea, where I don't like this part. This is the back and forth where like no one makes the move. Like just date. Like just do it. Just ask her out by this point. You talk all the time. You know, you clearly like each other. You'll figure it out very quick. If you go, hey, you want to come out with me for coffee? Go on a date. Like, actually say the words. Go on a date with me. Let's go have some coffee. And she says no. You've established where you're at, right? Whether you want to keep committing to the stream or whatever, fine. That's on you. But like, doing this back and forth forever and then never making a move, you're just setting yourself up for failure. Like, she was like, are you dating? Yeah, I haven't seen you in ages. It's like, what? Ask him out if you don't want him to be dating. You want to date him, ask him out. Okay, what do we got? Hi, I wish that was true, but you know, I might just take you seriously. Yeah, for sure. Are you alright? Saw your post about the traffic accident. Have you been to the hospital yet? Yeah, no, don't worry. I'm fine, really. It's just a minor accident. Everyone else is in order. Oh, heavens. Yeah, even got the voices. That's cool. This is what it's like on WeChat. They actually do voice chat a lot more than they do text chat. So it's very normal to do voice chat on WeChat in China. How about I order you something to eat? Bro, she's gonna order you food? Mate, you're basically married, mate. My missus didn't start ordering me food on apps until like 12 years into our relationship. She got me like KFC when I was in Parramatta in 2020 for my birthday. That was so nice. WeChat's pretty awesome. Yeah, it's okay. I have WeChat, but I don't use it. I just have it on my phone. Let's have a look. Yeah, nothing of interest. I've got my extended family's conversation, which I never look at. I don't care. I've got my parents are on there, and my missus is on there. And that's it. That's all I got. You reckon it's better than WhatsApp? Yeah, I didn't. Here, let my love doodle protect you. It'll keep you safe, man. Ask her out for fuck's sake. I mean, I know this whole premise is that, like, she's gonna rip him off, but still, don't assume that. Yeah, do it, bro, do it. He's doing it now. He's doing it. Yes. This is my this. Do you want to go out with me? Let's go! Oh, here we go. The string along. The string along. So this is so when something like that happens and she doesn't say yes, when I was younger, I would have told you just, drop it and move on. I'm a little more pragmatic about it these days. Someone can genuinely be unable to do it, but not want to go, if that makes sense, right? So like, I don't necessarily think here that she yet. I mean, I literally think the story is going to go and she just wants him to donate a ton of money. I think that's exactly how this is going to go. But in real life, someone can go, I literally cannot because I'm in hospital or, I'm babysitting or something. But what you want them to do is say that they're keen to do it after a particular thing has ended. Like actually be like, if she's like, look, I can't today, I can't tomorrow, but how about we do it next week? Yeah, if they're keen, they will make the effort to do it, right? If it seems clear she's just stringing you along and doesn't actually want to ever meet, don't give them the time of day. If you don't, unless you want to, unless you're happy being that guy, unless you're happy being the pay pig or whatever it is you are, counter offer, exactly. If they're actually interested, they'll offer the counter offer, and she hasn't offered the counter offer. Which, then you can, you don't necessarily need to be harsh and like drop it forever, but you need to really think about your investment by that point. And when I say investment, I mean like investing your time. Are you getting what you want out of it, even if she says no? If you're getting what you want out of it, even if she says no, go for your life. Like, if that's what you want, if you get the emotional whatever you want by continuing to watch the stream and, be in a parasocial relationship if you want, when she said, even if she has said no, but that's it. Like, as long as you've got your wits about you, like you've got to understand that you can do what you want here, but nothing's gonna change. So you got to know where to invest your time and your money and your energy. Exactly. You know where you stand. Exactly. So, don't expect that giving money is going to change things. Don't expect that spending more time watching the stream is going to change anything, right? Are we QT fans parasocial? It's quite funny. Like I've tried my best in the last few years to sort of say that you are and you aren't. Because I think for small streamers it's a little different in the way that I've literally met some of you in real life. Like I've actually met some of you in real life, and I've hung out. I'd be happy to hang out again, and I asked people to come to Australia and come meet with me. I tried to do it with Glue Sniffer, but we couldn't ever get time while he was in Melbourne. I've met Chotto in real life. I've met Nate in real life. I might potentially, there's a small chance I might meet Sandwich Man and his brother if we end up at the Newport Rail show on the same day. I think in some sense it's a little different. At least partly because she's never given me money. that helps you in a way, because she's never trying to get my attention and friendship. So like, at least from the parasocial perspective, you're not sort of proactively trying to, get me to notice you or anything like that. There's nothing like that. I do feel like there's very mutual interest in you being here and me wanting you to be here. That's a little different. I think for bigger streamers, the parasocial relationship comes from thinking you're more important than you actually are to that other person. And actually, you guys are important because you're the only people who roll up. So, for a certain extent, like, I don't think it is parasocial because I actually need you to be here. Otherwise, I've got no one to stream to, right? So I think for that reason, it's kind of not parasocial in a way. It's just a relationship where we've never met in real life. For bigger streamers where, that person actually doesn't care whether you're here or not. Like you might die and they just stream tomorrow and there's no difference. Yeah, like that's parasocial. When a guy is in a group of 100 other people, with a streaming a girl or a woman is streaming with, is in the chat with like 150 other people with a guy there that she's infatuated with, and he doesn't care whether she's there or not. That is very obviously parasocial. But, folks, if you ever in Australia, in Melbourne, and you reach out to me, you don't seem like a creep, you want to meet, I'll come and catch up with you. I'll have a beer with you. As far as I'm concerned, that's beyond parasocial. It's purely social, right? I will 100% come out and catch up and go to bar and let's have a drink. Like 100%. Anywhere in the world you've come from, let's do it. Right? Yeah, like streaming. Yeah, exactly. Stream with 100,000 viewers. Stream with 1,000 viewers. Stream with 200 viewers. 150 viewers. Like can be parasocial. Not necessarily parasocial. Streamers do have. I've said this before on stream. Streamers have a duty of care to a certain extent. You know, to ensure that at least they are not inciting the parasocial relationship, because the power imbalance is there. Like it is there if someone wants to take advantage of it. I think that's what this game is about. Taking advantage of the power imbalance of being the streamer on one side of a parasocial relationship, having the power to influence someone to do what you want them to do without there being any reciprocal sociality. We're just going to use that word, sociality, whether it's a real word or not. I'm making it up. Let me cut a piece of your hair. Honestly, if you asked me for a piece of my hair, I don't see why that would be a problem. Just it's hair, right? You can fucking have my hair. Who cares? If you ask me for my blood, that's a little different. My DNA, that's a little different, right? If you ask me to impregnate you, you better be hot and a woman. You bet, right? Read the above comment. QT, I need all of your locks of hair. Yeah, I did read that. I did read it, man. You can have some of my hair if you really want. I will think it's weird, but I won't say no. And read my above comment. Actually, I wonder if you're a streamer that is so small and you only got one viewer. Let's say it's someone that has a crush on you for some reason, and then you fall in love with a chatter. I wonder if that would work. Kind of strange, low key, but hey, I have heard that there are streamers who have gotten together with chatters and they're small, and I think I've heard that's happened. There was one we talked about that happened. They were small enough. They had like 50 or 60, 70 viewers, and they actually ended up being with one. I think Nate did. Nate came and told us about one that had a little bit of drama and it sort of came. Sociality in the Oxford Dictionary in 2088. He meant a bunch of streaming OQT 2026. Yes, write it down. Put it in my Wikipedia page, please. You mean the Japanese girl that had the massive it's a real word. Okay, crap. All right, well, at least I'm not dumb because I actually did use a real word. Yeah, I like, for what it's worth, without naming anyone, that has happened to me. I've had someone in this stream have a crush on me. But I won't mention anything in relation to who that might be. But that I have had that happen. Massive fan base, and she went to the baseball game or something. Everyone freaked out. Yeah, it was a tennis game, and she was there with her boyfriend. She told me. That's how I found out. She told me. Yeah, it was a tennis game, and she was there with her boyfriend, who I think was a tennis player, in the stands at the game. Yeah, that was what's her name? The Japanese weather girl, pretty woman, but she's married to him now. Like, of course, why? Like, mate, she's not an idol. Like, we know she's not an idol, is she? Like, exactly. So, like, an Imagine Dragons situation. You're gonna have to explain that reference to me. I only know one Imagine Dragons song, and it's a very good song, and I don't know any others. You're gonna have to, yeah. Or was it Coldplay? Okay, like, I don't know the Imagine Dragons one. The ones that were hugging while dancing. No, they weren't. They were sitting together, that's all. But they weren't having, like, an affair or anything. They were sitting together at the tennis. Like, literally just watching the tennis. Yeah. We're talking about the same person, right? We're talking about, I've forgotten her name. Saya Hayama. We're talking about this woman, yeah? Saya Hayama, the weather, yeah, very, very, conventionally attractive woman, charming sort of weather, you can see why people would, sort of get a bit about it. Man, she's 32 now, damn. We sort of noticed she was in her late 20s, but yeah, there you go. Yeah, people, Saya the weather queen, relationship fiasco, Let's and this is the guy, Yoshihito Nishioka, and he's a tennis player. So did he just compete in the Australian? Yeah, he's just competed in the Australian Open. So she might have been in Australia. Her. I watched have you ever seen the YouTube channel Real Japan? It's quite funny. They're pretty funny dudes. She was on that. I don't know how they managed to get her, but they got her on Real Japan. It's I am Japanese, that guy. It's that bloke, this one, and they got her on there. I had never heard of her before I watched these blokes, because I've seen their shorts and whatever. But they managed to snag her as a guest. Good on them. Oh, they do have 1 million subscribers now. Jesus, they've blown out. They've absolutely blown up. Yeah, I don't really watch these guys that much. I used to watch their first few videos. I remember their first ever videos, and I watched them. Yeah, these ones, the Unlearning Japanese from a year ago. I've watched all these videos. I had no idea that they'd exploded so much in that time, because I stopped watching it about the episode, this one, like if a vending machine were a guy, this one, I didn't watch any since. Yeah, this one, there she is there, Sal. Watch the etiquette video. Damn, yeah, they've had heaps since. I haven't watched any of them. I've been watching tons of Hell's Kitchen instead. We better go back to the game, but I did watch this. Their whole shtick is awkwardness. But I thought it was good. I mean, she's cute. Like it's weird. It's a weird kind of, I will say that there's a weird fetishization of Japanese women doing like relatively mundane things, like existing on the Weather Channel, or making a face, or like, don't get me wrong, she's an extremely conventionally attractive woman, but she makes a face. That's all she does. And then I think Elon said he wanted to impregnate her, and then that was it. That was it. That was the bowing one, and the one about warm towels. All right, we'll watch it. Remind me, and we'll watch it next week. Yeah, making a peace sign, exactly. I'm pretty sure that happened. I'm pretty sure if unless I'm mixing up my references, I'm pretty sure Elon Musk literally reached out and offered to impregnate her. I think so. I think I might be mixing up, but he does that to people. Yeah, he's a fuckwit, that bloke. But yeah, he does do that. I mean, in fairness, he probably does it to every woman. Back when I liked him for Tesla and SpaceX, but ever since he bought Twitter, I mean, you could donate a little bit. You definitely not going all in. I feel like this is an inevitability, though. The game wants us to go all in, though, thinking that we'll succeed. We're not doing it. Oh, it's this bloke. Here we go. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't fall for it. Don't fall for it. Don't fall for it. She's pretty, but it's fine. For what it's worth, Elon went off the deep end in like when the whole Thailand school rescue happened in that cave, and he called one of the diver rescue team blokes a pedo. That's when it went off the deep end. That was like 2017. Like, it was quite a long time ago. That was when he was really starting to fall off. He never really did much personally for car rocket design. No, he didn't. He essentially funded it. That was really all he did. There are many people that donate like this, and the person doesn't notice it and get really mad. I've heard plenty of stories on like Twitch where someone will get, they call it dono walling, right? Where they just get completely ignored. And someone literally will donate like $100,000 or something like that and just straight up like get ignored, or barely get noticed. I think ever since he lost OpenAI, he just said F it and just cares more about securing himself and those close to him more than humanity. Yeah, he's a fuckwit. I don't understand why he's like dropped the ball so hard on like being liked though. I don't understand why he played so hard into the right wing. Like from a Tesla perspective, his car is by design sort of a left wing leaning product, being an EV. But for whatever reason, he alienated that group of people. I mean, I own a Tesla, but I don't think I'll own a Tesla as my next car. Although, in fairness, I am a pragmatic kind of person. I don't really care unless it personally financially affects me. That sounds really, really bad to say, but I'm just one person, right? You know, like on the margins, of course. I'm willing to make some sacrifices for my beliefs, but not willing to make significant financial sacrifices unless I'm part of something bigger, if that makes sense. But like, right-wingers don't like EVs because they're EVs, but yet he's playing so much into that. Anyway, I don't want to get into too much on that, but I think, don't know about much him. To whatever extent he cared about humanity to begin with, it definitely dropped over 90%. Yeah, I don't think he ever cared. The Asian EVs do a way better job than what US is releasing. And that I agree. I can totally see myself, because my lease ends in 3 more years, 2.5 more years. I'm about halfway through it now. In 2.5 years, my lease ends. Unless Tesla comes up with a really compelling product, which I don't think they will, because they don't seem to be interested in cars at the moment. They seem to be more interested in like these auto taxi self-driving things. I think I'll be getting some kind of Asian vehicle, either a BYD, a Xiaomi if they end up in Australia, a Kia, or probably a Hyundai. It probably won't be a Japanese car. I've got zero interest in Toyotas, not much interest in Hondas. So it probably won't be Japanese, but it'll probably be Korean or Chinese. Yeah, I quite like the Ioniqs. I reckon that could be it. I reckon it's a Hyundai. I don't think it'll be a Kia. I think the Kias are a little too. I've heard the Kias are a bit too fickle. As they have a lot of problems. But the Hyundais I've heard are pretty good. Yeah, I like them too. I've seen them. My missus doesn't. She thinks they're ugly, but I don't. Don't tell her I actually really like them. Anyway, it's probably going to be my choice because it gets least in salary sacrifice out of my money, so I get to choose. But I quite like the Ioniq 5s. I want the Envision 74. I haven't heard any more word about whether they're coming or not. The Envision, I want one of them, but I want that to be an EV and not a fucking hydrogen vehicle or whatever it is. Step back, fellas. I'll give her a night she won't forget. Oh lordy. Won't be able to walk straight. Oh lord. Let's go. Let him have her, dude. Your current. No, don't do it, bro. Don't do it. It's 7,000 yen, bro. It's a lot of money. Don't do it. Oh man, he'll give like 7,000 and he'll just drop like 10k the next minute. Put your phone down, you dumbass. Give up, man. Give up. Oh, yeah, it is 1,000 US. It is. Upper Perth. Yeah, this is it. This is the game. Just, oi, idiot. Just say no. What is the risk here? Block. No, huge. Man, we could see that coming from a mile away, eh? Real. Based and Sigma pilled, I don't know. I don't fucking know. We didn't give any money though, bro. We gave like $1. I think we won. I actually think we got away with that. I just don't think that story would have proceeded with her. He's such an incel. We turned him into an incel, man. He is. Now he just thinks all women. Now he just thinks all women are gold diggers because of his one situation. He's a Kiryu now. Now he's a legend. He's Andrew Tate. No, he's not. Oh shit! It's over. Oh shit! We won. The game's over. We actually were too good. We were too good and we got an ending. Okay. we fucking giga chad our way into an ending. I didn't think it would be that easy. Alright. So here's the deal. Help. If skipping is disabled, it means you went back and changed your choices. Okay. Remember, altering past decisions can block skip options later on. Yeah. Dashed lines mark routes you've taken before or haven't tried yet. Yep. Choices at obsession markers will raise or lower your obsession value. So this is just normal stuff. A bad or safe ending means you'll need to retry earlier choices. Standard mode and master mode save files are separate. You may need to backtrack file than expect to change. Okay, this is just normal. This is just normal. Is there any different in the story? No, not really. It doesn't change a lot. Basically just changes her. At the moment, it just changes how much she likes us. And I guess maybe she comes back later in the game. But we can do this pathway. Or we can do this pathway. Right? No, so far it's actually good. I'm actually quite enjoying it. This is significantly more interesting than some of the other ones I've played. I honestly think this might even be better than 5 Hearts Under One Roof 2. Not 1, but 2. Should we do this one or should we do this one? Because this looks different. Poised to strike. We either pay a lot of money in. I reckon we get a bad ending here. Reckon we get a bad ending here, or do we not block her and take a good into chapter 2? Let's go. You want that Japanese game we played? Which one was that one? Oh yeah, the TV Asahi one. Yeah, I might get that one when it comes out too. We'll play that one as well. All right, let's try this one where we just give all our money. We'll skip it though. We need to skip and give all in. Let's go. Damn son. Oof. Oof, big ace. Oof. This is it. This is it, man. This is what I'm talking about. He's locking into one girl, not multiple choices from what we see. Yeah, he needs to spread his seed, right? Maybe because not a high percentage of women are blatant gold diggers, so this makes sense. Generalizations do not apply. He's saying it. I'm telling you, man. Oh man, this is going the same way. Oh no, it's over. See, we got the good ending, man. Why did the game end? He's giving good advice. Fuck, he century simp in 1 second and all of it's gone, man. How upset should he be? This is it, man. This is what happens. Never give me money, because this is how you will feel once you give me money. You'll feel guilty. I'm just destroying my own career here. I'm destroying my own career. Never give me money. I don't have any money. I don't have any money, man. I just gave all. I'm out. This doesn't make sense. Keep going. Let's go. Let's go into debt. Into big debt. And then we end up jumping on the. And then we end up jumping off the roof together. Me and the employee, right? You give us your money. Me give you my money. Big ace left. Simp battle. Simp battle. Mega simp battle. Yeah, she's blowing him off. Yep. Yeah, blew him off. Go to a cheap local place. Come on, we'll do that. Hot pot. Hot pot. Oh, yeah, this is AI. These are AI pictures. Look at this shit. I'm not against it, but I'm just noticing it. Okay, we need to go to the really nice place. Yep. I ain't saying she a gold digger. She is. She is.
没事啊，明天我请客，就当是感谢你今天帮我赢了大佬 A， 救了我一命的谢礼吧。
We'll go to the end of the chapter. I need to. We'll go another. We'll go at least another chapter. So far, I'm actually really enjoying this game. It's pretty good. But I'll go at least another chapter, and I will. We'll take this break, and then we'll go to another chapter. Yeah, fancy restaurant. Man, this better be worth it, dude.
谢谢你。
I mean, he earned his way into a bloody date, though. Is this how it works? Is this a? Does the company tell her that she has to do this, or is it legit?
要点瓶红酒吗？
这里的红酒都很不错的，不过我不喜欢新世界的酒，其他都无所谓。
What's a new world wine? Yeah, let's.
什么是新世界的红酒啊？比如像澳大利亚、南非。
Alright, Australian wine. Australian wines are cheap. I've got like 25 of them in my cupboard.
它的味道会偏甜一点，果味会重一些。
Why? Why didn't we just block her, bro? She doesn't like him. She thinks he's rich. She literally meets this bloke doing like delivery driving, and she doesn't. And like, what is her expectation? Like he was literally delivery driving, and she thinks he's rich. What is this? She knows about the wine already. I mean, she's been there before. It's not her first rodeo. Yeah, exactly. It's, for what it's worth, Australian wine is really cheap, but we export it really expensive. So if you're in your country, if you're buying like Australian wine, it's probably a quarter of the price in Australia. I buy Australian wine like every single week, and it costs me like $8 a bottle, and I just leave it in my drawer. I leave it in my cupboard because my mum drinks wine, so it's usually there for her coming over, and she just drinks wine, and I just stockpile it. I don't drink wine. I don't like it. So I just throw it all into my cupboard, and I've got all sorts of fucking Sauvignon Blanc, because that's what my mum drinks. Sauvignon Blanc wine, Australian wine. Drinks in Aldi are like €1. Yeah, but that's European wine. I'm not talking about shitty European wine. He says, knowing that wine is like the most famous out of Europe. I see beer and stuff less than €1. Yeah, man, Australian alcohol is expensive. Australian taxes on alcohol are really expensive. Like wine, like a liter bottle of wine being $8. Yeah, that's cheap in Australia, but that's still probably expensive in anywhere else. Yeah, French wine. Like France is very famous for its wine. Sauvignon Blanc is French. Most words for French in wine in French are French. That's where they come from. Ask for the best value. Ask for a recommendation. Man, we're getting taken to the cleaners here. Oh lord, we're taken to the cleaners. His hair sucks. This sucks. I know. We're going now, man. Yeah, they're in on it. Yeah, the waitress is. Come on.
放心吧，现在医学这么发达，我相信阿姨的病一定会被治好的。
How does she think he's rich?
但是生病需要洗肾，洗肾的话会花很多钱。
It's China, man. China, you would have socialized healthcare for kidney disease, dialysis. Just go to the fucking hospital. Comfort her or pass her a tissue. Give her a tissue. And this is absolutely textbook. It's like cliche gold digging.
对不起啊，真的不好意思，今天是我扫兴了，你可以帮帮我吗？
What? What? She wanted a hug.
谢谢你啊，我感觉好多了。
The expensive alcohol tax, the humble bottle of metho. You need the goon bag hanging off the clothesline. The bottle of the goon bag of Fruity Lexia for like $3. All right, sure, bro. What does she consider a lot of money? What are we gonna do when we only had 7,000 yuan in the account? So what's gonna happen when we can't pay for this? Because we gave it all to her. So when this bill is, you know, $140, as we expect it to be, well, maybe it is cheaper. I don't know. It's China. So it could be cheap. It could be $60. In which case, I mean, it's fine for me, but not for him. What's gonna happen here? Is he gonna have to do a runner? Water and cheap massive meat is the way. I 100% agree. I'd prefer like a kilo of meat. Although I will admit, I'll tell you what though. I'll tell you what. A good steak is really fucking good. Like, I know that you could get like a kilo of like reasonable steak and it'd be pretty good. But if you had sort of like 300 grams of a ripper steak cut, woof, when it's cooked well, it's so good. I have been to there's a really nice steak place in Melbourne, in Crown Casino called Rockpool. I've been a couple of times and it is quite expensive. I think for sort of a 350 gram, nice cut, it's about $70 or $80. It's really fucking good though. Interestingly, that's not the best steak I've ever had. I'll give you that story in a sec. When ads are coming, I'll come back. Take a break. Need another beer, but no. Oh. I'm Japanese. Hunting them cooking is awesome. Just got a basically as seen on TV ad for a Ninja Crispy glass dishware based air fryer. Some mumbo jumbo about portable modular or whatever. Ninja is actually like apparently quite a massive brand of cookware. There's a Ninja advertise and have the naming rights for Ninja Stadium in Tasmania, and I always never understood what they were until I had to Google them to figure out that they actually were apparently, when I say legit as in real, not legit as in good, if that makes sense, they were actually a brand of cookware and cooking utensils that are pretty big company. Couldn't tell you if they were good. I don't own any Ninja cookware, but I always found that quite funny that they had enough money to buy the naming rights to a whole stadium. But yeah. Anyway, quick. Yeah, I did say I'll tell you where my actual best steak actually was. So this place, Rockpool, which is in Crown, I've had it a few times now. The last time last year, after I sold my house in Boy, I had a little bit of money to pay for a nice dinner. So I went and took my parents out and my missus out. We had a really, really nice steak. And they do extremely good steak. But sometimes the best steak you have is in the places you least expect. And actually, the best steak I ever had was in Tasmania at the hotel I stayed at when I was there for work. It was called the Intercontinental. Not like John Wick, the Intercontinental. And I ordered it as room service. And it was like $35, which in 2016, that is actually a little bit expensive. It was probably, a $55 steak now. But it was $35 and my company was paying for it. And it was, room service steaks. You don't really expect that much out of it. And this wasn't like a Four Seasons hotel or something really fancy. But it genuinely was so good. So good I had it twice and it was even better the next night. Absolutely the best steak I've ever had. By far. It's shit on any steak I've ever had. It could be the fact that Tasmania is really well known for its its grass-fed cows and it's like really nice meat that comes out of there. Could have been that. Could have just been the fact that bloke just had the touch. The person who cooked it just had the fucking touch. Like just anything he touches is gold. And it could have been that too, but that is the best steak I've ever had. Just some hotel in Hobart. 10 years ago. I have never had it since because I've never been back, but I hope one day I can have it again. It was really, really fucking good. Like, yeah, so like I said, you can pay for good food. Sometimes though it's not. But in fairness, like in sometimes bulk is better, and I sometimes am totally okay with paying money for just a shit ton of food rather than necessarily being the best food I've ever had. I'm more than happy to have just a lot of meat and just sit there and get through a bunch of meat simply to feel full. Yeah, but like that 350 gram steak at Rockpool doesn't leave you hungry. No way. You definitely feel full. It's just not any kind of excess. All right, let's keep going. What's it? Yeah, I mean, she's gonna. Oh Lord, here we go. Oh Lord. WeChat credit. WeChat credit. We're doing a runner. Oh, that's what I'm saying, man. Like, how did he expect to pay for this? Find a way to pay. Admit you have no money. Pass the bill to Shinshin. Yeah, man, let's make her do it. Should we make her do it? This would be funny. 14,000 yuan? It's like a $2,000 bill. What the fuck? The Wagyu beef was 3,000 yuan? It might not have been Ninja. Oh, I think I remember the Ninja bullet blender. Yeah, I think I remember that too, actually. That is definitely an as seen on TV thing. The fuck are they talking about? $14,000, 13,888. Yeah, shut the fuck up. Admit you have no money. Find a way to pay. Pass the bill to Shinshin. These two have unlocked through something, so we can actually do this. I'm gonna give it to her. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. This is gonna be funny. Yeah, let's get the waiter to do it. That's fantastic. Actually, she's got no particular reaction to it. I don't think the love went down. I don't.
之后，我试图再联络他，发现已经被他拉黑了。
Yep.
但是约会不应该男生买单吗？女生买单会不会太丢人了？
不会啊，他明明答应请客的。
I kind of want to get the others. I think we move on to chapter 2. I don't know. Do you want to move on to chapter 2, or do you want to get like a different ending, a different outcome? I don't know. Yeah, smash those Heinekens. I thought about buying a Heineken. I opted for the Asian beer. What's making that sound? Is that the game making that sound, or is that my stream making that sound? We got another ending. Okay. Safe ending, words matter. Your clarity protects you. Sometimes a bill carries more weight than a line of sweet talk. Okay. We actually got another ending. All right. Yeah, we actually extended this story massively. Shit. All right. We would have had a whole different story up here too. This game is way longer than I thought. We're still well into chapter 1. Like, all right, let's go. Let's try. I want to get to chapter 2.
第一次看到你的时候，我就觉得你跟其他的。
我先去一趟洗手间。
这边请。
您的贷款1万元已到账。
No, he's taking debt. He's taking debt. No, dude. What is he gonna do to get revenge? What is he gonna do? Now I'm really curious.
喜欢就好。
这是我喝过最好喝的酒，也是我人生中最难忘的生日。谢谢你啊，雨伦。
哦，那咱们再去转转。
对不起啊，雨伦，我还得回去直播，公司要求比较紧。不过我今天真的很高兴，谢谢你。走吧。
从那刻开始，我决定要让陈
Not even a walk.
但当务之急是把贷款还清。
They're making us get to chapter 2 by getting this guy into the shitter. That sucks. Man.
乐儿啊，李律师联系你爸说，之前你爷爷的遗产手续全都办好了，算下来正好50万。
$70,000.
你找个安全可靠的存起来，记住，千万不要乱花啊！这些钱都是你爷爷留给你将来娶媳妇儿用的。
I'm really curious as to why she thought he would be the target, given
对啊，我跟猫宝宝关系很好，我们还一起吃过饭呢。猫宝宝，我们最近在聊新推出的手机，
Why not try the other bloke?
可以扣在下面的公屏上。我们白色扣1，然后玫瑰金扣2。
There you go, you guys do it too. White type 1, rose gold type 2. Go on, put it in the chat. I have no idea. I'm back, alright. Dad, Brecky, what'd you have? Probably heard about the inheritance coming in. I mean, yeah, I really don't know. Like,
不
what?
是说一机难求吗？
可以买黄牛啊，虽然真的很贵，但我这台手机太卡了。现在卖了几个好转，我也终于敢为自己破费买
Nutella
礼
with
物
bread,
了。
that's alright.
我送给你。
你怎么突然想到送我这么贵的礼物？你最近都在干什么呢？怎么消息回得这么慢？
Don't tease. Hot jam donut. Damn, son. Where did you get the donuts from? I might have to buy myself a donut tomorrow. I've been trying to lose weight though. I'm doing pretty good. Tell her about the inheritance. Do not tell her about the inheritance.
钱花光了可以再赚啊，只要能让你快乐，我一定满足你。
That man has hairy fingers. He has really hairy fingers. Get one? Yeah, I will. I'll go on tomorrow. I actually, you know what I have? You know what I have here in Williamstown? A lot of ice cream stores. Actually, really nice. I had some ice cream last week. That was really good. What we don't have is jam donuts. You're just thinking about jam donuts or ice cream. I'm thinking about both. I don't want to have any food though. I'm really like trying to lose weight. I'm actually doing a really good job since December. Oh yeah, his finger's been hairy. Yeah, it's really fucking hairy. I've got hairy toes, but not hairy fingers. Not doing a feet stream, but let me have a look here. Yeah, not even my toes aren't as hairy as that. Yeah, I've lost since December. I've lost nearly 8 kilos. So like in just in a couple of months. So I'm actually doing a really good job. I don't want to end it. So yeah, I need to keep going. I need to keep being diligent. I've got like 10 kilos to go. So a walking desk and a treadmill combo, and it could help actually. It could help. Sit here and talk while I'm on a treadmill. I don't know if there's any streamers who do that. That's quite funny though. Only my outfit was stunning. Oh, shut up.
你最漂亮。
不过你到底怎么了？有什么事都不能和我说说吗？哎呀，好了好了，我不问你了，只有默默关心我的猫宝宝喽。
She's not happy now because we didn't tell her about the inheritance. Is there any women in this game who will not do this to me? Because just don't let this game think, gents, that all women suck. What? No, some bullshit Facebook post controlling my life. Bullshit. Come on, fuck off. There are plenty of women who don't care about your money. All right, man. That is a hairy hand. That's a gorilla.
你在哪儿呢？我现在过来找你。
You'll need to sort some hot jam donuts staying in front of him, otherwise the treadmill idea won't work. It will help. It will help a lot. Giving me the carrot, i.e. the donut. Where's this bridge? This rules. You know what? I want to quickly do though. At the start of this game, there was a circular building in the water. I want to go Chinese city with circular building in water. Not Guangzhou, not that. It might be... something like this, right? You reckon something like this? But if it bloody opens. This, right? In Wuxi, it wasn't this one. I really thought it was Tianjin, but maybe it wasn't. It was this building, wasn't it? At the start of the game. It was this thing. This one. He needs to go to Fukuoka. Yeah, I've never been. It was blue. I thought it looked like something like this. I wanted just to see if I could find where the city this is based in. I always like finding out where the cities are. Just because, I don't know. I don't know why I relate to that. Why would I relate to that? But it's still interesting. This comes up a lot. Why does this come up and not tell us where it actually is? This one is the one that always comes up, this like coin building, but it's not this. The Sheraton Huzhou. This one, Xiamen. Yeah, it's this building. It's this, it's Xiamen. Alright, that's where it is. Yeah, this is where it is. Yeah. Yeah, I remember these two buildings are in that as well. Okay. Alright, there you go. There's where this is set in Xiamen in Fujian. Yeah, so it's not too far away from Beijing. I think Beijing's sort of up here. Like Xiamen's down there. But Beijing's a little further up here. I've actually never been this far south in China before, other than to like Hong Kong and Macau. presuming you agree that they're part of China, which look they are. So you know, call a spade a spade. But yeah, maybe now. Yeah.
他们现在逼我去日本做色情直播。
It's a lot of money involved.
他们就说不答应就是违约，我违约就要赔一大笔钱。
She's becoming a jab idol.
我之前靠直播
Let's go.
还想着以后能和你一起开一家服装店。
Clothing store? Have I ever expressed interest in clothing? I literally have never expressed interest in clothing. Why do you think I'd be into something like this? I only like collecting Guna anime figurines. Jeez. Yeah, help her, whatever. We have to get to the. We have to we have. Just to be clear, woman, we're progressing the story. We have to progress the story. I know, I want to get to the revenge quickly. When did we buy the gun? Just to be clear, we're using the gun to shoot targets in a field. Not shoot her. Right, we buy the gun to shoot the targets in the field because the revenge, just to be clear, the revenge is we're buying a gun to shoot targets in the field so we can train to be an Olympian. And we're going to be trained to become an Olympian so we can enter the shooting and we can be that like Turkish dude who just stands there and shoots the gun with the eyes open and he looks super cool. And then we're going to win a silver medal and then we're going to earn a bunch of money for the silver medal. And that gets us a better woman.
帮你解决问题。
我之前就一直在幻想，我想和你一起出去自驾旅行。
Olympic chicks are fucking hot. Yes. Three. Yes. You're right. Shut up for a second. You're right. We didn't aim high enough. We should win 3 gold medals in 3 consecutive Olympics, all with world records, and we get money because we get the one sponsor who never sponsors people, Coca-Cola. Then we get Coca-Cola sponsor money, and they sponsor us, and then we get rich, and then we get the woman.
但我真的没想到会变成现在这样。
你别哭，我一定会替你解决问题的。我有钱，我现在就可以转给你。
I have Coke money. Wait, not that kind of Coke.
我知道你在担心什么，我会给你写欠条的。
你不用写欠条了。
对不起，伦。
Honestly, she actually kind of seems like, you know, sincere about this.
我真的不知道我该怎么过这一关。
Even I might get suckered in here because she seems sincere. Sponsor us and children for 3 generations. Man, I'd love that Coke money. Oh, cheek? Oh, that was weak. That was fucking weak. What was that? I thought we'd won. I thought we'd actually gotten something out of giving someone fucking $20,000. I think we literally gave her $40,000. That kiss on the cheek, that's what we earned out of that. Fuck's sake. Mate, you should have been on her fucking knees. Consensually, of course. No power imbalance.
您好，您拨打的电话暂时无法接通。
I know, watching that side of the face forever. She's in Japan. Oh. Should he date the girl? She seems... yeah, shit. Yes. He's gonna get to the end of this chapter and be like, now it's time for revenge on gold diggers. Let's go.
Jeju Bunny asked me, should he date the girl or not?
What is she holding?
She seems to be a gold digger. Well,
is she holding a
if
knife?
She's already digging for gold, maybe it's time he invests in a metal detector instead of a relationship. Seriously,
I thought she was
if
holding
he's
a knife.
looking to
Oh,
date
she
someone
is.
who
She
values
is. She cut
him
her
for
wrist.
who he is, not just his bank account, he might want to think
Dude,
twice.
look,
But
man,
hey,
she cut her wrist.
what do
Look,
I know?
She cut her wrist.
Just remember,
yes, let's go.
you can't buy
I don't know
happiness,
why.
but you can sure as hell drive it home
Oh
in
yeah,
a Ford
Ford will tell us.
F-150. Built Ford.
What did
tough.
Ford say? Ford, I guess Ford said something around we should buy a Ford F-150, right? They meet under the bridge in the dark at night only. I know, this is their space. Apparently no one else knows about this spot, by the way. It's like a very pretty bridge and not a single person knows about this, and no one knows that she went there and tried to kill herself, and only he knows. He should think it twice. You know, yes, you know what would make this game really good? If he turns around right now and says, you know what we should do? We should buy a Ford F-150 Lightning. That's what we should buy. That'll solve all our problems. Ford, sponsor me. Give me a car. Preferably an electric vehicle, but if it's for free, I'll take anything. Product placement. Take the wide shot of the bridge and there's a Ford rolling over the bridge. He's gonna pay the surgery. Man. What is this? Where? What happened to the kidney? What happened to the woman with the kidney problems? Oh, but she's gonna, like, terminate her life, right? I'm obviously gonna help her, bro. You need to keep the chapter going. Yeah, touch her ruined wrist. Yes. I just gave her $40,000 like 2 days ago. I still don't understand why she thought it was me though. Like, why not Big Ace? Like, surely she could run this game on Big Ace, and Big Ace was giving her. Big Ace was an oiler. Like, he seemed like he was from Saudi Arabia or something. Had like $1 billion. Like, oh, I gave her everything. Surely, come on, kiss on the lips, please. Maybe he, yeah, I'm telling you, this is gonna get really bad.
I lose my breath whenever I see you set my world on fire.
Is this a Suno song?
I just want you, I just need you. I don't know what it is you do.
Actually doesn't sound like a Suno song. It sounds like a stock song. Yeah, it actually, unless it's a Suno V5. Yo, you reckon the Heineken's the sponsor? We're all just drinking Heineken's. She's feeling guilty. Maybe if he spends $1 million, he might get a kiss with tongue. Maybe. I doubt it.
那晚之后，他就再也没有出现过。我找遍了他所有曾经去过的地方。
Wow. Okay. Actually got an ending here.
就感觉像是
Yeah, they're doing the Heinekens. Maybe I should have bought Heinekens for this stream.
直到1年后，我在一辆公交车上，透过车窗偶然
Alanis Morissette.
跑车上。
Alright, hang on.
跟一个男人有说。
Man's hitting us. It's like man. Where is it? Can we get a karaoke version? Can we get a copyright-free karaoke version? Hang on. Alanis Morissette karaoke version. Ironic. I want a non-copyright. I want a shitty version that we can sing to. I'm about to wake up my whole family. All right, you ready for this? You ready for this? Take your time. Take your time. Take your time. God damn it, YouTube. Fucking hurry up. I know you can't hear because it's not fucking playing. Hurry up. Okay. I actually don't know the lyrics. I don't know the lyrics. That's good. An old man turned 98. He won the lottery, but died the next day. Oh my god, I'm out of beer. It's a black fly in your Chardonnay. It's a death row pardon 2 minutes too late. Isn't it ironic? Don't you think? It's like rain on your wedding. Okay, none of that.
我有效，我也知道那个时候才知道，我被骗了。
That's a good one. It.
老板，你告诉我这些，是想说不要再相信爱情。
That was good. Gotta save it. Gotta save the moment, fellas. Come on.
我把自己的过去跟你分享，就是想告诉你，我也曾在感情中被捞得一无所有，也曾因为欺骗而绝望，甚至不再相信爱情。但这些只是暂时的。
She gave a contract and she got on Australian Idol, right?
教给你情感知识，帮你成为一个真正的男人。
You're next, Australian Idol. Well, hang on. What are we doing? We're about to. Are we like John Wick in this game? What's going on here? We're taking. Oh, we're going to basement. Oh, we're going top. We got like guns and shit. What's going on here? We going up or down? Yeah, we have a whole like. We have like a whole FBI team for the revenge.
你愿意成为更好的自己了吗？
啊，愿意。
What?
多辛苦，我都会变得更好更强。
What?
那我向你承诺，你之前被骗，我一定会尽力帮你追回来，并且我会替你向捞女们复仇。剩下的一切就交给我们了。
What? Did we just like bring him up to like a secret FBI style revenge on gold diggers like office where we have a team of people ready to what? I have a total revenge squad. I've got a what? What the fuck? What is all right? Okay. Mate, this has taken us an hour and a half to get through chapter 1. All right, hang on. An old man turned 98. He won the lottery, but died. That was just chapter 1 out of 7 chapters. It's a black fly in your Chardonnay. Wow, I sound awesome. Pardon 2 minutes too late. Isn't it ironic? Don't you think? It's like rain on your wedding. Okay, none of that. Yeah, it's good. It's good. You gotta post that one. You gotta post that one to TikTok or something, man. Let's keep going. Game rules. Hang on, I need another drink. We need to keep going. I like this game. This rules. All right. This is actually a very fun game. Give me 1 sec. Are you winning? Hi, Nate. We're beyond winning. Have some water? Nah. I'm actually okay. Like I'm not nearly as bad as I was like a week and a half ago. So no, don't worry, I'm okay. I've only had 3 beers and we've been streaming for 3.5 hours. So I'm very buzzed, but I'm in a very good position. So don't worry, man. Thank you for looking out for me. Thank you, Nate. Nate, you get here late, man. What's it? This is what I was saying anyway, by the way. Nate is one of the people that I've met in real life. Very handsome man, Nate. You're a king. How much did you have last time? I had half a bottle of whiskey, which, like, this is... So these are 4.7. They normally say how many standard drinks they're on. These must be imported. 1.2. Okay, there it is. So, like, 1.2, and I've had 1, 2, 3. I've had 4. So, and these Kierans, I think, are 1.2 as well. Yeah, they're 1.3. So, we'll call them 1.2. I've had 4. I've had 3 standard drinks. Let's say 4 standard drinks. With the whiskey, that half a bottle of whiskey was probably like 11 standard drinks. Yeah, a lot more alcohol. So yeah, no, it was a very different week, and that last week. Yeah, no, and I'm not even close to bad. Like, I'm having a good time. That's how alcohol should be, for what it's worth. Like, I'm not telling you should ever drink alcohol, but if alcohol is ever going to be good, this is how it should be. Like, you should be having fun. Your guards down. Like, you're willing to sing karaoke, and like, I actually would sing karaoke now. If we were in a karaoke bar, I'd be fucking going at it. But not enough to be stumbling around, really struggling, like close to vomiting and stuff. That's how it was last week. It was really, really bad. So yeah, no, I'm okay. I'm really okay. Thank you for noticing that I am definitely getting a bit drunk. I'm a little bit, but I actually have paced myself really well. Like, I'm 3.5 hours in, and I'm only onto my 4th beer. So we're well and truly. I am pacing as I expected to be, which is 1 beer per hour. That's what I wanted to do. So yeah, no, we're good. We're very good. Cooking wine sometimes in my stir fry. Does it get you buzzed, man? Does it get you buzzed? You can be honest with me. Do you get Asian beer flush? My missus gets it. She's basically, quote unquote allergic to alcohol. Like, she really can't. She gets Asian. It's called Asian flush, where she gets super red even with a tiny little bit of alcohol. She cannot tolerate it. And like, alcohol, Asian, I think it's called Asian beer flush, Asian flush, something like that. Actually massively increases your risk of cancer if you have it, and she has it. So like, she doesn't drink alcohol at all. She's drinking it twice. She's drunken it twice with me, and both times, like, genuinely problematic. Bit of Bailey's ice cream. Jeez, all right. Big spender, dude. You don't drink. I always imagine, like, driving sometimes. Like, I drink, like, these Sprite with 0 sugar and getting pulled over by police because they see me drinking a can. And then coming up to the window and like, "Afternoon, sir, what are you drinking today?" I'm like, "Man, it's a Sprite 0. We're going hard tonight." Right. That's half the shit I drink is fucking Sprite and Coke Zeros. Don't even have sugar in them, let alone alcohol. I only drink, Fridays and Saturday nights. But this is it. This is the kind of perfect pace for drinking. Oh, hang on, we got a new one. Tang Xiaotian. 21k. Oh no, this is a real gold digger. Oh no. Thank God I don't mind cancer. Please said cancelled. No, it's cancer. If you do get Asian beer flush, Asian alcohol flush, be careful, seriously. Apparently it's massive increase too. It's like 5 times, 6 times. Yeah, Sprite 0 alcohol, yeah. Well, Solo have an alcohol version. They're actually pretty good. Don't get me wrong, she's pretty hot, but stop scamming people, bro. What the fuck? How does he afford? So hang on a second. He was poor when he was with that other woman. But the fact that he is able to stand up like a revenge on gold diggers whole like hotline HQ FBI shit like this with a hot chick in it as well means he has money, right? I mean, like the man's basically the Batman of rich women, right? The Batman of rich men. I mean, Batman's the Batman of rich men. Bruce Wayne was a billionaire. What is he? Bold to assume I'm Chinese. Kids at school started speaking Mandarin. I mean, my missus works in Footscray, and Footscray's a heavily Vietnamese area, and they all think she's Vietnamese. She gets treated like she's Vietnamese all the time. She has to keep correcting him. It's like, man, I don't speak Vietnamese at all. I have no idea what you're talking about. They do that to her. Broke? Hang on. Who was that? Broke rich boy? They're called the Anti-Gold Digger Squad. And it's because of his dad and he lost his inheritance. Yo, who's this? Lin Bang. Is she an ex-gold digger or is she also a victim? Yo, this is sick. What is this? She's hot. Man got himself the woman, man. Ex-gold digger, bold and opinionated, started Yulan's women. He got himself the girl. She don't have the Viet hotness, but they think she is though. That's what I mean. It's the opposite. They think she is Vietnamese. What? Martial arts coach? Single dad? What is this? Whose dad is he? School girl? Why? Why she post like this? Next page, let's go.
他会利用打篮球、电脑游戏跟男生拉近关系。
This is the one we just looked at, right?
并且懂得利用他们的妒忌心，让他们争风吃醋，从而提高自己的价值。
Posts, yeah, fair enough. Post thirst traps.
他现在手上大概有8到
10
8
to 10 guys, all sending her
小刘
money.
不是他唯一的男友。
Wow.
只有为
Okay.
他花足够多的钱和为他买包包的人。
Only those who spend big and buy her luxury bags get the chance to date her. What in the world? Man, I actually need to ask my missus if she knows anyone like this. If she's ever known anyone who's been this kind of like just scamming guys out of money for fucking bags. I actually think her cousin was a little bit like this, but her cousin's stuck in some kind of ridiculous relationship with some dude who's it's actually the opposite. Like he's the gold digger. He's a fuckwit, that bloke, but she's also a bit of a fuckwit, but she deserves better than him, if that makes sense. I'm curious. I might ask her tomorrow.
看来他为了捞不同的男人，准备工作做得还挺足嘛。
This is a really interesting game.
OK， 根据我们找到的资料，他
I'm
经常
also
会
in love
出
with
现
this
在
girl now
这
already.
些地方。
Former gold, like a reformed gold digger is amazing.
我知道。
That's amazing. What is that?
什么都不会，只会
And he has a girlfriend now. Like man won, bro. He won.
是不可能什么都懂啊。哎，那个
扬长避短。
哎。
那你打算怎么吸引他，让他上钩呢
I love this game. This is great. Use charm, use wealth. Well, she's a gold digger, so use wealth. Let's go.
他说：“帮我把那台迈凯伦开过来。”
你的意思是只有金钱才可以吸引他？
如果用钱就能吸引过来的你，那肯定是贪图你钱的捞女朋友。像唐小甜这种低段位的捞女，才会把金钱放在第一位。
Mediocre.
选一个属于你的主场，因为在你自己的主场会让你的自信发挥出魅力。
Holy shit! This bloke has been like hella black-pilled. What?
这唐小甜球打得可以，这几个好像都在追他吧？真不怕闹成修罗场啊！
Like this dude's like the Chinese dude who's been on 4chan. and has now turned it into a full-time job, hating on women. This is good. I love this game. It's awesome, man. This is great. We need to play this game to its ending, 100%. So this, okay, so this, hang on, so I think I get it now. So it sounds like the point of this game is actually to lean into get the women obsessed with you, only to continue the story. So it sounds like we have to pick the choices which result in us like losing money and making the girl sort of fall in love with our wealth. Before, why we finished like we got a bunch of endings in chapter 1, which were the safe endings, is because we actually went the opposite. I was trying to save my man, because obviously they were being, you know, they were being gold diggers. So like, obviously you can see that from a mile away, but we keep getting the end of the game. So we're supposed to lean in, it sounds like. Okay, yeah. Really? Okay. I mean, okay, I guess. Requires you to be more charming. Yeah, alright, we'll lock eyes with her. Yeah, that was alright. Oh, no, she doesn't like that? What a waste of time. What do I need to do in order to get her? I mean, let's introduce her to our fucking girlfriend. Like, mate, our girlfriend's so much hotter than her. And we're dominating. Like, bro's Kobeing it from all parts of the bloody field. Kobe! Yes! Corner 3. Fire back and show off. Ignore him. We're cool like that. Yeah, of course she likes that. Because we're cool. We're just firing them from all parts of the court here. Let's go. Threes. Now she's getting a bit bored. She's getting a bit bored of how good we are. No sweat. We are sweat free. Man doesn't sweat. Who does that remind you of? And we just left. I'm okay with it.
他谁呢？
好多爆款都是他们家做的呢。一姐上月穿他家衣服都才30万呢，这么厉害！进来吧。让进去了，走，认识一下。
她是雨伦啊，是女性服装公司的老板，正在寻找代言人。来。
Is that it? Is this how this works? We just have like 5 people rolling outside. We're just looking for a brand influencer. I want someone from JYP, thank you very much. Not these randos. She should remember, right? She's not obsessed by that? She only cares if we ignore her? Come on, that's on the nose. That's on the nose. Alright, fine. Fine, we can play this game.
原本我们就定了个地方进行团建，吴总啊，一起去喝喝小酒，也方便您呢去了解他们一下。
No thanks.
我贸然加入不太好吧？
说真的，我整天啊被他们几个围着吵，烦死了。
No thanks.
好不容易有一个大帅哥可以帮我分担一下，他们也高兴啊。
一起去吧，吴总，去吧。
那既然这样，
Yeah, it does that sound every time we get a decision right.
今晚是个好机会，看你们谁能得到吴总青睐，拿下代言。
我特别喜欢你们家的衣服，我也是，我收藏了很多。
没什么。
Moet's not a great. It's not an expensive brand.
适配一下。
I have a bottle of Moet somewhere in my fucking house. It's not that expensive. It's just champagne. China really buys champagne and wine and does not care about how much it costs.
怕会打扰到你。
没关系，他们在跟我聊代言。
可能我不像他们这么积极吧，因为我不是个特别自信的人。但其实我还挺想做你们公司代言人的。
Already chosen, bro.
上午打球，我还以为你没记住我呢，原来你一直有在默默关注我。所以，是你记性好，还是我有什么特别之处？
I mean, I've met you before. I'd never forget someone. It would be hard to forget someone surrounded by lapdogs. Let's go. Mate, this game just rewards us choosing the black pill answers.
我印象太深刻了。
你这个人太坏了，总取笑我。
Yeah, yeah.
但他们其实都不是我的鱼。
那就好，我是怕你交到损友。
Alright, bro.
你做网红有那么多人喜欢是好事，但是你要懂得保
And
护
the younger people would call this the Sigma male
其实
answers.
我还挺想往演员方向发展的，但听说
You
演艺圈
can
比网
be
红圈
with
还要
real
复杂。
women. You
刚
can
才
be a
听你这
little
么说
honest.
完，我都有点犹豫了。
Endearment is fine. Change the topic. I don't care.
我听说娱乐圈比较复杂，你应该多听听别人的意见。
嗯。
我们出来太久了，该先回去了。
It's been hard. Oh no, she didn't like that. Alright, that's fine. I don't care. It'll change. It's fine. They don't even know me though. Like, we're just faking it, yeah. This is our girlfriend, yeah. The wingman. Yeah, there she is, the wingman. What a queen. I reckon it has to be secretary or girlfriend. Which one do you think she'd fall for more? Do you think she'd be more competitive if she was my secretary, or more competitive if she thought she could take me away? I'm gonna go girlfriend.
跟大家介绍一下，这位是我女朋友林芳，这位呢是直播公司的老板
Yeah,
张总，
of course that worked.
其他几位是他的达人，不想认识一下吗？
今天已经很晚了，你不累吗，男朋友？
没办法了，我得先告辞了。
What?
你们继续玩。
What a queen, dude. I love this woman. Mate, get yourself a girl like her. Jesus. A wingman woman is a wingman for life.
可惜啊，好东西通常都会有人抢的。
Get yourself a girl who will back you in any situation.
当然大家都想要了。
可是你不怕他已经有女朋友了吗？
我觉得有女朋友挺好的。
为什么？
因为你的
There's only one target. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Come on. All right, bro. I know that game.
很好，他应该很快就上
It
钩。
means there's only one person to beat.
老板，你什么时候给大家上上强度啊？
I knew that's exactly why I
某
said
人
that.
倒是乐在其中。
我这是为了追债，就不是游戏。
Oh shit. We got the text game again. Here we go.
死胖子有完没完？
Oh, he's the
没事别
bloke.
来烦我，听不懂人话是吗？
That is why I used to have the tag femdom. This is him. He got femdomed from that woman. That's why he was giving her money. what did I have? What was the tag I had for the money? Findom, that's right, Findom. He was getting findommed by her. He actually is kind of into that. I need to check what my tag history is. I'm gonna put this on in the background. Let's go. Fucking Findom, dude. Yep. Man, I love this bloke now. I'm all about it. Analytics Discovery, I think, is the one that's got the tags. Oh, it actually doesn't find any now from the old tags. Hang on. Here you go. You want the discovery of my stream? I've got 3 views from Japanese, interestingly. We don't speak Japanese much on this stream. Maybe I should. Nihongo hanaseru. Hanasu iga. Oh, jeez, I've got my Japanese. Nihongo hanase hoga ii desu. Yeah, I should speak. I best to speak Japanese. K-pop with 2 and none with for the rest. Well, I've got Korean at the bottom with 223 impressions and no views. Ooh. Okay, I'll think about that.
不好意思啊，一直烦着你，是因为我工作上有一些事情，不知道该怎么处理。
It's a Louis Vuitton phone. Reply immediately, but hanging. Yep. Jesus. Why is this game so on the nose? We just hit him with a okay. Yep. Mate, this is like a 4chan playbook.
不好意思啊，一直烦着你，谢谢你，都是关于工作的，想向你请教。
If you were on 4chan like circa 2012, which I was, rightly or wrongly, this was the kind of advice they gave you on how to like be with women. Yeah, 200 is a lot. This was where they'd be like, you know, only reply to women like 4 hours later. Only give them single word answers. Yeah, and they'll for whatever reason they will think you're worth more for some reason. Like you tell a woman what, like she might write like 3 lines and you'd be like, hey, and you don't say anything else. I don't understand it. I don't think modern women, the ones you want to date, are like that. Like they don't like that. If you want the like vapid, shallow gold digger women who will probably see through you pretty quick because you don't actually have money, unless you do. Good on you if you do. Don't behave like that. You don't need to be, right? If you want a genuine person, man or woman, you can be a lot more genuine. You don't have to be as shallow as people will tell you have to be. All right, here we go. We've got our new person. She's just sending a bunch of fucking photos. What did she say?
听老板说，因为代
The
言，
boss says now that you're
你给我
endorsing
们
us,
公司的主
you
播
sent a
邮
whole
寄了
batch
很
of
多衣
outfits.
服
Which。one do you think suit me best? Well,
你看
I
我穿哪
can't
一
see
件
an
更合
outfit
适
in
啊
the first, and I can barely see an outfit in the second. So you sent me one outfit. None of them look good on you. Yeah. Easy. You bad boy, you always teasing me. They fit the others, why not be? But anyways, you'll just have to design a new one. Maybe next season. I'm pretty busy. I'll take it as a promise. You got to design an outfit for me. And one more thing, I've got an audition at a film company, but I heard the director usually asks people to wear lingerie, and I don't have an assistant. I'm leaving.
我该怎么办呀？
Easy. But I'm scared. I don't have connections. I'm nothing like the big streamers with others backing them, and you're the only one I can count on. Still tied up. Promise you'll help me figure this out when you're free. Yeah. I can't believe this bloke like has a whole like revenge gig. That's how he makes his money now. And like he just gets like sexy photos all day. That's his whole job, is to bait women.
你在说什么呢？我家的猫生病了。
Tell her to take him to a vet. Yep. Go to the vet. Real. Do your job.
他现在好多了，我再观察一会儿吧。谢谢你啊。
Call her out.
有件事情我不知
Just
道
block
该不该和
her.
你
Is
说。
that well, I actually don't know what the end game is here. I'm actually curious to figure out what the point is, because surely the game is just block her and make her chase, right? What are we trying to do? Are we trying to get money back?
听了会生气呢。
I'm not interested.
我对梦境没有太大的兴趣，但如果你想说，也可以说来听听。
我那天做梦，看见你和你的女朋友分开以
I
后，
was.
他和另外一个男的去了酒店。
She didn't. She came out with me.
哦，那应该是去酒店的咖啡厅谈事情吧？
我确定他背着你出轨了。
What?
为什么这么肯定？
She's trying to convince him that his girlfriend cheated.
看见他们
Sure,
亲上
bro.
这都是梦，别那么当真。
你没有听过那种梦境成真吗？就是那
No, I
种仪
haven't.
式感。哎呀，当然了，那也只是梦而已，随便说说。看到你这么乐观，
What happens when like she does convince him to give money
既
away?
然你那么乐观，你是什么星座的？
我不太相信。
I'm a horse. This is my year, by the way. I should have. Oh, Chinese. It's Chinese New Year was yesterday. No, day before yesterday. It's my year this year. It's the year of the horse. Let's go. 36 years old. I'm not. I'm an old man. Yeah, it's my year, bro. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. What am I supposed to
那
do?
应该是去酒店的咖啡厅谈事情吧？
我确定他背着你出轨了。
I shouldn't have gone back. But it's my year.
为什么这么肯定？
因为我看见他们亲上了。
I will be eating mooncakes, but mooncakes aren't a Lunar New Year thing. They're a mooncake festival thing. So it's later in the year. It's like the half year.
那也只是梦而已，随便说说。
I will, but yeah, mooncakes typically around October.
放心啦。哎，对了，既然你那么
But I did go out to a Chinese restaurant last Sunday. Actually, it
我
was
不
good.
太相信星座这种东西。
We do have an ad. I'll take a break when the ad starts.
不是呀，我觉得这个东西还挺有逻辑的。
All right, Virgo. I'm a Pisces. Me and my dad are Pisces. All right, I'm on to my last beer of the night, and I'm actually going to drink a Powerade. I'm going to take Sandwich Man's advice and have a zero sugar Powerade, just to give me some hydration at the same time. And then you know what? It's 20 degrees outside. I'm gonna take a walk when I'm finished the stream, because I live in a nice area and I'm gonna have a bit of a wander, burn some of these calories, alcohol calories. What do I add? 4 bintangs and a Kirin. Yeah, been a pretty good night actually. Very well paced, very okay. I'm on to my fifth hour. Fifth drink in the 5th hour, so it makes perfect sense. I always forget you guys have got summer. Yeah, it is still summer. Technically summer as far as the months go for another week, and then we move into autumn. But the hot weather will continue. Yeah, it's 20. Like, it actually is pretty warm for even for a late summer night. Like, normally by this point we've started to get a little colder. So being 20, normally it'd be sort of more like 15. 20 is very walkable at 2 a.m. in the morning. Geez, that's actually hot. Like, I'd actually struggle to sleep if I didn't have anything. Yeah, we enter spring and summer. Yeah, it was 28 today. It was 34 earlier in the week. The day that I got stuck in the elevator was 25. It's been good weather. Yeah. Yeah, I'm very happy. I'm not actually looking forward to summer. Winter. I'm actually very happy with the current weather. I am a Pisces. Leo sucks.
对了，狮子座是不是快过生日了？你是几月几号的呀
？8月8。
天哪，你连生日日期都是最幸运、最富有。
Lucky numbers.
那下周你有没有时间呀？
Do these women like? I know they're gold diggers, but do they ever have sex? Because like women like sex. Don't ever forget that, gentlemen. Women do actually enjoy sex. So even though some of them are looking for money, generally they should have sex, right? Like, still. This guy surely has to. You've had 20 hours in Stellar Blade. Yeah, I kind of want to. I wish Stellar Blade was available on Xbox, because I'd actually like to play it on console. I think it would work well on my nice TV. Although I do have a computer connected to that TV, so I could easily play it on my computer. But I kind of do want Stellar Blade. What's the biggest sale they've had for it? Arrive half an hour late, obviously.
你终于来了，我还以为今天晚上都见不到你了呢。
啊，原来你还在啊！我还以为今天也见不到你了。
Obviously, bro. Obviously. Mate, why does this game insist that these women should be treated like this? Wow. I'm okay so far, but it's quite funny. Time for Tang Xiaotian to taste a poor man's meal. I'm moving out. I bought it right now on sale, but it didn't feel like a sale. Still for full price. It was $52. I went in, bought Nikkei Plus near DLC. Suggest a different place. Take her someplace. I'm just gonna take her, not suggest.
走吧。
我们去哪儿啊？不吃饭了吗？
Yep, of course she likes that. We decide. Man, this game has got like alpha male, like pattern, read the book, do the thing all over it. This is exactly the kind of shit that those, pickup artists would literally tell you to do. It's still $100. You bought Nikkei, did you? I own some Nikkei graded fucking cards. Hang on. Which one is this one? This Nikkei? Hang on. It's Implacable. Is Implacable Nikkei? Hang on. No, that's Azure Lane. What's this one? Not that one. This is. There we go. Rappy. It's Rappy. Yes. There we go. This is my PSA 10 graded Y Schwartz graded Rappy. There we go. Man is a man of culture. My graded Nikkei cards. Get them instead. Yeah, Nikkei's a Korean game. I know it is. I've got bloody graded cards. That's the hair I'm rocking to celebrate. I actually now I'm actually buying a 1/3 scale Nikkei figure. Let me show you it. Let me show you what I'm buying. I don't know why I'm buying it. Last year, I got bored and I purchased this. No, not the Alice one. Alice 1/3, right? Where is this thing? And this thing comes in like June, and it's outrageously big. Where is it? I will show it when it comes. It's stupid big, this thing. It's like a 70 centimeter figurine. And like, I don't even have room to put figurines now. I don't even know why I'm buying them. But I've already ordered it and I've already pre-ordered it and paid the deposit for it, so I gotta commit. But this is an Alice figure. Look at this thing. Look at this thing. This is the figurine that I'm buying. It's $1,000. And I was drunk and I paid the deposit and I have to pay this in June. It's a 1/3. So she's gonna be, how tall is this? I think she's 70 centimeters. Like 1/3 is really big. Normally they're 1/6. Yeah, I will. She'll be like that tall. Yeah. No, I am paying $1,000. This thing will be worth a lot of money, actually. Like, even when I get it, the resale value will actually increase. I could probably sell this when I get it for $2,000. It was at least a little bit of the reason I bought it. I just wanted it. I'd been looking at it for months. I just like, man, I just want it. I just want to get it, and I did. Yeah. Yeah, I've got that coming in June. Q3, Q4. No, actually, it could be later. It could be fucking December. No, she doesn't care. She doesn't care. She doesn't really look at them, but she doesn't care. No, she just calls them big booby figurines. Yeah. No, she doesn't care. I buy all sorts of shit, man. She doesn't care. At the end of the day, it's my money, so. No, look, to be fair, if I went and bought a sex doll, I'd expect her to leave me, because I wouldn't buy that. That's weird. I'm not buying these things to goon over. Like, I actually don't goon over. I don't care about any of these things now. They're aesthetically cool. I like them. But if I was that creepy about them, I expect her to leave me. And I just wouldn't get that myself. That's weird. I don't like any figurines that move. I don't like any of these silicon ones that you can maneuver. I don't like any of them that got joints that you can move. I don't care about that. I just want a static figure that I can sit and look at if I like, and it looks cool, and I look at it. And I've got a few of them, and a lot of them are in storage now because I just can't store them. I can't have them here. But I think when she comes, I'll just put her right here, just right there, on the bench, and then I might have to put her away. This was back when I was living at the other place. I had a lot more room. Yeah, by the book indeed. But these only work if you're authentic, and it takes a lot of time to have money to take care of yourself and others and surplus afterwards. That's why they don't tell you that it takes a while, and you got to continue to do it, continue to improve year in, year out, which is kind of sad because in the olden days that was called just being a man. So guess World War I and World War II eliminated most of the male archetypes. I don't think it's that bad. Like these days, people, women and men, like when people, women and men, are self-sufficient. That's basically what it is. Like, they like people who can demonstrate a level of confidence in the environment they live. I think there's some kind of sometimes people have this idea that, you know, that the money is the point. The money is not necessarily the point. Money helps, looks help, being fit helps, you know, being thin helps. Like, all these things help. But ultimately, what a person's looking for in a partner, men and women, is someone who's confident in the environment they live. Someone who can navigate the environment with some level of self-sufficiency and go, hey, I can do it. You want to come along because you can rely on me to help, right? Yeah, authenticity, exactly. Like, it's just not being like, fuck, I'm scared. I have no idea what I'm doing. I don't know. I need you. I need to rely. Like, people get scared off by that kind of dependency, right? But if you can sit there and go like, yeah, fuck yeah, I know what I'm doing. Whether I'm poor, whether I'm rich, whether I have a good job, bad job, whether I live in a good part of the city, a bad part of the city, whether I'm old, young, whatever. Fuck yeah, I know what I'm doing. Mate, there's like 8 billion people on planet Earth. Someone's into that. Someone's into you. Someone's into your situation. Someone's willing to get to your level and go, fuck yeah, you're sexy as fuck, right? Like, and some of the women are hot, and she's hot, and some of them are hot at lower class, middle class, upper middle class, upper class, right? They all are there, which is sad. Most people just don't know what to do, or poor examples to learn from. Unfortunately, you are correct, because what ends up happening is, like, especially the men of the world end up going, it's someone else's problem, and then the people like, you know, Andrew Tate go, yeah, it's someone else's problem. Come listen to me. Come pay for my gigs. I'll tell you what the problem is. When the reality is, it's you. It's your problem, right? It's not like it's you. It's not anything else. Like, you just have to, you know, it's always current year. I told this to my missus today, actually, because she was a little bit today. She got to me yesterday because she was talking about some guy she knew, and that guy now has a good job, the job that she wants, you know, and she sort of was saying that he got in there the right place, right time. And I sort of said to her, I said, look, you know, it's always current year. Like, it's always the current year. The reality that we live in today is the reality that everyone lives in today. So we all have to be in the same position. So you just have to learn how to take advantage of whatever time frame it is. It's not post World War II anymore. It's not global financial crisis. It's not the Great Depression. It's not COVID anymore. It's just current day, right? So every single person, at least in your immediate society, right? Let's not talk about, you know, the difference between people living in Melbourne versus people living in sub-Saharan Africa or Gaza or you know, any other country, anywhere, like Southern America, you know, like Mexico, whatever, right? No, we're not talking about that. We're talking about, at the bare minimum, your little society. There's no really point in complaining about that situation because everyone's in it. So you may as well learn how to take advantage of that and figure out how to do it so you can, you know, get the woman. Maybe not her. She's in it for your money, but like, there's a girl who's as hot as her and she would be in it for you. And that's true in, like, everywhere. That's true in every situation, in every year, on every country of every year of planet Earth's existence that humans have existed in. There's been a girl who is as hot as her who's into you, and you just got to find her. You just got to be confident enough to take advantage of your situation, to, you know, to be there, to know, to go, I can do it. I will do it. I'll try to do it at a bare minimum. And a lot of people don't need you to succeed. They just need you to be confident enough to try. It kind of works. This is it, taking it to an extreme as a bit of a role play. You know, he shouldn't necessarily be so, I mean, if he was trying to get this woman, it would be different, but like, he shouldn't be so cold. But the point of this is to make it seem like he's extremely confident in his own world. And that's what a lot of these kind of player, kind of seduction artist people are trying to show you in a very extreme way, is that if you are very, very comfortable in your own world, doing your own thing, being in control of your situation, they come to you, not the other way around, right? It's not as extreme as that. The reality is you need to show some interest in a person you want to be with. Like, fine, like, she's a gold digger at the end of the day. Like, she doesn't care about you, so you shouldn't care about her. But a good woman, and I'm not a conservative about this. Like, it's not a dependent woman like that just cooks and cleans for you. Like, she can be a genuinely independent, strong, you know, got her own shit together, you both do that. Like, you both sort of magnetize into each other because you both realize you're both fucking awesome, right? Like, and you sort of gravitate into each other in a mutual way. And that's how that works. That's how you end up in there. When the power's imbalanced, you're either not going to find them, or there's someone going to take control of a situation, and neither of you are going to end up being good. Cutie should make a book on how to get a woman to have your selfie on the book. Yeah, my cousin, when I was a bit younger, gave me a book. He gave me a seduction pickup book, and I never read it. I probably had it about 2 years before I met my current partner, and I realized, like, in hindsight, I've never read it, but I think if I did read it today, it would just say something to the extent of, like, be confident. Like, that's really all it is. And confidence is easier than it seems, but it does come better when you get a bit older. Like, it's something that people call it different things. They call it confidence, they call it not giving a fuck, they call it, I don't care, they don't, just whatever, right? Like, there's some word to the extent of not being so concerned about the situation in front of you. Actually, it aligns a lot with what's that philosophy called? Chris Broad does it. I do it too, but I've just forgotten what it's called. There's a book by, like, that ancient Roman dude. Yeah, anyway, you'll figure out what I'm talking. It's like that. Like, it's controlling yourself, living your own life to whatever the thing is. Stoicism, yes. Stoicism. You're absolutely right. Both Jeju and Sandman got it. Stoicism. It's very stoic. Stoicism is, espouses ancient dudeonymous. Yes. Stoicism. Yes. Stoicism, being stoic, is essentially this, right? Like, it's this idea of not being concerned of the things you can't control. And so only being concerned of the things you can control means that you have a much, much narrower view of the things you need to be concerned about on a day-to-day. And so generally, other people, lest your dependent others, like actual children, or, maybe people in your family who are disabled, or things like that, those people you don't need to care about. The other people you don't need to care about, the ones who are independent, or should be functionally independent, or can be independent, you don't need to worry about them, because you can't control their behavior. So their behavior can be whatever they want it to be. You only need to behave in reaction to their behavior. So if someone does behave like she's behaving, and you don't like it, just don't deal with it. Exactly, right? Like, go and read what's the ancient dude anonymous's things. It's the guy that made fucking Stoicism. He what's the book? I have the book. I've got it in a fucking bookshelf. Zeno of Citium. Okay, maybe it was him, but there's another bloke. There's another bloke who had a book, and the book is essentially just a diary. Yeah, Aurelius. Yes, Marcus Aurelius. Yes, it was him. Go and read Marcus Aurelius's diary. Just read it. Don't have to do anything. Just read the book, right? Marcus Aurelius is like considered one of the foremost. He's considered one of the foremost, like, fathers of Stoicism, essentially based on the book that he wrote. And it's available it's a publicly available. It's a 2,000-year-old book, right? So you can go and get it for free. It's very easy to go and get it for free. It's not actually that long. Yeah, you can buy it for, in your local region, you could probably get it for $5. Like, it's very, very open book. Go and read this bloke's life a bit. And he talks a lot about his thoughts, his life, his patterns, and how, you know, how he thinks behavior in relation to what other people, Meditations is the book. Yeah. Meditations. Read it. I highly recommend it. It's at a absolute fundamental. It's like the fundamental book on Stoicism. Just read it. You don't have to take anything from it. Just read the fucking book, and I promise you'll get something out of it, even if it's more questions, and that's totally okay. Have you seen any of the songs by Jazz Emu? I haven't. He released a song the other day making fun of these ridiculous lifestyle guru guys that get up at the ass crack of dawn. Yeah, I've seen the fucking videos. Yeah, that's so dumb. I've seen the videos. Yeah, the bloke at like 3:50 a.m. and he's, yeah, throwing the. There's a one that was done by a water bottle company. It's the black dude, right? Then he gets up and he's charging on the treadmill and he's got the bottle of water and he splashes his face. He's doing push-ups at 3:50 a.m. I feel like that bloke didn't have enough sleep, but yes, I've seen that one. Baby oil man, baby. Is that him? If it's not, it is. It's ridiculous. Yeah, I understand what those people are trying to achieve. Like, I understand that the control of your own life can manifest itself as needing to be different to other people because it seems and sounds like control. Being able to make your own choice must mean you have to make a different choice. Reminded me of it because he makes a joke about stoicism. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. It's kind of what I'm getting at, right? Like these people feel like they have to make a choice in order to be seen to be independent, to be in control of their own world. The reality is that's not remotely true, and there's nothing needing you to be different in order to be in control of the things you can be control about. You can do what everyone else is doing if that's the choice you've made. As long as you are comfortable that whether you have been influenced or not, that you still chose. And stoicism doesn't mean you don't choose, like you don't get influenced. You can totally be influenced. You have partners, husbands and wives and kids, and who ask you and make you do certain things, and that has nothing to do with being non-stoic. It's just deciding for yourself what you should and can do, and not ever letting someone else decide for you. It's a bit different. Influence means influence at the end of the day is not. It's not meaning that you don't decide. It's just meaning that it changes the consequence management. That's what it means, right? So I don't know how we got to stoicism from this, but stoicism, they're kind of showing this bloke to be at the one extreme, right? And I think where stoicism sometimes gets it wrong is that, I don't know if stoicism it does, but some people's interpretation of stoicism gets it wrong, is that they think that people like this guy should only ever consider their own opinion and thought, which is not true. They can absolutely consider what other people think. It's just not, they can't, stoicism just says you can't control what other people think and do, not that you can't consider it for your own decisions. So when he's half an hour late, yeah, that's just selfishness. Actually, and that's literally the opposite of stoicism. That's hedonism. Hedonism being the opposite of stoicism means that you just take luxury and pleasure out of everything. All right. So only ever behaving and interacting, on your own basis, I'd almost not describe as stoicism. It's almost hedonistic. Are you 100% stoic? No, not at all. No, and I don't think anyone is. I think if people suggest that they are, they're lying. I'm absolutely partially hedonistic. I take pleasure in things all the time. I'm lazy and sometimes happy to be lazy. I sometimes buy things and enjoy things and choose and do things that are purely for pleasure and have zero practicality of of expectation. I expect things from other people. 100% I do. So this, anything I tell you about wanting to be stoic, you never have to expect yourself to be perfect, like perfectly stoic. I think a real stoic, this is a personal twist on stoicism. Real stoicism is not stoic. Real stoicism takes stoicism and adds anything else that you need to do to have a balance. Yes. To have a balance, to have reason and reasonability. You buy, I buy this shit, man, I got a drawer here, full of fucking, get open, full of cards and Guna cards and weird and fucking investments and K-pop shit, none of that. Man, a stoic absolutionist would not tell me that was stoic. They'd tell me that was hedonistic, to buy and be materialistic and to be consumer. That's okay. That is totally okay. But I think you can totally call yourself a stoic where you are a person who has self-awareness to admit they're imperfect. And at the end of the day, realize that people live a life that is still their own, even if they choose to be hedonistic, right? And I think while hedonism and stoicism are opposites, I actually think they complement each other in a certain way. That people who are genuine and authentic and are desirable to be around are imperfect. And when you meet your partner, the one you love, I think you'll see that. You'll see that the imperfectness is the thing that you actually really like. There you go. Got real philosophic on you. Modern philosopher, no QT. Modern water treatment has made brewing beer obsolete. Consumption of beer is hedonistic and therefore you must do away with it. No. Although Bintang I wouldn't describe as great beer. There you go. Anyway, there's your 5-minute philosophy lesson. Man, she's hot. I wish she wasn't so much of a fucking... This is good. Let's go local, bro. This is great. This looks like a place in Thailand. This looks like street food. Where are they?
那天咱们俩聊天以后，我回去想了想，其实我还是挺想做演员的。哎，你不是有一些做电影的朋友吗？能不能介绍我们认识一下？
Requires you to have promised her. Yeah, I don't care. Whatever. Change topic.
我确实有几个做电影的朋友，但他们最近都很忙。等以后找机会再约。
Let her down, easy.
并且，我觉得你还是更适合。
It's on the wall, maybe there. When did it say that? Xiangu? Xian? Oh yeah, it does. Xiangu. Yeah. Here, right? Xiangu. I don't know what that means.
我知道了，谢谢你替我着想。
不客气。
I wonder how people who become multimillionaires behave like this. I think if I was, I don't know. I feel like everyone who becomes rich is like, I'll never behave like that when they're rich. But then they become rich and are influenced by the way other people behave when they're rich. For example, he behaves, very almost standoffish or like very aloof, right? Just not there. You wonder if that's put the story behind for a second, because I know he's kind of pretending, but like there are rich people who behave like this. Do they behave like this because that's how they got rich, or do they behave like this because other people treat them differently because they're rich and they struggle to identify authenticity in people, and as a result they are very like standoffish with people and are very quick to just brush them off? They act like princesses. You wonder if that's on purpose or they genuinely believe that's in the best interest of everyone that they behave in that way. I don't think it's the way. I think it's because you have a lot to lose. Don't even want to breathe the same air as a poor guy. Yeah, I feel like if I ever became rich, I wonder like those people who are self-made millionaires, right? Like, how genuine are they? Like, do they feel like their time is more valuable than other people's simply because they have more money? I wonder how true it is, because I guess in a way, if you had a lot of money, there are a lot of people who have agendas wanting to get your money. So you have to be, you have the same 24 hours a day as everyone else. So you have to be diligent about who you give your time to. And that might mean you get a secretary who figures that out for you, or you figure that out yourself. Yeah, is it a filtering mechanism that you have to have? Because there are people who, maybe like her, are just looking for your money. And so you have to be standoffish and it comes across as being a dick. I don't know. Yeah, it's interesting. I feel like there are some genuine people. The lip syncing feels like it doesn't with the sh sound she makes, but I've never spoken to a Chinese person in Chinese. Yeah, I feel like a lot of Western people who have never spoken even Asian languages, let alone Chinese, get shocked about how Chinese words are actually pronounced. The big one I see is, and don't get me wrong, I'm not an expert at Chinese pronunciation, but I've heard my mum talk. So try to pronounce Asian and Chinese words. Beijing is a good one. It's more of a j than a sh, but it's kind of neither. So I always try to default to the one that sounds more appropriate. So Beijing is more right than Beijing, which my mum would say. But it's more like a Beijing more than a j and a sh. So yeah, it's always the X is more of a sh, like sh as in shower, which does affect the pronunciation of my partner's name without giving away how her name actually sounds. So whenever anyone asks me, I tell them it's the sh in shower for the X rather than the j or the s. There's some people try the s for X, which is very wrong. And the richer you get, I observe that it's the more filtering that happens because there are more scammers. And you know what? Look, I understand it. I get it in a certain way. Maybe that's why you hire people to do that work for you, so you don't come across that bad, so other people can filter people in and out as they see as being valuable. I guess it depends how rich you have to be. This is street food, right? We're not actually paying a lot of money to be here, yeah? This is not... Because I can buy this tomorrow and it's like $30. Like, it's not... I hope this is not considered expensive.
你怎么了？
其实我一直都不太相信梦，但上次听你说完以后，我发现我女朋友最近总是早出晚归。
那都是我乱说的，只是梦而已，你别多想。
Now we rope her in.
你最近有没有觉得他哪有点奇怪？
Like the CEO who lets the COO be the bad guy, and he only comes in once or twice a week, and everyone loves him, but hates the COO who's in there every day. You know, bro. You know. That's exactly how I would be if I was a CEO. I'd let someone else be the bad guy, because I don't want to be the bad guy. I even think from this stream, because, you know, I'm the CEO of my own stream, right? I even think in some cases I've let other people take the fall. I think you can never be loved by everyone. That's one thing that you have to learn about life, is that you can never please everyone. Don't be that person who wants to please everyone, because you will fail. You can't please everyone. I have people who genuinely don't like me, and I don't know why. And I don't think I've ever been a person who has come across as unlikable, but I've had people tell me they don't like me. And I don't know why, and I don't understand it, but it is what it is, you know? Like, that's the quicker you accept that in all facets of life they're just racist people. I mean it's not, I mean, I'm a white guy and I'm not a person who thinks you can't be racist to white people. You absolutely can be, but none of the hate that I've ever received is racist. It's just me. They just don't like me. You remind them of a certain American politician. Yeah, the JD Vance comparisons, I haven't gotten one in a little bit, but yes. There are also morons that try to annoy you and get you to freak out. In school, there's a kid whispering in my ear stupidly that got some of my nerves. Yeah, I didn't show anything. Exactly, be yourself and move on. Yeah, that's right. I mean, at the end of the day, I don't want people who don't like me to be here. So, you know, it's self-cleaning, isn't it? If someone doesn't like me and that means they don't come, then great. That's what I want, isn't it? But it is still strange to have those people just be there. Like, they come and they don't like me. Like, they sometimes they say they don't. Like, you suck. Like, there was a guy even a couple of weeks ago who's like, this streamer doesn't talk. Like, he's rambling on. Like, man, like, spend like 3 minutes here and you'll figure out exactly what's going on. Like, don't, like, you just blasting off your chops as if you're the center of attention. Like, you've been here one time. Like, actually, if you actually spend more than 5 minutes here, you'll figure out what's going on pretty quick, right? You know exactly what you mean. Yeah, they sure. Yeah, for just zero reason. Who said that? It was someone on that IRL stream I had in this room, and because I had to set up with the camera and with the phone, and I could only come and check the chat every couple of minutes as I stood in front of the camera and I had to go and check it. Someone was rambling while I was sort of giving a talk about like what I was intending to do, saying that I was talking gibberish and that they were leaving because I didn't respond to anyone in the chat, and they'd literally just arrived while you were speaking and Sandwich Man was talking, and I think Glue was here, you know, and you all sort of know how I am and know what I do and know that I get on tangents and talk a little bit and come back to the chat, and just random people roll up in the stream and expect that everyone pays attention to them while they say what they say, right? Yeah, in here, it was just 2 weeks ago. You know, I only think about that to the extent of that's interesting that people behave like that. I don't care. Well, I do care. I do care, mostly because I care because it's interesting how people behave. It's interesting how when you do this, that you deal with a lot of different people, and there's such a different range of behaviors. And there are people who come into everyone's stream, not just me, because they'll go into other people's stream and expect that they become the center of attention, just because they're there. Yeah, it's very interesting. Yeah, I do remember people like this. You know, like, you can call it care, whatever, but I remember a lot of those. Like, I remember just them for understanding that. When I see that kind of thing again, I know what to expect, if that makes sense, right? Yeah, so like they give you a blast and they leave, and you haven't even read one of their comments yet. Like, you don't even know what they're talking about. You're doing whatever you normally do, and they don't like you just because they think that you need to behave a certain way. It's very interesting. There was this chick put an orange peel down my shirt one day, year 7 or 8, turned around and said a rather uncharitable thing to her. Not something I'd really say again. Well, I mean, if you just call her a cunt, it is a cuntish thing to do. This was also, I think, White Ribbon Day. It doesn't matter. If she's been a cunt on White Ribbon Day, she's been a cunt on any other day. Whatever, it was something like women's safety. Okay. Well, anyway, we both got called to the office and had to apologize, and she was also admonished. The bitch. Yeah. Real. Mate, kids of all genders and ages suck. Man, they say nasty things. It's happened to me. I've had boys and girls say bad things. I had a girl that had a crush on me for a long time insist she thought I was gay in year 11, and expected she had a massive crush on me. I know she did. And she like showed me a magazine once with a picture of a guy who was like jacked, and she's like, "That's the hot version of you." As if I wasn't gonna be offended by that. And I was like, yeah, All right, that you take the L for that one. I reckon she went home and was embarrassed that she said that. But she's like, she said a few things that were not appropriate, but then we ended up being friends for a brief period of time, but never ended up more than that. But I didn't like her that much. Like she was a good friend, but not more than that. Yeah, she fumbled the bag. Yeah, 100% she did. Yeah, she ended up having a massive crush on me. I just, sort of those kinds of things, especially in hindsight. It's very easy to figure out what was going on, but I wasn't that interested in her in that way. But it was interesting the kind of nasty things that she said. She probably, I mean, you could describe them not as nasty, I guess. Like they're your kids, right? So you can say things that were you just didn't think were that bad at the time, but like, like, come on, right? Why there's so many idiots in schools? Because children are dumb, man. Kids do live what they learn. Yeah, maybe because she heard that if a guy doesn't like a girl, he is LGBT friendly. Yeah, you know how females sometimes yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. I was called gay quite a lot in high school, and that's literally just because men develop differently from other guys. Like some are late bloomers. I had zero interest in girls until I was like 16. I just didn't care. I had no interest in girls at all. I just bloomed late. And like I hit sort of 16, year 10, year 11, I was like, oh, whoa, Jesus. But because other guys got there earlier than I did, the fact that I wasn't at their level meant I must have been gay. That was the reality. Man, this is also, bear in mind that this was 2005, 2004. Like this was a long time ago and different to the way Gen Zers behave, who are explicitly better with LGBT than my generation was, right? So like you have to understand, like, yeah, oh man, I got to a certain age, it's like, wow, women are great. And once I hit year 10, year 11 and 12, it was a lot better. But I was a late bloomer. I was really late bloomer, and geez, God forbid you do anything different biologically than anyone else. Like you'll never hear the end of it. Yeah, and women do it, and men and the boys and women's do it. Telehon is a German youth culture term derived from Levantine Arabic phrase Te'alahon, come here, popularized by 2022 rap song by Hassan. It describes a subculture often associated with young men wearing luxury brand tracksuits, crossbody bags, gold chains. Okay, yeah, okay. I already reckon up, search up the pics. I already see what's going on here. Yeah. I already see what's going on. It's this shit. They do this shit in Australia too, especially the crossbody bags. Maybe not strictly the Gucci, but they stole this. They stole the Gucci if they got the Gucci. Yeah, they're the people you have to deal with. No, these are just chavs. Like they're chavs. That's what they are. Yeah, eshays. Yeah, that's what they are. Yeah, this is exactly what they are. They're just eshays. Yeah. No, I get it. Every generation has its counterculture shit hate people. Like I had it. Daros, just fuckwits. Just there's all sorts, right? Like we all had them. You just try your best. Yeah. We're a bullied crew, man. I promise. We've all been there.
也可能是我多疑吧。
这个话也许我不应该说，但是我作为你的好朋友，
It's a long game.
我觉得我就应该实话
If we
实
get to the end of chapter 2, we'll call it, but this is good. You were literally in Japan, just needed to catch a girl there. I will admit, in hindsight, probably regret not trying harder to stay in Japan a lot longer. I was only in Japan for a few weeks. Like I could have. I mean, I definitely had interest from women in Japan, but I just never got there for a long period of time. I probably regret it a little, but in hindsight, it would have drastically changed the trajectory of my life had I have done anything related to Japan. Probably including like how much money I have right now. So like I probably don't regret it much, and I kind of like Korea more than Japan right now, to be honest. Maybe it could have been the Chris Porter Japan. Yeah, he went to Japan the same year that I would have gone had I have decided to apply for the JET program, which was the year which I was going to, but I opted not to because I heard too many bad things. So he and I would have been there the same year. Yeah. If I had the money for luxury brand clothes, if just find someone to commission to make individual articles of clothing would be way cooler to say you got your clothes custom made instead of only paying for sweatshop clothing made with fancy brand name. Yeah, interestingly, my missus has worked for multiple luxury brand clothing, Ferragamo, Hugo Boss, and I think one or two others. And it's interesting the kind of people who buy them. I agree with you, Jeju. I've never rated any of them. She used to have a really good discount, like a staff discount, and she'd offered to buy me some, and I never wanted to because I didn't like them. But it's interesting the kind of people who buy them. There's some people just, they are normal, like quote unquote normal, but rich and just roll up, and they're very, very chatty and very personable people, and they just throw down $5,000 on clothing that day. And some people are scummy shit cunts and still buy $5,000 of clothing, but are brutal. They're just brutal. Yeah, it's interesting the kind of people who are into stuff like that. Yeah, she could tell a couple of stories. The salary man doing the Okuzugai with the wife.
饭票和 ATM 车夫呢就负责接送他
I don't think any of you know this, but she and I actually now work for the same company. She and I actually work for the same company now. We didn't start working for the same company, and it's not where we met, but yeah, we just incidentally work for the same company now.
ATM 就负责给他们
So remember you going through your Japan stuff like a crystal clear mine? Yeah. I saw it the other day too when I put it into storage. I loved Japan, it was good. Yeah, the leg bandages. I did end up throwing the leg bandages. That was a bit gross that I kept, so I did throw them out. Yeah, my girlfriend, let's go. It's all bait. Pick up and lie. She'll like it if I lie.
喂，什么事儿？
在哪儿？
我在公司跟我的团队开会。
Yep, she's gonna like that.
原来我也成为你团队里的一员啦。
Oh no, she doesn't like that. Wow. No, yeah, I kept the used ones for like 10 years because they were my badges of honor. But then I did throw them away.
他一般很少查岗。
姐姐还挺相信你的。那我刚才是
They were my war wounds.
要是破坏你们感情就不好了。
没关系，本来这个世界上能讲真话的人又不多，忠言逆耳。
She really liked that I lied, but she didn't seem to be obsessed with me that much. No, I was with school friends. No, I was with school friends, not alone. I was on a school trip, so I had like my peers, people in my school there. Yeah, I'm surprised they let you, especially in a different country. No, it was a structured, sanctioned school trip. That was what it was. I was 16. Yeah, we went to Japan for a school trip. Yeah, that was yeah, we had 2 languages being learnt, and it was German or Japanese. Yeah, even German. And we had a mutual relationship with that school where they, in one year, they sent students to us, and in the following year we'd send students to them. Yeah, it was leg upper. I was using bandages to because I was chafing. I had because I was a little bit chubby back in year 10. I had massive chafing walking around Japan, and so I needed something to try and address it. Bear in mind I'm 16. Like these days, it's better underwear. It's then though it was I'm gonna buy bandages and wrap the bandages around my thighs to stop the chafing. which only kind of worked, but I did buy them and then I kept them because I was a hoarder of things that I had as souvenirs. We're out here fumbling the bag. We just go to a different city. No, this was a government school. Yeah, box underwear's a girl. I 100% agree. That's what I've learned since then. You should have cremated the leg bandages and put the ashes in a vial. Yeah, I should have. I actually only just threw them out like last year, just because I showed them on stream and it was like, now it's time to retire them 10 years later. But I kept them for a bit. They weren't that gross. It wasn't really that bad. But like I shaved till I bled, and that's why I was like really desperate to get something to help me. In like when you've got thighs rubbing together like that, you think of all sorts of things. You think of different underwear, bandages. You put socks. I did put socks between my thighs and like walked with socks strapped in between them. Pass them down in your wheel. Yeah, I thought you went alone. No, I didn't go alone. And basically what happened was we went as a school trip with about, I think there was like 10 11 of us of varying year levels. So I only had one person from my year level, and she and I were the oldest. So there was no one year 12, no one year 11, and there was 2 from year 10. That was the 2 of us. And then there was a few from year 9, couple from year 8, and I think 1 from year 7. So that's the first year of high school. A reminder that middle school and high school are the same thing in Australia. So high school is also middle school. So year 7. And so I was the second oldest because the other girl was the oldest. And I did stay in a homestay. You guys had ugly blue-green like uniforms. Yes, we did. I wish I could show you what they looked like because the current Parkdale school uniforms don't look anything like it, and the only Google results that come up are the modern ones, which look worse. I mean, to be fair, the girls' uniform looks very similar. This is the girls' uniform. It looks pretty much the same. The guys' uniform... Nah, it doesn't look anything like this. It's too long ago. Mine was so long ago now that they just don't look like this anymore. They use a shirt. We actually had polos. Why do they have shirts? They suck. Why do they use fucking polos? What is it? What even is this logo? What the fuck is this? That's shit. Man, the school already sucked ass. Fucking Parkdale's shit cunt fucking school, man. That was the I think this looked like the rugby top they brought in very, very similar time to when I left. They brought this little rugby top and thought that everyone was gonna buy them, and like only 20% of the students bought it because it was like $100. And they made us get like nicknames for ourselves. Fucking wankers. Fuck that fucking school, man. Seriously. I hate it. The actual school itself was okay. Half the teachers absolutely sucked. Man, they really turned into shirts. What the fuck? I feel sorry for that kid. Jesus. Man, they really turned it into shirt. Yeah, this uniform for the girls is almost exactly the same as it's been. This has never changed in like 20 years. It's the boys' uniform that they've changed. They changed it into a shirt and tie? Why, man? I didn't even have to wear a tie when I was there. I had to wear a polo top. It looked kind of like this, but this is Parkdale Primary School. Mine was white. It was a polo top. Wow, they turned it into a wanker school. Holy shit. Were your friends racist? Yeah, a bit. A little. I mean, mate, even I was. I was a young kid. I was a bit racist. Unfortunately, again, like, the mid-2000s Australia just didn't have the same exposure to modern problems that other countries had or other people had. Yeah, I was. My friends were. It's a sign of the times. Like, I learned a lot into my late teens, early 20s about the world and look, I can't repeat anything that was said, but we just didn't we just didn't know. We're not taught it. Like for starters, like history and world history is terrible. Like we just don't learn that sort of thing. You know, even my parents didn't know, right? Like, so until I was exposed to proper internet and like actually hearing the opinions of people around the world. And ironically, this was genuinely 4chan for me. And 4chan is interesting because it's a very racist website. But hearing and understanding like how people behaved on that website and why they thought the way they thought actually taught me the opposite. It taught me that, geez, these people are really short-sighted. And it actually ended up making me very, very much the opposite. Very, very non-racist, like the absolute opposite. But I was into my like late teens. Yeah, quite racist. I was. And it is unfortunately sometimes the way that modern like youth men end up, that they can swing the back the other way and realize how, you know, that was wrong, especially when it wasn't very well educated through, you know, sort of worldly exposure, right? Yeah, it was you know, there's a famous TV show in Australia called Hey Hey It's Saturday, and I distinctly remember Hey Hey It's Saturday being very popular in the 90s and in the very early 2000s, and then it kind of ended and sort of finished up, right? It was a variety show. I'm gonna snooze this because I just want to talk this story first, and it was, yes, this was my primary in my high school, and it was a very popular variety show. And then it came back sort of the late 2000s, and it came back for like a 3 or 4 episode series, and it ended with a controversy because one of the acts that was on it did blackface. And I remember that it was a whole sort of whirlwind because they had an American, I've forgotten his name, but it was like, you know, quite a popular American sort of actor / musician. And they had him as a guest star, and they played the blackface in the skit. And he, of course, you know, rightfully was mortified. Like, what the fuck is this? You know, like, what are you talking about? And then it ended up in a bit of controversy because like Australians were like, we don't know what you're talking about. Like, what are you talking about? Like, this is border, like they'll borderline like this was Australian culture. Like blackface is Australian culture, right? Like the ridiculousness of it at the time for someone like me being still impressionable was like, I am Australian. This is what it's like, right? And it's not until years later sort of understanding that, you know, that wasn't right. Like it was wrong. And you know, Australians who were not that exposed to the internet didn't understand the problems globally that sort of black people had, for example. Exactly what it was. Yeah. And so I'm probably one of the last generations to have that kind of level of issue with lack of exposure, because my parents didn't have it, so they couldn't teach me that well. Like school just didn't have the curriculum, so it couldn't teach me. And it wasn't until my early exposure to the internet that I understood it. And there was a section of my peers either who just lent into it or went away from it. Just accepted sort of casual racism for what it is, or lent hard away from it. And I'm the one who lent sort of hard away from it. Complete opposite direction. Yeah, it's interesting. Youth in those years, to me, like, doesn't feel that different for what it is today, but actually to someone today would feel very different. Yeah, kids live what they learn. Exactly. You know, and I actually sometimes, you know, see kids come up in the news who are behaving inappropriately, and sometimes I kind of forgive them for it because 17-year-olds, 16-year-olds, 8-year-olds, they're stupid and they're dumb and they make stupid decisions, and they should be offered and deserved the chance to change. At the same time, you know, kids do know the difference between right and wrong. Like by the time you're 14, you know not to hit, you know not to to tease, not to bully and stuff like my daughter knows this now. I mean, she's not even 5 and she knows that it's bad to be rude, it's bad to be mean, it's, you know, you shouldn't tease, right? Like, she knows this. And I'm going to make sure she knows that. And it's, yeah, just looked it up. Looks like a Michael. Yes, it's exactly what it was. It was a Michael Jackson 5 skit, and the backup dancers were in blackface. Yeah, that's exactly what it was. I remember it quite well. And it was 2007, 2008, something like that, or 17, 18 years old. That's how old, you know, that's peak kind of impressionable teenager time, isn't it? And like that's exactly what Australian culture was like. Like I was an AFL fan, and Sam Newman on the AFL on the footy show did blackface. Same thing, right? Like this was my grandparents used to take me down the shops, and they'd have gollywogs, which were blackface caricature dolls, and we'd be taught how to make them, how to structure the doll and like wrap it up and make it. It would be a gollywog. That's a racist caricature doll. I was taught how to make those. It's like, that's crazy how I was at the massive tail end of that culture, and I was exposed to it enough to be, you know, taught to do it. Like that's, you know, that it is what it is. But it is wrong, and I'm complete opposite now, to the point I have, you know, teach my daughter. My daughter, you know, went through a very brief phase where she would describe I don't know if any of you know Blippi and Mika. They're sort of not cartoons. I'm actually gonna snooze this again. They're entertainers, like childhood entertainers. And so Blippi's a white guy, and Mika is a black woman, and has been played by multiple different actresses. So one is more a little bit more black, has a you know a darker tone, darker skinned face. And she learnt to describe one as black and one as white, which is quite funny, right? She's only 4, right? So she's learnt to describe one woman as black skinned, but the other as white skinned, even though both of them are decidedly black women. They're just slightly lighter toned skin than the other. So I'm having to teach her that they're both actually sort of the same race, and that we shouldn't describe them that way. And, you know, you can just describe the one that you like by the one that you like, and versus the one that you prefer for whatever reason that is, right? Yeah, I mean, like it sort of translates to how you treat your kids, and how you to how I do that, to, you know, to move it into that it's Dan Andrews. This is the former premier, and this is Tim Richardson. This is the local member for Morty Alec. My dad knows this bloke, this guy on the left. I've met this bloke. Tim Richardson, member for Morty Alec.
Daniel Andrews, where we've made a really exciting
7 years ago.
For the Parkdale Secondary School community. And Dan, what have we been able to announce today?
$9.6 million for upgrades to classrooms here, which is all about.
7 years ago was 29. It was 2019. It's 2019. Hey, Tim Richardson is mad. Nice meme. Both jailbound. Yeah, shut the fuck up. This none of this existed when I was there. None of these rooms were there when I was there. There's almost a bit of a cliche for your school to completely transform the day you leave. None of this was there. I have walked through those doors one time. And it was to meet my old Japanese teacher like the year after I left. But none of this existed when I was at school. You know how frustrating it is when you sit in class, they show you a video and you got an Asian show up and you hear them mocking it. Yeah, they did that for me too. Man, like the racism was everywhere. It's everything. Like, man, like, interestingly, like I wasn't racist. I wasn't like obliviously, explicitly, hatefully racist. I was just, you know, classic kind of Australian teenager who didn't know any better kind of racist. You know, and I used to get along with, there was a black guy in my jazz class. He and I used to be friends, and we'd get along really well. I used to be friends with like the other Asian girls in my Japanese class. You know, we were friends then. You know, there was nothing else to it. Like but it was just a nature of like the casual racism culture in Australia that meant that I learnt that a little bit. I distinctly remember being in the library at high school and the Asian girls talking about Girls' Generation, who had just debuted at that time. This was 2007. I was 17, so this was year 12. They had just debuted. I distinctly remember them talking about that. How I remember they were, I don't know why, but I distinctly remember hearing them in the background talking about Girls' Generation. That was like literally my first exposure to K-pop. I remember it very clearly, being in the library, doing whatever and hearing them talking about it. No, because I wasn't interested in it back then. I wasn't interested in it when they were talking about it. I was only interested in J-pop at the time. So it wasn't for another couple of years that I actually got into K-pop, but I just remember them talking about it. That's Tullamarine, Sky, and Epsom primary schools all up. They got renovations, rebuilds after moved on. I think Moomba Park is rather unchanged last I checked. Yeah. This school looks like this school. I do know it only because I had been there since I finished, and so I have been through those doors. But none of this existed when I was there. This is entirely different. But yeah, that's Tim Richardson. He's still the local member for Morty Alec. But he is not the Premier of Victoria anymore. Dan Andrews, he left in 2021. He was in hospital just the other day, very sick. I think he had meningitis or something, just come out of a coma. Dan Andrews, yeah, but he was the Premier of Victoria throughout COVID until a couple of years ago. All right, I will let the ad run. We'll take a quick break. I might just let it go 20, 30 more seconds. Let this go a little bit more. We'll play a little bit more and then I'll finish up because I just realized it's already 3 o'clock. So I find it great that you guys put up your Aboriginal flag. Yeah, I also think it's a good idea. What are we doing? We're on the beach. Yo, mate, she's great. I love her. Why is she here though? Why are we all doing it together? Surely if I had a girlfriend, she'd be a little jealous, right? So she should be behaving like she's jealous. If I had one thing to say to my teen self, kiss her. Kiss her. It would have been fine. Kiss her. Seriously. Planting seeds to divine the union. Loan, you can get free Australian and or Aboriginal flag from your local member of parliament. Is as long as you can explain something like who you are and what you're going to do with it. Yeah, you can get a picture of the king now. Sorry, not the queen. You can get a picture of the king now, for free. If you write to your local member, you can get a picture of the king. They have to give it to you. I don't know why, but I could do with a picture of King Charles on the wall here. That'd be pretty good. In Australia, I think it's the law. I think it's the law that if you ask for a picture of the king, the monarch, they have to provide it. I actually even think I think there's a law that if you ask for a flag, they have to offer it. I don't think they have to give it to you for free, but I think they have to offer the ability to pay for a flag if you want it. I think I don't. That might be a complete meme that I learnt, but the definitely you can get a picture of the king. Help only your girlfriend, obviously. Yep. Girlfriend's behaving a little, you know, come on. Be a bit more comfortable in your skin.
想喝咖啡，你们两个要喝吗？
啊，我就不用了，你帮林芳带一杯。
好。
小绿茶，干嘛？你追他去？
玉伦，不好意思啊，你能帮我拿一下小吃吗？
死绿茶。
What's this?
哎呦！你个小贱人，敢惹我！
Oh, bitch fight, let's go.
我动手打人，你刚刚出去的时候，他拿咖啡泼我。没有，你没有。
他说他没有啊。总之你打人就是不对，并且他拿咖啡泼你，这也太离谱了吧！
This is good.
看看吴雨伦，我是你女朋友，你帮他不帮我是吧？我现在让你选，你选他还是选我啊？
我觉得你就是在蛮横无理吧，林芳，你这样做有点过了吧？总之你打人就是不对。
Now, if there's an answer here, it's I'm gonna leave, and both of them should be happy with me leaving.
你快去追他，你别管我了。
I'm just gonna leave, because I'm the rich guy, and I'm gonna leave. No, there's no choice. Why is there no choice? I want double bonus. It's real.
两个人的感情如果出现了问题，就算修补好了，也会有裂缝的。
I'm enjoying this game though. This has been a really good like.
还是要靠自己去悟。
This has been a really good game. We're not even into halfway through chapter 2. This is a 7-chapter
我能感觉
game.
到他完全配不上你。分开不一定是坏事。
Fuck you.
对不起，我才刚分手，我是一个比较专一的人，我暂时还没有心理准备去接受其他人。
Just got a relationship, really? They broke up right then,
没关
really?
系，我明白你的，我是真心喜欢你。如果你愿意接受我，我可以等，等你随时准备好了，都可以来找我。
Real. Let's kiss her, bro. Let's do it. Yay! She liked that one. Let's go. Gold digger. Yay. We're doing it. Do we have like, if this is like chapter 2 to 7, do we have like 5 other women?
坐这儿，这是我最喜欢的位置。你歇会儿，我去买2杯咖啡。
Or is this only gonna be her and this is the revenge we get?
板。
在。
您看他，啊？
我看到了，他还在捞别人。
不是他，老板，你猜不到的，他不止捞一个，而是他同时捞3个呀。
时间管理大师。
This guy, he loves it. This is good.
听说你们的服装代言人还没有定，我也想试一下，可以吗？
以我们的关系，这样很容易被说闲话的。
哦，好吧，我听你的。那你陪我逛街好不好？
今天不行哦，我有个会走不开。
宝贝啊，我在外面一个人逛街
The revenge is
呢，
gone.
看到了好多东西都想买给你。我知道你很忙，也不想一直打扰你。你要加油啊！我会一直默默支持你，做你背后的女人的。虽然你很忙，但我一个人也没关系。要不这样吧，以后每个月呢，你给我转3万块钱零花钱，这样我也可以给你买一些保健品，让你每天精力满满，好不好？
She's asking for money now. Don't give her and block her. Don't give her. Real easy clap.
你为什么拉黑我，还不接我电话？
我最近心情不是很好。
怎么了？
最近公司的生意不是很好，很多款项没收上来，不能给你零花钱，我感觉很没面子，所以，索性就别打扰你了。唉，本来这些尴尬的事情呢，是不想让你知道的，现在你也知道了。
作为你的女朋友，不管你发生什么事，我都会帮你的。
If she thinks she's your girlfriend, blocking her is a little rough. You shouldn't do that.
他们不能给我们这批发货，公司接下来怎么运营下去都不知道。
没关系，我是你女朋友，我会尽力帮你。
Have they had sex yet? Like, what's the deal? Be your boyfriend, girlfriend, and he's given her a lot of money. Like, I'm sure they've had sex.
虽然不多，但希望能减轻一点你的负担。
He's getting money from her.
小刘收款。
哦，收到了，
谢谢宝贝。只是10万块有点少，如果可以的话，能再转更多吗？
好，我再转几万给你。
What?
老板，谢谢你。
What in the world?
没问题啊，老公，一会给你。
老婆
，scamming。
老公，你别这样说，我在直播呢，一会转给你啊。
I know he's doing the exact same thing.
到时候我会好好的补偿你，但是现在我还需要你15
21,000.
万。
下个月不用欠债了，等会给你啊。
没想到
He's complete. How much money is he getting out?
我还赶着给员工发工资呢，可不可以再帮我一次啊？给我10万，我收到这笔款后，我们一切都会好起来的。
我现在在忙呢，这几天可能没有时间，过几天给你啊。
Yeah, okay.
最近经济真的那么差，你方不方便再帮我一次啊？给我30万，我收到这笔款后。
42,000. Has she had the kind of money?
那我也挣了不少钱，再给你转20万吧，你不用还我了，就当我投资你的。但你可要记得我的好啊，可要让我做老板娘。等以后挣了多少钱都要对我好，家里的钱都归我管，知道吗？
遵命，老板娘。
Damn.
小刘，收款。
Bro, how much money is he
这个是你被他
got?
骗走的那15万，剩下的钱呢，我会让达叔返还给其他的受害者。
这个是小天骗过的另外5个男人，剩下的钱我们都会返还给他们。
原来还有这么多和我一样被骗的男人。
当然了，但我估计他现在应该是真的没钱了。我觉得这个教训对他也够了。
He's
老板
broke.
你真是我们这些人的大恩人。
你很油腻。
What a king. Damn, son. So what happens to her? Like, do we figure it out or we move on? I want to kind of see the fallout. Yeah. You think the courts would defend her? I don't know.
哎呀，宝贝，你终于来了，是关于我那个新男朋友。
Oh, the counter. The counter. Yeah, this is her, bro. This is the original. This is the OG woman, bro. Let's go. Yo. Yo, what the fuck? Oh lord, this game's good, man. It's, yeah, this is I like this game, man. I like this game. This is good. We have to play this. We have to play this. I think we have to be a couple weeks before we play this because we're doing K-pop next week. It's actually really good. It's engaging, yeah. They've got the counter-terrorism. This is the counter-terrorists. The gold diggers, counter gold diggers. And the counter gold diggers. Wild. So this would have had some endings too, I imagine. Yeah, there's a lot going on. Here's an ending here that would have been depending on what decision you made. Bunch of stuff. Yeah, wow, there's hardly any. Man, this game's crazy. This is really good. This is a much more interesting game than some of the ones we've played. I think we need to... I wonder if he ends up with her just anyway. That'd be quite funny. Gold digger. Come on, mate. The love dossier. What is this? What has this got?
大家好，我是捞女游戏
Yo, the director. Yo, let's go, bro.
我身后的是湾仔的姻缘石，每天都有很多人来许愿，祈求真爱。但爱情真的只靠祈求吗？我们游戏里的恋情档案会为你带来不一样的答案。恋情档案收录了100多个按剧情出现的关键恋爱场景，分成了认知篇、吸引篇、暧昧篇、经营篇，当然还有很重要的反捞篇。我们希望每个场景的分析都能深入浅出，所以这次做恋情档案，我和团队也特别希望能够结合一些心理学、社会学、传播学的角度，用大家更能接受、更有趣的方式去引导你们思考，在不同的处境下应该怎么面对。为了可以把恋情档案持续下去，也让你们可以成为恋情档案的创作者，我们把游戏的互助留言板和恋情档案结合起来，与全球玩家集思广益，把你们分享的恋爱经验改编成为全新的档案，一起更新内容，共同进步。
This is, I reckon we've got a few FMV games to play over the next couple of months. This one and the other one, that princess one.
学海无涯，加入我们，在这浪漫的星空下，开启你的真爱旅行吧。
Damn. All right. Yes, hips. Fuck. This game has got an interesting... Oh yeah, there's people like writing stories. Alright. And then yeah, there's a master mode where you just gotta make it to the pure ending on vibes or whatever. That was good fun, folks. We'll definitely play this again. Revenge on Gold Digger. This is way more interesting than I thought it would be. We will play this not next week, but the week after. Yeah, we'll play this. So yeah, so this is basically the deal. Like I've got this this following weekend, 27th, 28th, we're gonna do a K-pop stream, 2 K-pop streams. We're gonna do videos, just K-pop videos on Friday night. Like we're just gonna do whatever you want, K-pop videos, whatever videos you want, just a video night. And then 28th we're doing the boy group one, right? Here it comes. Oh, here it comes. Oh. Then the following weekend, 6th to 7th to 8th. The 6th I'll be able to stream. We'll do the 5th, the 6th, and the 7th. The 8th I'm busy. And the 9th is a public holiday, so I'm not sure what I'll do the 9th. The 5th we'll do Overwatch. The 6th we'll do this. And the 7th we might do this too. We might do both weeks. We'll do this game, depending on how far we get through it. And then the following weekend, 13th, 14th, yeah, we might still be able to do this. And then we'll be able to do one of the, either the Taiwan or the Princess one. One of them. So yeah, we've got a few FMV games I want to get into. Should be really good. We'll get to Feathers to Fathom at some point. I'm not sure. But yeah, this has been really, really good fun. I better finish up because it's 3:30. We've been streaming for 5 hours, 30 minutes. I didn't think we'd get this far in. It was really good. I'm actually going to take a walk, to be honest. I'm gonna go and have a quick walk. Burn a little bit calories and get this Powerade through me just to help sober me up a little. But it's good. Yeah, it's really good. All right, folks. I'll have a good week. Have a good resty week. I will see you all next Friday night. And I hope you all see you soon. Very, very soon. Bye-bye. See you all. Bye-bye.